Living next to the crime scene hotel, carrying a weapon, acting suspiciously, I became the prime suspect in the eyes of the police. In the interrogation room, the beautiful squad leader was pressing me step by step. I remained calm and unhurried, even requesting to review the case files. 3 minutes to review the case files, 5 minutes to reconstruct the crime, and 10 minutes to pinpoint the culprit. As he witnessed my seemingly clairvoyant deductive reasoning, the police chief personally came to untie me. Stepping out of the police station, the beautiful captain chased after me with a complex gaze. Who exactly are you? How do you know the killer better than the killer themselves? Chapter 1, First, dispose of the body. District G, City H. Inside a dilapidated apartment building standing in a remote block. A line of police officers in uniform, armed and silently moving forward. The team leader in charge, Líng Xuěróu, gripped her pistol tightly and lowered her voice. Be careful. According to the information we just uncovered, the suspect's landlord is also inside the house. If the suspect shows any signs of violence, you are authorized to shoot immediately. In the hallway behind her, dozens of detectives armed with firearms nodded in understanding. Many among them had appeared at crime scenes before. Bloody stains covering every wall, a pregnant woman brutally murdered in the hotel, her abdomen sliced open. Just one glance was enough to leave them with a profoundly shocking mental impact. Even seasoned homicide detectives couldn't help but mutter words like psychopath and lunatic. The nature of the crime was so heinous it defied all human decency. Even without the captain's reminder, everyone was well aware. A criminal capable of committing that kind of crime, how could they not be dangerous? Before long, the group came to a halt. After confirming the room number is correct, Líng Xuěróu attached the eavesdropping device to the door. After a series of buzzing electric sounds, in the detective's ears, a middle-aged man's voice emerged. Yuan, you fucking better not think about using this as an excuse to avoid paying rent. After all these years in City H, Uncle Lee has built up quite a network. Don't say I didn't warn you. Líng Xuěróu immediately pricked up her ears and pressed the metallic piece even tighter. Was the speaker just now the suspect's landlord? It seems the two have already gotten into a conflict. Just then, a young man's voice came from inside, speaking unhurriedly. Uncle Lee, it's fine to want to make money, but shouldn't we also address the tenants' issues? Not to mention the leaking house, just the frequent power outages at home are really affecting my work. Alright, why don't you let me handle the body first, and then we can have a proper talk. Disposing of a body? Líng Xuěróu, who was deep in thought, suddenly changed her expression drastically upon hearing these 4 words. How dare they act so brazenly in broad daylight? What's the point of eavesdropping anymore? This guy must be the murderer. Bang! Without any hesitation, the police officer behind her took action. A loud crash echoed as the brown wooden door was smashed open by a battering ram. The crowd rushed in, shouting in fury simultaneously. Freeze! Police! Asterisk 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 asterisk? The scene before them made their already tense nerves tighten even further. In the not-too-large apartment stood a handsome young man and a bald, overweight middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was clearly the landlord, standing with his back to them, his expression unreadable. The young man, his expression utterly calm, was holding a blood-stained kitchen knife. The apron around his neck was now soaked in crimson bloodstains. Did someone just get killed again? Gasp! Líng Xuěróu drew in a startled breath, overcome with belated fear. How long has it been since we last had a serial killer this deranged? If we'd arrived just a little later. I'm afraid this rent-collecting landlord is about to become the next corpse to be disposed of. Ha! Uncle Lee turned his head at the noise and was startled by the scene, his face turning pale as he fell to his knees. Officer, it's a misunderstanding. I was just boasting earlier. Uncle Lee has been around for so many years, respect for law and order is his motto. What connections or not, it's all nonsense. If collecting this rent isn't compliant, then we won't collect it. Still bragging about connections here? This kid is the one with real connections. Just trying to collect rent, and even the police got involved. However, Líng Xuěróu completely ignored him, quickly pulled out her ID from her pocket, and just coldly stared at Yuan. I am Líng Xuěróu from the Criminal Investigation Division of H City. Suspect Yuan, you are under arrest for suspected murder at Yunchi Hotel. Please cooperate with our operation. Murder? Yuan wiped the bloodstains off the kitchen knife on his apron, then wiped his hands, his face full of innocence. There was a murder case at Yunchi Hotel, on July 23rd? Why would I be treated as a suspect? Hearing Yuan's muttered words, Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened. What kind of talk is this? Could this pervert actually believe his criminal methods are flawless and impossible to catch? What shocked her even more was, even after being discovered, this young man maintained nothing but this fearless calm and composure. This guy is absolutely a thoroughgoing psychopathic killer. Líng Xuěróu raised her gun and hissed in a low voice, put down the knife and cooperate with our arrest immediately. Otherwise, don't blame us for taking violent measures against you. Yuan casually placed the knife on the table and raised his hands. No need to be nervous, I'm a law-abiding citizen and very cooperative with the officer's instructions. Enough talk. The officer next to him sprang forward swiftly, pinned Yuan down with a firm grip, and locked his joints tightly. After Lu Yuan was handcuffed, Líng Xuěróu finally let out a slight sigh of relief and ordered, "Take him back to the station first." A nearby detective's gaze flickered. Captain, wait, let me see what's in the kitchen first. Didn't this kid just mention something about a corpse? He took a deep breath and opened the kitchen door. Upon seeing the scene in the kitchen, he was momentarily stunned, then horrified. "It's not that I saw a corpse. The corpse Lu Yuan mentioned wasn't human, but rather some chickens and ducks." However, the kitchen was now filled with a strong smell of blood, and the cutting board was soaked in bright red stains. The visual impact of this scene was somewhat intense. The pot nearby was still boiling water, as if someone had been preparing to cook. The detective closed the door and gave Lu Yuan a deep look. This level of murderer is truly extraordinary, even cooking in such a brutal way. Escorted downstairs by the police, Lu Yuan behaved very cooperatively. He proactively reached out to open the car door and then proceeded to climb in. "Since I'm already being treated as a suspect and won't be able to explain it clearly anytime soon, I might as well obediently comply." What are you doing? Watching Lu Yuan's actions, Líng Xuěróu's eyes were filled with disbelief. Just as he was about to sit in the front passenger seat, Lu Yuan glanced at the utterly confused policeman occupying the driver's seat and realized the situation. This is my first time being a suspect, I'm still getting used to it. Cut the nonsense and behave yourself. Sit in the back. A nearby detective scolded impatiently. Who does he think he is, wanting to ride shotgun in a police car? Lu Yuan obediently climbed into the back seat like a well-behaved child. Líng Xuěróu also followed into the rear compartment. However, she didn't let her guard down just because Lu Yuan appeared harmless, maintaining a certain distance from him. The car sped toward the police station. Inside the compartment, only the muffled roar of the engine and the bumps from the vehicle's movement remained. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment, then turned to the beautiful police officer sitting in the car and proactively asked, "Officer Líng, right? I'd like to know, what's the reason the police suspect me?" Líng Xuěróu slightly furrowed her brows, never expecting Lu Yuan to initiate a conversation. "Playing dumb won't help now. If you're not planning to confess, then sit quietly and behave. You'll spill everything during the interrogation anyway." Yet, she couldn't bring herself to feel the slightest bit polite toward this young man. With this pervert, every extra word would just be a waste of breath. Chapter 2, Do you really think the police will buy your nonsense? The police car slowly pulled into the Criminal Investigation Division. Lu Yuan was escorted into the interrogation room. Behind the one-way glass, the detectives exchanged glances, seemingly unable to hold back what they wanted to say. This young man, though appearing innocently harmless at first glance, but at this moment, wearing an apron covered in bloodstains and numerous bloody handprints created quite a visual impact. Why bother with a trial? Just sentence him directly. What kind of hospitality is this? Too stingy to turn on the air conditioning, so you won't even provide a wooden stool? Lu Yuan, handcuffed and uncomfortably tied to an iron stool, muttered incessantly under his breath. Tap, tap, tap. A figure stepped inside. Though the lighting was dim, from the other person's curvaceous silhouette, Lu Yuan could still tell. This is Captain Líng Xuěróu from the Criminal Investigation Division whom we met earlier in the car. 2 interrogation lamps shone on Lu Yuan's face. The Líng Xuěróu behind the lights was astonished to find. Under the interrogation light, though nothing should be visible, he inexplicably felt as if he had been completely seen through. After having such thoughts, she immediately realized the reason. This Lu Yuan must have committed other cruel crimes. That's why he gave her such an eerie feeling. At this thought, Líng Xuěróu's gaze suddenly turned ice cold. Lu Yuan, do you know why we brought you here? Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, because the murder at Yunqi Hotel 3 days ago has something to do with me? He was accustomed to figuring out the answers on his own. Líng Xuěróu corrected impatiently, it's not just that you're involved, we suspect you are the killer. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before countering, Officer Líng, is it because the case occurred on the 4th floor of the hotel, and a part of the victim's organ was missing at the scene, that's why you suspect me? As the words fell, the interrogation room became so silent you could hear a pin drop. Outside the one-way mirror, the detective's expressions froze instantly. Líng Xuěróu stepped out of the darkness, placing her hands on the table, gripping the edges tightly as she asked through clenched teeth, so you admit it? Lu Yuan looked innocent. Admit what? I guessed it. Guessed it? Do you really think playing games with the police is fun? Líng Xuěróu questioned angrily, from beginning to end, we haven't told you anything. How could you know the case details so clearly? Facing her anger, Lu Yuan just shrugged and explained unhurriedly, you've actually told me a lot. You previously said I was a suspect in the case, but these past few days, I only visited Yunqi Hotel on July 23rd. So, it's reasonable to guess the time and location where the incident occurred, right? On the day I checked in, the east elevator was under maintenance, and the passage from the 5th floor to the west elevator was blocked. Although I stayed on the 5th floor, I ended up taking the west elevator from the 4th floor to go downstairs. During your investigation, you probably didn't notice this detail, which is why you considered it unusual for me, a 5th floor resident, to pass by the 4th floor. That could be one of the reasons for listing me as a suspect. Isn't it quite reasonable to guess the incident might have occurred on the 4th floor? Líng Xuěróu opened her mouth as if to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Lu Yuan. As for why the missing organ was guessed, there were 8 of you who entered my house, right? When you left, I noticed only 7 remained, clearly searching for something inside. I remember, on the day I left Yunqi Hotel, I was carrying a backpack filled with quite a few suspicious-looking items. Judging by your attitude towards me, this isn't just a simple homicide case. I guess the scene must have been pretty bloody and grotesque, maybe the victim was even dismembered or something. Based on that, isn't it reasonable to deduce the victim might have been missing some vital organs? Listening to Lu Yuan's unhurried explanation, Líng Xuěróu's angry expression gradually turned grave. Pretty reasonable, right? If you wanna put it that way. Perfectly reasonable, my ass. What Lu Yuan described matched the case details almost to a T. Being able to guess such detailed information from just a few words feels almost like being on the scene. That makes no sense at all. Líng Xuěróu's expression turned serious. Mr. Lu, you need to understand one thing, we wouldn't have identified you as a suspect if we didn't have solid evidence in hand. Faced with such a liar who could still spin a convincing story, she decided to apply direct pressure. Lu Yuan nodded. Please go ahead. Seeing his composed demeanor, Líng Xuěróu took a deep breath and gestured toward the one-way glass. The detectives outside immediately understood, bringing in a folder with documents and a tablet, placing them on the table. Líng Xuěróu fixed her gaze on Lu Yuan's eyes, trying to detect any trace of nervousness. Yet there wasn't the slightest hint of tension. Instead, Lu Yuan seemed quite intrigued as his gaze settled on the documents on the table, as if he'd spotted some new toy. Líng Xuěróu shook her head, picked up one of the documents, and read coldly, Lu Yuan, the deceased was a pregnant woman named Jiang Susu. You had several money transfers with her. You're not going to claim you didn't know her, are you? Jiang Susu? Lu Yuan was taken aback, his playful and composed expression suddenly turning serious. So, what you're looking for is the body of the child in her womb. Líng Xuěróu's expression changed at first, then she sneered, now you admit it? With concrete evidence right before their eyes, the suspect had finally shown his weak spot. Officer, it seems there's indeed quite a misunderstanding between us. Facing the interrogation, Lu Yuan, who had maintained a lethargic demeanor throughout, suddenly adopted an extremely serious expression. Unfortunately, I don't have that particular inclination to target a woman who's 8 months pregnant. Initially, the monetary transactions were merely a means to obtain certain information I needed by leveraging her status. Líng Xuěróu scoffed, you think the police will buy your nonsense? Transferring a few hundred to a streetwalker just to get some information. Anyone who believes that is a fool. Given Lu Yuan's impoverished state, he couldn't even afford rent, you think he'd be willing to spend that kind of money? Ignoring her sarcasm, Lu Yuan calmly replied, I had financial dealings with Jiang Susu, and I appeared at her door before her death carrying a bag full of items. It's only natural you'd suspect me. However, the surveillance footage from before and after my financial transaction with her should still be accessible. To find out whether anything actually happened, all we need to do is check. Líng Xuěróu made a gesture to the outside and nodded, saying, of course, we will investigate the suspicious parts. Lu Yuan continued, as for this matter, if you suspect me and need to investigate, that's fine. What I want to say is, your investigative direction in this case is completely wrong. Líng Xuěróu frowned, what do you mean? Lu Yuan raised his eyebrows and pointed to the dossier on the table with his finger. Why not let me take a look at the dossier? Maybe I can offer some help. Look at the dossier? The expressions of the police officers, including Líng Xuěróu, subtly changed. Chapter 3, The Baby's Whereabouts. Líng Xuěróu stared at Lu Yuan's face. She couldn't fathom what this madman was trying to achieve. All the evidence clearly pointed to him as the murderer, yet here he was, brazenly claiming the police investigation was flawed. And now he claimed he could offer some assistance? No. Líng Xuěróu suddenly grew wary. From the moment he entered the interrogation room until now, the police hadn't revealed anything, yet Lu Yuan had spun all this nonsense. If they handed him the case files and let him see the detailed police investigation process, he might even concoct a self-consistent lie to clear himself of suspicion. His goal might be to find evidence favorable to himself within the case files. Officer Líng. Seeing Líng Xuěróu silent in the shadows, Lu Yuan spoke up. In this case, you're determining the investigation direction based on the killer's motive, right? Líng Xuěróu's expression shifted slightly, surprised that Lu Yuan knew this. Based on Jiang Susu's pregnancy and her profession, we deduced the killer was the child's father and began focusing on those clients. Are you sure this investigative approach is appropriate? Lu Yuan spread his hands. Officer Líng, I understand your concerns that revealing case details to me, a suspect, is risky. But didn't you arrest me as a suspect because you had concrete evidence? If the information in the case files could overturn that evidence, you should have discovered it long ago. Besides, if I refute all the evidence and you still consider me a suspect, wouldn't that be even more inappropriate? Líng Xuěróu fell silent, a hint of conflict flickering across her icy face. Lu Yuan's speculation about the police's motives largely matched reality. His explanation about himself seemed somewhat plausible? Or Should she show him the case files? A sudden curiosity stirred within her. She wanted to see what explanations and theories Lu Yuan would come up with after reading the files. The detectives outside collectively swallowed hard. The captain couldn't possibly be planning to. You can see the case files. But if you can't produce corresponding evidence to clear your name, I hope you'll cooperate fully with the police. Cooperate fully for leniency, resist for harsher consequences. Then, under everyone's gaze, Líng Xuěróu slowly pushed the case file toward Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan took the file, raising an eyebrow. Don't worry. We'll find out the truth soon enough. At that very moment, a middle-aged man quietly approached the interrogation room, his gaze fixed on Lu Yuan through the one-way glass. The nearby detective heard the movement and turned around. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, surprise flashed in his eyes. Director Ling, you're back? Ling Boyun gave a slight nod, then made a shushing gesture and pointed toward the interrogation room. Everyone's gaze shifted back to the interrogation room. Their bodies tensed involuntarily. Lu Yuan's eyes darted over the case file, quickly scanning its contents. On July 23, a murder occurred at Yunxi Hotel. The victim was Jiang Susu, 8 months pregnant. The housekeeping staff cleaning the room reported the incident. Police arrived at the scene at 6 p.m. Jiang Susu's body was bound to a large crucifix. Simultaneously, her unborn child had been removed, and tangled intestines hung haphazardly beside the horrific wound on her abdomen. After the autopsy, forensic analysis of her stomach contents estimated the time of death to be around 4 p.m. Lu Yuan looked up and pointed at the tablet in Líng Xuěróu's hands. The crime scene photos and close-ups of the victim's wounds, they're all in there, right? You're not a forensic pathologist. What good are these photos to you? Despite her words, Líng Xuěróu handed over the tablet. After all, she had already let Lu Yuan see the case files. A few more photos wouldn't matter. Lu Yuan flipped through the photos one by one, also reviewing the surveillance footage saved within. What made Líng Xuěróu feel uneasy was that Lu Yuan kept zooming in on those photos that would make most people feel nauseous. He examined them as if savoring a delicacy, refusing to miss a single detail. I get the gist. The time of death was around 4 p.m., and I happened to pass by at exactly 4 p.m., carrying a backpack that might have contained the victim's head. The cross used to bind the victim had been stored all along in the storage room next to my apartment. After descending to the 4th floor, I lingered for half an hour in the blind spot between 2 surveillance cameras. There was even one of my fingerprints on the doorknob, proving I opened the door to room 406. After investigating my background, they discovered I had financial dealings with Jiang Susu. With all this evidence, it's only natural to identify me as the murderer. Lu Yuan muttered aloud as he read, then lifted his gaze to fix it on Líng Xuěróu. Líng Xuěróu nodded, her eyes cold. Finally admitting it? Confess honestly, where did you hide Jiang Susu's unborn child? If he could reveal the baby's whereabouts, it would be conclusive evidence, and the case could be closed. I don't know. Lu Yuan shook his head. At least not yet. Her brows furrowed at this answer. What new tricks are you trying now? Lu Yuan replied calmly, I already explained why I happened to pass by the 4th floor earlier. It was a coincidence. Líng Xuěróu sneered coldly, then what reason do you have for lingering on the 4th floor for half an hour? Lu Yuan opened the surveillance footage on his tablet and dragged the progress bar. He paused it, pointing to a figure on the screen. Because of him. Líng Xuěróu looked at the tablet and recognized the person he was pointing at. It was the front desk clerk who had approached him eagerly to show him around the moment he entered the hotel. Lu Yuan explained, this front desk clerk handed me a tablet to fill out a survey. He said writing a good one could get me half off the room rate, so I just played along a bit. Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes. The excuse sounded pretty far-fetched. It seemed somewhat plausible. What about the fingerprints? Líng Xuěróu shifted her focus to another point of suspicion. Lu Yuan pulled a sheet from the file, rotated it halfway, and slid it toward Líng Xuěróu. Here's the fingerprint comparison data. Officer Ling, doesn't something seem off? This fingerprint is from the left hand. Líng Xuěróu frowned, momentarily unable to pinpoint the discrepancy. Lu Yuan held up his left hand, hovering it over the document, and pointed out, the door handle is on the right side. Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened slightly, her face betraying disbelief. She finally grasped the problem. The evidence on the document appeared irrefutable at first glance, but upon actual comparison, it would reveal a crucial discrepancy. The direction of the door handle was opposite to the grip direction. This meant the fingerprint had been deliberately stamped onto the door handle. Someone was framing Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan wore a faint smile. Officer Ling, if you also acknowledge this is a misunderstanding, shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence? Innocence. A look of bewilderment flashed in Líng Xuěróu's eyes. How had this seemingly ironclad arrest turned into this? Suddenly, she realized something crucial. Chapter 4, Why not recruit him? Líng Xuěróu suddenly realized. Earlier, everyone present, including herself, had assumed Lu Yuan knew everything beforehand, and all his explanations were just cover-ups. But now, it seemed he might actually be innocent. If he truly was innocent, then what about the deductive skills he had displayed earlier? After all, based solely on the fact that he had been captured, Lu Yuan deduced the location, time, and details of the crime. After receiving only a few scattered clues, he even guessed the crime scene conditions and the direction of the police investigation. That seems a bit far-fetched, doesn't it? Believe it or not, everything I've said here can be verified. Lu Yuan cleared his throat, interrupting Líng Xuěróu's train of thought. But as I mentioned earlier, perhaps I can offer some assistance. While you're conducting your investigation, could we have a brief chat? At those words, Líng Xuěróu's eyes lit up instantly. Right. If Lu Yuan was truly that sharp, he could surely offer the police some valuable insights. She immediately pulled up a chair and sat across from Lu Yuan. So, what useful information did you glean from this case file? This simple gesture instantly transformed Líng Xuěróu from a superior interrogator into an equal conversationalist. The detectives outside the one-way glass looked utterly bewildered. Why is the captain suddenly sitting with the suspect? Something's off. Standing behind the group, Chief Ling Boyun cleared his throat and reminded them, everyone, pay close attention. His gaze toward Lu Yuan held a hint of amusement. You might just learn something from this kid. The detectives dismissed the idea. What could they possibly learn from a kid barely out of his teens? Lu Yuan tapped his fingers lightly on the case file, producing a rhythmic tap-tap. Let me state the conclusion first. The killer is a hotel employee. The killer? Líng Xuěróu couldn't follow Lu Yuan's train of thought immediately. How did you come to that conclusion? It's simple. Lu Yuan explained, when you visited the hotel, did you notice that Yunchi Hotel's soundproofing wasn't very good? Líng Xuěróu pondered for a moment, her pretty face flushing slightly. A bit. During the investigation, they had indeed heard unbearable noises from the next room. But the police had quickly intervened. I noticed that too when I stayed there. Lu Yuan removed several pages from the case file folder and laid them on the table. The forensic investigation concluded that the victim suffered abuse before her death. There were no signs of struggle at the scene. Jiang Susu died from asphyxiation caused by the umbilical cord wrapped around her neck. Seeing Líng Xuěróu still looked puzzled, he continued explaining, the hotel's soundproofing was so poor, yet no one heard a thing during the sexual assault or the murder itself, not even signs of struggle at the scene. This indicates Jiang Susu was most likely unconscious at the time. But there were no injuries on her body that could have caused unconsciousness. The hotel offers afternoon tea service to select guests at 2:30 p.m. Check whether Jiang Susu qualify for this service, then verify if afternoon tea was delivered to her room that day. Líng Xuěróu finally caught on, frowning. If she wasn't eligible but received afternoon tea, someone deliberately arranged it and drugged her tea. This made it highly likely that someone within the hotel was behind it. She pondered for a moment before asking, but that alone isn't enough to conclusively prove the killer is someone from the hotel staff, right? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Of course not. There's another crucial point, the very reason you suspected me earlier, that baby taken away with its abdomen cut open. Apart from police personnel and hotel staff, no one else could have entered the room after the incident, correct? When you were focusing your suspicion on me earlier, you must have reviewed the surveillance footage carefully. If I'm not mistaken, I was the only one seen carrying a backpack, making me the prime suspect for taking the baby. You suspected me before. But if it wasn't me, then who else could have taken the baby out? Líng Xuěróu's expression abruptly changed as she asked nervously, could it be the baby was hidden at the scene? Lu Yuan nodded. Exactly. That's the only possibility. The baby was merely hidden in the room, leading you to mistakenly believe the killer had taken it away, thus naturally directing suspicion toward me. Later, they'd find an opportunity to take it away and eliminate all evidence. Líng Xuěróu's face instantly turned ashen. Only now did she realize why Lu Yuan had insisted the police investigation was misguided. If the infant had been hidden in the room all along, and the police hadn't heard a single sound, it meant the baby had already been killed by the murderer. After murdering Jiang Susu, he didn't even spare the baby in her womb. Could such a brutal killer truly be the child's father? From the police's investigative perspective, such actions made no sense. Lu Yuan looked utterly innocent as he said, besides, don't you think it's too coincidental that I was on the 4th floor, that the questionnaire survey delayed me, and that you suspected my backpack? All these things happening together? If we shift suspicion toward the hotel staff, it all makes perfect sense. This was the inevitable outcome deliberately orchestrated by someone familiar with me who works at the hotel. Líng Xuěróu narrowed her eyes in thought. Then she nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of this explanation. Too many coincidences made it look more like a carefully orchestrated frame-up. How did you come up with all this? Líng Xuěróu stared at Lu Yuan as if he were a freak. Only now did she suddenly recall something. Had Lu Yuan been deducing new information solely from what the police had already uncovered? He hadn't even visited the crime scene. Using only the information the police had gathered, he deduced all this. Then he narrowed the killer's scope to a point where they could be systematically investigated. What kind of unemployed person could accomplish this? Lu Yuan spread his hands. It's just the simplest deduction. Anyone with a brain could figure it out. The moment Líng Xuěróu heard this, she instinctively thought it was sarcasm. But Lu Yuan's expression conveyed nothing but matter-of-fact certainty. She took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Right. I still need to verify the information you mentioned. Please wait a moment. Suppressing the complex emotions churning within her, Líng Xuěróu turned and left the interrogation room. Verify everything he just mentioned. Mid-sentence, she suddenly noticed the middle-aged man behind the detectives and exclaimed in surprise, Director Líng, what brings you here? Líng Boyun pursed his lips, adopting a tone of deep regret. Sigh, just one day back at work, and you don't even call me dad anymore? All director this and director that's so cold. Seeing Líng Xuěróu's irritated expression, he finally straightened his face and said, they've already gone to investigate the leads Lu Yuan provided. But, Xuěróu, if what he says is true, would you consider adding him to our squad? Líng Xuěróu looked up, surprise flashing in her eyes. Dad, you want to recruit him? Chapter 5, Treating Me to Dinner. Not just her, but the other detectives also looked taken aback. The man in question was still considered a partial suspect. Even if he cleared his own name and deduced crucial information the police had missed. But, if they were to recruit him into the department because of this, wouldn't that be overestimating him? At that moment, the detective in charge of verifying information rushed in. Líng Boyun turned his head, narrowing his eyes slightly. The investigation's already done? What's the result? Under the collective gaze, the investigating detective grew visibly tense and quickly replied, the information Lu Yuan provided is all accurate. The elevator was indeed undergoing maintenance that day, and the elevator company has the relevant documentation. The waitress also admitted she was filling out a questionnaire for Lu Yuan at that time. Furthermore, Jiang Susu was not a registered customer for the hotel's afternoon tea service, yet the kitchen staff provided her with a complimentary set that day. After the detective finished speaking, the room fell silent. With this, Lu Yuan's suspicion was completely cleared. The police had also obtained new investigative leads, enabling them to launch a fresh round of inquiries. But then, why did a sudden wave of profound frustration wash over them? They found it hard to explain how this obscure young man could demonstrate abilities surpassing even those of seasoned detectives like themselves. Unlike the others' ulterior motives, Líng Xuěróu pondered her father's earlier words. Should they recruit Lu Yuan? After a moment's thought, she shook her head and dismissed the idea. Although Lu Yuan had demonstrated extraordinary deductive skills, joining the police force required far more than that alone. Líng Xuěróu returned to the interrogation room, her tone tinged with apology. Mr. Lu, everything you mentioned earlier has been verified and is accurate. We sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. On behalf of the police, I offer you our formal apology. We also thank you for providing these leads to the police. If you have any requests, please feel free to voice them. Within our capabilities, we will do our utmost to accommodate them. Ha! Mid-sentence, Líng Xuěróu's eyes suddenly widened. What are you doing? Lu Yuan pressed his finger down on the table. With a sharp crack, his thumb dislocated. He removed the handcuffs. Another crack followed as his thumb snapped back into place. Lu Yuan blinked, glancing innocently at the handcuffs. I've already proven my innocence. Do I really need to keep wearing these? Líng Xuěróu stared at him in utter bewilderment. Is this even a question of whether they should be worn? Damn it, how the hell did you manage to get these things off? Watching Lu Yuan act as if nothing had happened, seemingly unaffected by the pain of his dislocated thumb, Líng Xuěróu's impression of him was once again completely overturned. She shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it for now. Regardless, we were in the wrong this time. If you have any demands, feel free to make them. Is that so? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Officer Líng, even if it's just a monetary transaction, the deceased, Jiang Susu, did help me in the past. I hope you'll do everything in your power to bring the killer to justice. Líng Xuěróu was taken aback, not expecting Lu Yuan's request to be so straightforward. Rest assured, we will spare no effort. She made the promise with utmost sincerity. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Then let me briefly outline my request. Líng Xuěróu paused, hesitating. Wasn't that your request just now? Lu Yuan looked puzzled and countered, isn't solving the case diligently what you're supposed to do? Isn't that what you're supposed to do? That actually makes sense. No way to argue with that. Líng Xuěróu took a deep breath. Then what do you want? Lu Yuan stared at her blankly. You guys pulled this whole farce to drag me here. Now that the misunderstanding's cleared up, no problem sending me home, right? Taxis are pretty pricey at this hour. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. That's the least we can do. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. After wasting all this time, I haven't eaten yet. Would it be okay if I tagged along for a meal? Treat you to dinner? Líng Xuěróu froze, then looked troubled. That doesn't seem quite right. She'd never treated anyone to a meal in her entire life. Why the hell did he have to ask for a free meal? Could it be this Lu Yuan had feelings for her? The thought crossed her mind as she glanced again at Lu Yuan's sharp-featured face, and her pretty cheeks flushed slightly. It couldn't be. Lu Yuan blinked beside her, utterly puzzled by her expression. Then it dawned on him. Right. With a murder case ongoing, the workplace cafeteria would likely restrict access to outsiders during such a sensitive period. In that case, it really would be putting them in a difficult position. Lu Yuan shook his head. If it's inconvenient, forget it. It's just one meal. Forget it. It's just a meal. I'm not that stingy. Before he could finish, Líng Xuěróu cut him off. Lu Yuan looked surprised. Is that really okay? Líng Xuěróu's ears flushed slightly, a mix of embarrassment and annoyance stirring within her. Seeing Lu Yuan's eager expression, she realized he seemed quite hopeful. She gave a light snort. We did mess up this time. It's only right we treat you to a meal. Lu Yuan grinned. Then I won't hesitate to accept. Wait in the lobby for a moment. I'll go change my clothes. Líng Xuěróu tossed out the words before turning and leaving the interrogation room. Lu Yuan couldn't help scratching his head. He'd wanted to ask why she needed to change clothes for dinner. But then he figured there might be some special rule at the station, so he silently followed her out of the interrogation room. Outside the interrogation room, the detectives had already dispersed. Ling Boyun sat in his office, puffing on a cigarette. His sharp gaze pierced through the smoke, fixed on Lu Yuan. After scanning the police station interior, Lu Yuan sauntered toward the entrance. A red Mustang coupe pulled up slowly. Get in. The window rolled down, and Líng Xuěróu spoke up. Whoa. Lu Yuan opened the door and climbed in, whistling in admiration. With your status, isn't driving this car a bit too flashy? Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes. I bought it with my own salary. What's flashy about that? Besides, sometimes when chasing suspects, the bureau's vehicles aren't up to par. I have to use my personal car for official business. Oh, I see. Lu Yuan noticed the car was clean but clearly showing its age. Given Líng Xuěróu's age, it was likely a used purchase. Once Lu Yuan was seated, Líng Xuěróu slammed her foot on the accelerator. The Mustang roared onto the highway. Lu Yuan sat steady, gazing out the window as he mused, is your cafeteria built outside? That must be quite inconvenient. Huh? What cafeteria? Líng Xuěróu slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the pavement, and the car came to an abrupt halt. Lu Yuan startled, what's wrong? Líng Xuěróu's expression froze. He actually just wanted to crash a meal at the cafeteria? Had she misunderstood? She stared at the road for a few seconds before pressing the accelerator as if nothing had happened. Nothing. Just remembered something. The blush that had just faded from her cheeks crept back up to her ears. Chapter 6, Why aren't you leaving yet? They arrived at the restaurant entrance. After getting out of the car, Lu Yuan looked at Líng Xuěróu with a pale face. Officer Ling, do you police have some special channel for getting driver's licenses? Líng Xuěróu froze, then realized Lu Yuan was criticizing her driving skills. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. I passed the test fair and square. Even though I had to retake the second driving test 4 or 5 times. But she passed in the end. Is that so? Lu Yuan's expression softened slightly. Well, actually, I'm a pretty good driver myself. If you need it, I could drive us back. Líng Xuěróu retorted indignantly, why so many conditions? You're making demands even though I'm treating you to dinner? Fine, fine. Guess I just can't handle it. Lu Yuan raised his hands in surrender. Líng Xuěróu beamed triumphantly. Now that's more like it. Entering the restaurant, they chose a table and sat down. You order? Líng Xuěróu pushed the menu toward him. Lu Yuan took the menu. This doesn't seem quite right. But since you insist, I won't be rude. Líng Xuěróu's lips twitched slightly when she noticed his eyes immediately darted toward the most expensive dishes. You never had any intention of being polite, did you? Hey, buddy, can we talk? How about you move over for me? Suddenly, a rough voice rang out beside Lu Yuan. Líng Xuěróu narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharpening. Lu Yuan turned to see a man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a backpack. He raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the nearby table and chairs. Aren't those seats empty? The slick-haired man smacked his lips. Kid, don't play dumb. What I mean is, you get lost so I can chat with this lady. He turned to Líng Xuěróu, grinning broadly. Hey, beautiful. It's tough making it in this world all by yourself, you know. Uncle's giving you a shortcut. What fancy meal could this kid possibly treat you to? Stick with Uncle, and I'll treat you to the priciest stuff every single day. Lu Yuan cleared his throat and looked helplessly at the man with the slicked-back hair. First off, this meal isn't on me, it's on her. Second, out of goodwill, I feel I should warn you the person you're sexually harassing right now is a police officer. The man with the slicked-back hair froze for a moment before his face twisted into a look of contempt. So what if she's a cop? Is chatting with a beautiful woman considered sexual harassment? Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, it's not quite like that. The man with the slicked-back hair cut him off. You're this beauty state, right? Young man, at your age, you should understand that everything in this world is negotiable. He pulled a check from his breast pocket and waved it. Name your price? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Trade? Líng Xuěróu, standing nearby, looked up in astonishment. To her surprise, Lu Yuan actually wore a contemplative expression. He couldn't possibly be considering. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan nodded. Then make it 100,000. It was precisely a price the other party would find acceptable. Líng Xuěróu's astonishment turned to disbelief. Lu Yuan, you. Having heard Lu Yuan's earlier reasoning, her impression of this young man had already improved significantly. But now, a sudden wave of unease washed over her, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of disgust. You're a smart kid. 10,000 it is. I've got plenty of cash. Though the man with the slick back hair felt the pinch, he glanced at Líng Xuěróu out of the corner of his eye and agreed readily, writing a check for 100,000 with a flourish. Then I won't hesitate to take it. Lu Yuan took the check and tucked it into his coat pocket. Líng Xuěróu lowered her eyes slightly, her heart filled with indescribable emotions. Living in a cheap, leaky apartment. Wearing cheap clothes. A single meal for 100,000 yuan. Even if it weren't for Lu Yuan's destitute circumstances, anyone would agree. But was he truly just this kind of person? Kid, what do you think you're doing? The man with the slicked back hair was about to sit down when he noticed Lu Yuan still occupied his seat, leisurely perusing the menu and marking off several dishes. Lu Yuan looked up in confusion. You're not leaving? Planning to stay for a bite? The man with the slicked back hair stared at Lu Yuan in shock. You took my money and now you want me to leave? Oh. Lu Yuan suddenly looked enlightened. Seems like we had a little misunderstanding. The man with the slicked back hair's expression darkened instantly. He glared coldly at Lu Yuan. Misunderstanding? He then pulled out his phone and sent text messages to several numbers. Since this kid refused the polite offer and insisted on the harsh one, then he wouldn't be polite either. Líng Xuěróu looked at Lu Yuan in confusion, still not grasping his meaning. Lu Yuan placed the menu on the table and drawled, I thought when you gave me money earlier, you were paying me to let you go. The man with the slicked back hair glared at Lu Yuan, his face darkening. What the hell is wrong with you? Paying you to let me go? Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. Honestly, and I was even kind enough to warn you that this beauty is a cop. So what if she's a cop? That's why people like you are so brainless. The man with the slicked back hair started to speak, but Lu Yuan cut him off. He shot the man a look that screamed hopelessness. Did I warn you she was a cop so you wouldn't hit on her? It was telling you that someone like you with dirty hands and a shady background. You'd be wise to get as far away as possible and avoid trouble. The man with the slicked back hair paled. What are you talking about? Lu Yuan's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as he recited slowly. 28 years old. Thick calluses on the right palm. A scar behind the left ear, likely a bullet graze. The right pinky finger is half severed. Quite the history. That metallic glint peeking from your shoe insole a blade? Wearing a suit in this heat and your inner pocket looks bulky. What, trying to be James Bond? As Lu Yuan described, beads of cold sweat began to form on the man's forehead. Young man, you shouldn't speak recklessly. I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Oh? Don't understand? Let me make it clearer. Lu Yuan shrugged indifferently. You don't have your car keys on you, do you? Someone as wealthy as you probably wouldn't take taxis either. My guess is you either have a private car service or live nearby. But if you had a private car, you probably wouldn't be dining alone. You'd likely have a few henchmen around. So you live nearby, right? I tend to collect random bits of information. Heard somewhere there's a guy around here called Brother Knife who sounds like he fits your description pretty well. Brother Knife? Líng Xuěróu's expression shifted slightly as her gaze fell on the bulge in the killer's back pocket. Brother Knife was a black market dealer currently under intense police investigation for suspected illegal transactions. Could this be the man with the slicked back hair? They'd never managed to pin anything on Knife Guy before. But if he's carrying weapons on the street, wouldn't that be the perfect opportunity to catch him red-handed? No. Come to think of it. Had Lu Yuan seen through him from the very beginning? She turned to look at Lu Yuan, his expression calm. Chapter 7, I am a detective. The man with the slicked back hair shook his head and gritted his teeth. I don't understand what you're talking about. I've got things to do. I'm leaving. You didn't leave when I gave you the chance earlier. Now you realize you should go? Too late. Too bad. Besides you, not a single one of those henchmen you called over earlier will be leaving. Not only can they not help you, they'll become the evidence used to convict you. Lu Yuan shook his head. The man with the slicked back hair paled again, suddenly recalling his earlier instinctive move. Assaulting police officers? That'll cost you your life. At that moment, Líng Xuěróu stood up and shouted, Freeze! Calm down, I told you it's a misunderstanding. You're asking for it. As Big Pompadour spoke, he suddenly reached into his pocket and drew a black pistol, aiming it at Lu Yuan. Ah! The next moment, a piercing scream echoed. Lu Yuan felt a flash before his eyes. Don't move! Or you'll be charged with assaulting an officer too. When he came to his senses, Líng Xuěróu was pressing her left knee into the man's back, her right foot pinned his elbow joint, and she still held the black pistol in her hand. Lu Yuan was startled too. Whoa! This girl, big breasts, long legs, looks like a pretty face with no brains. But her combat prowess was utterly insane? Lu Yuan, with his keen observation, even noticed that Líng Xuěróu had found time to eject the magazine. Damn it, I warned you she was a cop. Why didn't you listen? I gave you a chance, but you blew it. Lu Yuan crouched down, smirking at the dust-covered man with the slicked-back hair. At such close range, he actually tried to commit murder with an unloaded pistol. And he just had to run into a female cop with combat skills that were off the charts. What a combination of stupidity and bad luck. The slick-haired man's face was pressed into the ground, unable to move an inch. Call the police first. I don't have my gear on me, can't take him back with me. Líng Xuěróu addressed Lu Yuan, flashing her police badge around for all to see. Everyone, relax and finish your meals. The situation is under control. The police will handle the rest. The onlookers, who had been craning their necks and peering intently, finally withdrew their gazes. Líng Xuěróu's movements were so swift that they hadn't even caught a glimpse of what had transpired. This gossip was slipping right through their fingers. Soon after, police cars arrived at the scene. Several young detectives looked utterly stunned. Captain Líng, you run into a walking third-class merit medal while just grabbing a bite? What kind of dream team is this? Why not recruit him to our criminal investigation division? He's a real lucky charm. Líng Xuěróu glanced at Lu Yuan, rolled her eyes, and shook her head. Get him back to the station. Don't delay things. As the man with the slicked-back hair was escorted toward the police car, he glared at Lu Yuan through clenched teeth. You just wait, kid. When I get out, I'll kill you. Behave yourself. The detective frowned and barked sternly, who knows if you'll even get out of here. Just then, several young men with bulging waistbands burst into the Western-style restaurant. Then they froze. Was it a trick of the light? Brother Knife, did he really tell us to bring knives to fight the cops? Without hesitation, they turned around. Whistling, they pretended nothing had happened and walked out of the Western restaurant. Passing by. Freeze! The detective bellowed, lunging forward to apprehend every single one of them. Captain Líng, you guys eat up. We'll be heading out now. The detectives exchanged farewells with Líng Xuěróu and her companion. They then escorted the resentful man with the slicked-back hair and his bewildered subordinates into the police van. The restaurant fell silent as waitstaff gracefully placed trays and food on the tables. Líng Xuěróu's expression was complex. You guessed his identity from the start? Lu Yuan replied matter-of-factly, with so many obvious distinguishing features, it wasn't hard to deduce. Líng Xuěróu remained silent. Easy, huh? She hadn't noticed a single thing. She had thought Lu Yuan was driven by greed for money, pushing her into the arms of that scum. But it turned out he had recognized the other's identity. Wait, that can't be right. But that still means he coveted that 100,000 yuan. Her expression twisted strangely. If that guy with the slicked back hair had just left quietly, you really weren't going to expose him? Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Well, I suppose I have many virtues, and keeping my word is one of them. Honor my word? That's basically saying, once the money's in my pocket, I'll get the job done. Líng Xuěróu looked serious. Lu Yuan, you should study the law more. Otherwise, we'll meet again at the police station next time. And don't even think about that money, it'll definitely be frozen. Frozen? Lu Yuan looked utterly incredulous, protesting indignantly, that's outrageous. I earned it by robbing the rich to help the poor in ancient times, that was considered chivalrous. Why freeze it? Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes at him. What chivalrous act? There's no robbing the rich to help the poor in modern times, only illicit gains. Lu Yuan blinked, unable to argue back. What kind of twisted logic could you possibly use with the police? Líng Xuěróu suddenly asked curiously, come to think of it, I never asked before, what do you do for a living? Lu Yuan slipped the check back into his pocket. Actually, I'm a detective. A detective? Líng Xuěróu looked astonished. You mean the kind who takes photos of cheating spouses or goes undercover at rival companies? That sort of detective? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in return. Look down on me? Of course I mean the Sherlock Holmes, Poirot, Kandaichi type. The kind who's only interested in intricate mysteries, complex cases, and clever schemes, you know the type? Líng Xuěróu suddenly understood. No wonder you're so broke you can't even afford rent. Lu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly, a kind word warms 3 winters, while harsh words chill even in June. Just kidding, don't take it to heart. Seeing his flustered expression, Líng Xuěróu covered her mouth and giggled softly. Then, a thought struck her, but if you really are a detective, you must have deduced more than just those things, right? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Well, huh? Líng Xuěróu had asked casually, but Lu Yuan's affirmative response caught her off guard. You really have other ideas? Lu Yuan carefully cut his steak with knife and fork, speaking slowly and deliberately. I do have some, but they're only ideas for the investigation. That's still useful. Tell me everything you're thinking. You want to clear Jiang Susu's name sooner too, right? Líng Xuěróu perked up at once. Lu Yuan placed a piece of beef in his mouth and chewed slowly. Then let's analyze it, shall we? First, the cross binding the victim. The meaning is clear, the killer wanted the victim to repent. But there's a problem, the bloodstains on the cross don't quite match the ones on the floor. A hint of confusion flickered in Líng Xuěróu's eyes as she hesitated. The bloodstains are different? She hadn't noticed this detail at the crime scene. Lu Yuan pointed with his fork at the carpeted floor. The bloodstains at the scene were mainly on the carpet. So even if there was a color difference, you'd instinctively attribute it to the carpet and not pay it much attention. That's perfectly normal. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. Then where's the problem? Lu Yuan explained, the problem lies in one of the case files contains a close-up photo of the crucifix. On the floor in that photograph, there's a drop of fresh blood. Fresh bloodstain? Líng Xuěróu looked incredulous. How could that be possible? Chapter 8, A New Direction. The police arrived at the scene 2 or 3 hours after the estimated time of death. How could there still be fresh bloodstains? It should have clotted long ago. Lu Yuan shrugged. Yeah, how could that be? What was the temperature like inside the room when you entered? Líng Xuěróu's eyes glazed over in recollection. It was quite hot inside when I went in. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. How hot exactly? Líng Xuěróu replied without hesitation, stifling hot, like stepping into a car baked in the summer sun. Is there a problem? After the door opened. The detectives were so startled by the scene they witnessed that they didn't pay much attention to the temperature change. The heat dissipated quickly as the door swung open. Besides, it was summer, so no one gave it much thought. But now that Lu Yuan brought it up, something seemed off. Lu Yuan sliced the steak with deliberate slowness, musing, it's summer now, so the weather is naturally hotter. But precisely because it's summer, you shouldn't feel hot when entering a room. When guests stay in a room, they're bound to turn on the air conditioning to cool it down. Yet when you entered the room, you felt hot. That leaves only one possibility. The killer deliberately turned on the heat and turned it off before the police arrived. Líng Xuěróu was no fool either. Following Lu Yuan's line of reasoning, she quickly grasped the motive. The killer did this to mislead the police about the victim's time of death? Lu Yuan snapped his fingers and grinned. Not bad. Pretty sharp. Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes. How do you think I became captain? Lu Yuan continued, that explains the single drop of blood near the cross. Jiang Susu's actual time of death was later. It was only through the killer's deliberate manipulation that it was determined to be 4 p.m. Using this clue, you can re-examine the surveillance footage. Perhaps more suspects can be identified. Lu Yuan finished speaking and began eating earnestly. Líng Xuěróu took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. All right, I understand. We'll thoroughly investigate this direction next. The information provided by Lu Yuan is extremely important. If the investigative direction of a case is fundamentally flawed, then all subsequent efforts become futile. Thinking of this, Líng Xuěróu couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Thank goodness she had invited Lu Yuan to that meal. Líng Xuěróu couldn't help but ask, you only glanced at the case file back then, and you still remember it now? Lu Yuan replied matter-of-factly, I have a good memory. Líng Xuěróu was puzzled. Then when did you figure all this out? Just now, too. He recognized the man with the slicked-back hair at a glance. He's not human. Lu Yuan shrugged. My brain just can't sit still. It keeps analyzing and deducing things on its own. When I saw those files, I mentally pieced together the general framework. I only really focused on the details just now. Líng Xuěróu's gaze grew complex as she sighed. You had ideas just from seeing the files. I'm genuinely curious about how your brain is wired to make deduction feel like second nature. Lu Yuan chuckled softly. I figured out the color of your underwear ages ago, you know. Want to hear it? Underwear. Ha! Like I'd listen to you, you pervert. Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened as she picked up a piece of foie gras with her chopsticks and plopped it into his bowl. Stop talking nonsense and eat your food. What on earth were they talking about? One moment we were seriously analyzing the case, and the next we're talking about underwear. Frivolous. Pervert. Lu Yuan speared the foie gras and devoured it in one bite, musing, have we already reached the stage where we can serve each other food? Isn't this developing a bit too fast? Líng Xuěróu's lips parted slightly, her face flushing crimson. You. Lu Yuan looked utterly innocent. What did I do? Realizing she couldn't explain herself, Líng Xuěróu simply gave up. Since we're so close, you pay the bill later. Lu Yuan's eyes widened as he shook his head vigorously. Pay? No way. That's settling a personal score. This meal wasn't cheap at all. If a few sharp words meant going from freeloading to bleeding dry, it just wasn't worth it. Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes. You know you can't afford it, so just eat properly. Yes. Eating. After this, I'm heading home for a big nap. Oomph. Now that's more like it. Líng Xuěróu flashed a smug smile. Then her face flushed slightly as she realized something was off. Their exchange, why did it sound like flirtatious banter? With new suspicions forming, Líng Xuěróu launched a fresh round of thorough investigations. The police station plunged into a flurry of activity. From dawn till dusk, evidence was meticulously catalogued. Items that couldn't be precisely verified were set aside, with personnel dispatched to rigorously cross-check and confirm them. Confirmed leads were meticulously analyzed. Homicide cases in peacetime held the highest priority within the Criminal Investigation Division. Even cold cases would have portions of police resources continuously allocated to their investigation. Much less a fresh case on the verge of being solved. Before dusk had even fallen, stacks of documents were already piled on Líng Xuěróu's desk. After poring over countless files, Líng Xuěróu stood up and clapped her hands. Everyone, hold on a moment, we need a meeting. Heads snapped up, eyes meeting in unison. Excitement flickered in their eyes. Captain Líng calling a meeting at this hour meant the case had surely made significant progress. Everyone gathered in the conference room with their notebooks. Líng Xuěróu projected the collected data from her computer onto the screen. She cleared her throat and stated, "We have new developments in our case. By investigating the victim's WeChat records and hotel information, we've now identified 2 new suspects." Líng Xuěróu explained, following Lu Yuan's suggestion, "We reconfirmed Zhang Susu's time of death and reviewed surveillance footage from the actual time window. In the footage, a middle-aged man named Lu Du appeared, someone we had previously overlooked. He was present at the hotel during that time frame but never registered. Following this lead, we discovered chat records between Lu Du and the victim on her phone. On July 22, 2 days before her death, the two had a heated argument. The chat logs were projected onto the large screen. The records showed Lu Du urging the victim to quit his service-oriented profession. After the victim retorted, "You mean you want to use public transportation for private purposes?" a heated argument erupted between them. On the day of the victim's death, Lu Du requested a final meeting to settle matters. This confirms that the victim went to the hotel that day specifically for Lu Du. Everyone looked utterly bewildered. This person hadn't been identified at all during the initial investigation. By the way, the captain just mentioned that this was based on the lead provided by Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan? The kid who was mistakenly arrested as a suspect yesterday. Chapter 9, All Coincidence. Líng Xuěróu then pulled out another photo. The other suspect is him, Li Buhan. The photo showed a shy-looking young man. Upon seeing the photo, a detective who had visited Yunchi Hotel raised his hand. "I recognize him. He's the hotel front desk clerk. He wouldn't have had the time or motive to commit the crime, right?" Líng Xuěróu shook her head. "No, his opportunity and motive are actually even stronger. I rechecked the hotel staff records and uncovered several pieces of information we missed earlier. On this front desk clerk Li Buhan's social media, he reposted numerous cases of infidelity. And in the comments, he wrote, 'If I ever encountered a woman like that, I'd definitely take justice into my own hands.'" The officers exchanged stunned glances. "There's such a thing?" Líng Xuěróu explained, "We didn't find this information earlier because he deleted all those reposts after the murder." An experienced detective stared at Li Buhan's profile on the screen and asked gravely, "Captain Líng, is there any other evidence besides this?" This alone wasn't sufficient to designate him as the primary suspect. Líng Xuěróu nodded. Li Buhan's start date was July 1, while the victim checked into the hotel on June 30. On the day of her check-in, she posted a photo of the hotel exterior on her social media. She paused briefly before adding, "Li Buhan liked that WeChat moment." An experienced detective's expression shifted slightly. Could it be they had prior contact? Did he use this photo to track down the hotel where she stayed, secure a front desk position, and plan this murder? Líng Xuěróu continued, "According to the victim's chat records, she booked the room with Li Buhan on July 22. Moreover, on the day of the crime, Li Buhan left the front desk twice at 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. Surveillance footage shows him going to the 4th floor during both these critical time points. So now we have the time, motive, and evidence. Additionally, this individual is the same person who conducted the questionnaire survey with Lu Yuan." Everyone gasped. This explains everything. It was precisely because of that questionnaire that Lu Yuan was initially identified as a suspect. And now, Li Buhan, who carries numerous suspicions, is precisely the one who had him conduct the document investigation. It was highly probable that he had meticulously orchestrated all of this. Líng Xuěróu said coldly, "I hope this time, we get a favorable outcome." Upon receiving the order, the group surged out. Their eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. With so many suspicious points surrounding that Li Buhan, the case could essentially be declared closed. It felt like a tip from some enthusiastic citizen. Before long, the officers split into 2 teams and brought Lu Du and Li Buhan in. Lu Du, slightly overweight, kept his lips tightly sealed, looking somewhat flustered. Li Buhan dared not move, his face tense and on the verge of tears. The armed escort operation was simply too much for them to handle. Who might this be? Líng Xuěróu turned her gaze. Accompanying Li Buhan was a young man dressed in a suit and tie. The officer explained, "This is Mr. Gu Hao, the manager of Yunqi Hotel." He expressed concern for his staff and the hotel's reputation and wished to follow up on the details. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. "Ah, Mr. Gu. I know him. Thank you for assisting the police." She had liaised with him while researching various details about the Yunqi Hotel earlier. They were acquaintances, though they had never met in person. Gu Hao glanced at Líng Xuěróu and offered a gentle smile. "Cooperating with the police is a citizen's duty. Officer Ling, you're too kind." Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. Next, Lu Du and Li Buhan were led into separate interrogation rooms. Líng Xuěróu did not conduct the interrogations herself this time, instead waiting in her office. At this stage, her involvement was no longer necessary. Her subordinates needed the opportunity to gain experience. Her attention was fixed on the case files, searching for any unusual clues they might hold. Líng Xuěróu couldn't figure it out. Why could Lu Yuan discern the details in the same documents that she herself failed to notice? Compared to that man, where exactly did she fall short? "Xuěróu, how's the case going?" Ling Boyun had approached from behind without her noticing. Líng Xuěróu replied with a hint of annoyance, "Dad, I told you just call me by my name when we're at the bureau." Ling Boyun feigned hurt. "That really stings, Dad." Líng Xuěróu shook her head helplessly and returned to the topic at hand. "The interrogation is underway. We should have results soon." Ling Boyun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "That young man named Lu Yuan really has some skills." Líng Xuěróu didn't argue. "Yes. If it weren't for him this time, it would have taken us much longer to uncover the truth. But even without him, we would have discovered something was off sooner or later." She knew Ling Boyun still harbored the idea of recruiting Lu Yuan into the police force. Ling Boyun shook his head. "That line of thinking is completely wrong. Xuěróu, in our line of work, timing is everything. Even 1 minute earlier makes a difference both for our police resources and for the victims' families. That young man, if he possesses the ability to solve cases faster, then he has the qualifications to handle this. You know the case at Morning Light Winery, it dragged on this long precisely because we didn't have someone like that involved." Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly, not finding the argument unfounded. She understood the logic, but she still refused to admit she truly needed Lu Yuan that much. Nor did she believe Lu Yuan's abilities were truly that exceptional. Although he had assisted with this case, his contributions were limited to offering reminders at critical junctures. Most of the clues and details had been uncovered by the police themselves. Just then, the detectives emerged from the interrogation room. Líng Xuěróu stood up, only to notice the uneasy expressions on everyone's faces. "What's wrong?" She looked puzzled. The detective in charge of the interrogation replied awkwardly, "Captain Ling, we've questioned both of them. That Lu Du has an alibi. As for Li Buhan, the suspicions surrounding him stem from mere coincidences." "Coincidence?" Líng Xuěróu's beautiful eyes widened slightly, her voice tinged with skepticism. "What do you mean by coincidence?" Chapter 10, Seeking Help. The detective hurriedly explained the interrogation findings. Li Buhan had gone to deliver beverages to a guest room at 6 p.m. precisely because a call had come in to the front desk. The Yunqi Hotel had been short-staffed lately, so the front desk had to handle additional duties. Hotel manager Gu Hao happened to be present and immediately retrieved the front desk call log. There had indeed been such a call, but it hadn't originated from room 406. Instead, it had come from room 507 upstairs, Lu Yuan's room. And Lu Yuan had already checked out of the hotel long before that. Thus, this phone call was a two-pronged frame-up. There was also a reason why he liked the deceased's hotel check-in photo and then applied for the job the very next day. Li Buhan only added Jiang Susu on WeChat after starting his job, and he liked her moments posts afterward. He didn't know her beforehand. Adding her WeChat was also a requirement from Gu Hao, the manager. The stated purpose was to enhance customer engagement with the hotel. As for the content reposted on social media, that stemmed from Li Buhan being cheated on by his ex-girlfriend. That's why he felt particularly repulsed by such matters. Confirmed information had been verified, while unverified details remained under investigation. Everyone looked at Líng Xuěróu, momentarily at a loss for words. Líng Xuěróu rubbed her temples in frustration. "First, let's verify the information he provided as quickly as possible. If everything Li Buhan said turned out to be true, then all the suspicions surrounding him would just be coincidences?" After finally apprehending a suspect and eagerly anticipating a breakthrough, only to find it was all a mix-up? The interrogation had stalled once more. The problem is, everyone who could be suspected has already been arrested. The next step? We've run out of investigative avenues. Ling Boyun, standing nearby with a cigarette dangling from his lips, finally seized his chance and chuckled. "Xuěróu, the one who tied the bell must untie it. The investigation's direction was altered because of that kid Lu Yuan's tip. So it's only fair to let him participate in the follow-up investigation." Seeing the chief's unruffled demeanor, the detectives all fell silent. Why was he so quick to seek help from outsiders? But then, all eyes turned to Líng Xuěróu.
That might actually be a decent option? Líng Xuěróu inquired, what do you think? Can you get her to come?
Of course I can. Líng Xuěróu picked up her phone and looked at it for a moment. Then, she lifted her head, cleared her throat, and said, it's getting late.
Everyone's worked hard today. Let's call it a day and head home.
With that, she grabbed the car keys from the desk and turned to leave. The detectives exchanged puzzled glances.
Was it just her imagination? Did the captain just mutter something about how dare you not answer my call? Half an hour later, the red Mustang pulled up outside the apartment building. Whether Yuan was home or not, she'd wait there first. He couldn't just not go home, could he? Given Yuan's current financial situation, long-term hotel stays were probably unrealistic. But what Líng Xuěróu hadn't anticipated was that the moment she approached Yuan's door, the sound of tinkling and clinking came from inside. Home? Knock knock knock.
Líng Xuěróu took a deep breath and knocked on the door. The sounds inside abruptly ceased. Moments later, the door slowly opened.
Seeing Líng Xuěróu, Yuan looked surprised. Hey, what are you doing here?
Just as Líng Xuěróu was about to confront him for ignoring her calls, her phone clattered to the floor.
Her face drained of color as she stared at Yuan. Yuan looked puzzled, huh?
Líng Xuěróu took a step back, pointing at Yuan.
Put that thing away first. Yuan suddenly understood. Oh. Girls are more afraid of snakes, right?
As he spoke, he flung the two cobras he was holding into the living room, stepping aside to make way.
What's the matter?
Come inside first, then we'll talk. Líng Xuěróu lowered her head, watching the two cobras slithering freely across the living room floor, lost in thought.
Don't worry, they won't bite. Yuan whistled. As if obeying a command, the cobras slithered into an iron cage in the corner and curled up into tight coils.
A faint flush returned to Líng Xuěróu's pale face. She crouched down to pick up her phone, letting out a dry laugh.
Are these your pets? Pretty unique. No. Yuan corrected her. It's food. Food. Your food sure is obedient.
She stared at the shadows near the cabinet, cautiously stepping into the room, wary that another pet might suddenly appear. The next second, Líng Xuěróu covered her mouth, pointing toward the kitchen on the right, her voice trembling.
What's this?
On the kitchen cutting board lay several neatly arranged snake heads, blood slowly trickling down the surface. The snake bodies had been dismembered into pieces.
Oh. Yuan sighed in relief, exasperated. Could you try not to jump out of your skin every time? Cooking requires extra ingredients, obviously. Don't be so jumpy. Seeing Yuan's expression of disbelief,
Líng Xuěróu began to wonder if she really was overreacting.
But cooking, did it really have to be this bloody?
Suddenly, she understood why the snakes in the cage were so docile. They were scared. Led inside by Yuan, Líng Xuěróu sat down on the sofa, her legs feeling weak.
After a moment, she snapped back to reality and abruptly looked up. Why didn't you answer my call just now? Yuan's expression turned grave. Call? Oh, it was you. Caught off guard by his counter-question, Líng Xuěróu stammered, what about me? Yuan gestured toward the sink, then toward the windowsill.
When I was dealing with the snake's body, my phone fell into the water.
I put it on the windowsill to dry.
Líng Xuěróu froze, hesitating.
It fell in just as I called? Yuan nodded slightly.
Líng Xuěróu looked embarrassed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't know about this. I thought you were deliberately ignoring my calls. The phone. I'll buy you a new one. It's fine. I did intentionally ignore it. Yuan pulled his phone from his pocket and waved it.
Actually, when I was dealing with the body earlier, I turned it off first because I was afraid the vibrations and ringtone would scare the other animals. Staring at the phone in his hand, Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened.
Yuan, you big liar. And she had actually felt embarrassed. What a waste of emotion. Yuan chuckled. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. So, what brings you here?
Líng Xuěróu was so furious she could bite her teeth to dust, wishing she could pin Yuan to the ground and beat him senseless. She forced herself to calm down before looking at Yuan with a sincere expression.
We investigated the previous case following your lead.
We identified a suspect, but we haven't gathered any useful information.
The case has hit a dead end, all leads have dried up. I'd like to request your assistance in the investigation alongside the police. Chapter 11, On-Site Investigation. Yuan froze. The leads have dried up? That can't be right. Tell me in detail, what happened?
Líng Xuěróu awkwardly explained the investigation process and the circumstances surrounding the two suspects.
Yuan listened thoughtfully. After finishing, Líng Xuěróu sighed.
I hate to admit it, but we really can't find any further leads at this point. A murderer this ruthless poses a significant threat to the city as long as he remains at large.
The police sincerely hope you can assist us.
Her tone was earnest. Even if she didn't believe Yuan could help solve the case, she was willing to try as long as there was hope. After patiently listening to Líng Xuěróu's words, Yuan paused thoughtfully before replying slowly, because of Jiang Susu, I can get involved in this case. Líng Xuěróu's eyes lit up with surprise.
Really? Lu Yuan nodded. But there's a condition: I must lead the investigation.
I need authority to coordinate your police resources.
Líng Xuěróu instinctively furrowed her brow.
After a moment's thought, she nodded.
No problem.
Since they decided to seek his help, they should trust him completely.
Having Lu Yuan lead the investigation wasn't a big deal.
All she had to do was relay his orders.
Lu Yuan yawned.
Also, I just took on another case.
You'll have to wait until I finish the work I'm currently handling.
Líng Xuěróu's expression immediately turned troubled.
Time waits for no one. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. This case came to me because the client trusted me.
Naturally, I have to resolve it first.
Besides, this is how I make my living.
Líng Xuěróu was momentarily speechless.
Lu Yuan had a point. This murder case wasn't even his assignment to begin with.
He had no reason to let it interfere with his work.
Alright, then we'll talk when you're free.
Líng Xuěróu stood up to leave.
Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Alright, then.
Meet me at the Yunqi Hotel tomorrow morning at 8.
Ha?
Líng Xuěróu froze.
Tomorrow morning at 8? Lu Yuan asked in confusion. Is it too early for you to get up?
Líng Xuěróu looked confused.
Didn't you just say you needed to finish investigating the case you're working on first? Lu Yuan nodded. Yeah. I figured out the basics when the case was assigned to me. I've already gathered most of the clues.
Líng Xuěróu was speechless. What kind of case is so easy to crack?
Lu Yuan explained. It's just a business competition case.
My client's company is being driven to the brink of bankruptcy by a rival firm using tactics like forming alliances, strategic partnerships, and hostile takeovers. He wanted me to look into what dirty tricks the rival company used in their hostile takeover and merger attempts. I was researching that very thing before stewing the snake earlier.
Líng Xuěróu couldn't believe it. And you managed to uncover everything in just one night? Could such a complex commercial rivalry case involving two companies really be uncovered in a single night? Lu Yuan looked perfectly nonchalant.
Yeah, I have connections in that field.
Cases like this where clues are readily available online?
It's practically effortless. A wave of helplessness washed over Líng Xuěróu.
How could he make it sound so effortless?
Who was the real detective here?
Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. So, 8 o'clock tomorrow morning?
Sure.
Líng Xuěróu nodded.
Simultaneously, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her heart. Perhaps he really could help her solve the case? The next morning, outside the Yunqi Hotel,
Lu Yuan strolled leisurely over to Líng Xuěróu's red Mustang and tapped lightly on the window.
Líng Xuěróu looked bleary-eyed.
You didn't stay up all night, did you? The window rolled down. Seeing Líng Xuěróu's state, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask.
Líng Xuěróu rubbed her eyes.
Pretty much.
I went over the case again last night and didn't fall asleep until 3 or 4.
She opened the door and stepped out, grumbling. How come you look so wide awake? Lu Yuan looked innocent. I went to bed early.
Líng Xuěróu blinked, puzzled.
Weren't you busy investigating that business case? Lu Yuan chuckled.
I had all the evidence gathered within 2 hours of you leaving. That company's boss must have been out of his mind. He left way too much incriminating evidence lying around.
All for the taking.
Líng Xuěróu was speechless.
That's easier said than done.
But even if the boss did have that crucial evidence,
would he just let someone get their hands on it so easily? Let's go inside first.
Líng Xuěróu took a sip of water to clear her head before stepping through the hotel's revolving doors alongside Lu Yuan.
That's Li Buhan at the front desk. Lu Yuan followed the direction of Líng Xuěróu's finger and saw the front desk clerk attending to a guest.
Li Buhan wore a shy smile on his face.
Lu Yuan walked over with a warm smile.
Li Buhan looked up and saw Lu Yuan and Líng Xuěróu approaching.
His expression instantly tensed. Officer Líng, Officer Lu.
Li Buhan cautiously inquired, is there anything we can assist with regarding the investigation? Before either could respond, a figure stepped forward.
Officer Líng?
Just then, a surprised voice reached their ears.
Lu Yuan turned his head and saw a young man in a suit approaching them. Líng Xuěróu quickly introduced, Lu Yuan, this is Gu Hao, the current manager of Yunqi Hotel. Gu Hao offered a warm smile. Hello, Mr. Lu. Are you an acquaintance of Officer Líng? Lu Yuan glanced at Líng Xuěróu, who was now dressed in a youthful-looking tracksuit. A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Seeing Lu Yuan completely ignore him, Gu Hao's expression turned slightly awkward.
Líng Xuěróu stepped in to smooth things over. Manager Gu, we need to go to room 406 for another inspection.
Could you grab the key card for us?
Only then did Lu Yuan add, and grab a floor plan of the hotel while you're at it.
No problem.
Gu Hao shot Lu Yuan a glance, his eyes flickering with a barely perceptible hint of distaste. After retrieving the keycard and handing it to Líng Xuěróu, he explained, the floor plan is with hotel property management. I'll need to inquire about it and won't be able to get it until later.
Let's go.
Líng Xuěróu waved the keycard at Lu Yuan, who was still deep in thought. Lu Yuan snapped out of his thoughts and mused, no rush.
Let's check out the restaurant first. Líng Xuěróu looked puzzled. The restaurant? Why go to the restaurant instead of the crime scene? Lu Yuan nodded.
If a guest orders something here, the standard procedure is, the guest places the order, the request is relayed to the kitchen, and once prepared, it's delivered to the guest room by a dedicated staff member. If the victim died from suffocation and no noise came from the room, it's highly likely the food was tampered with.
Let's go to the restaurant first.
We can speak with the chef to understand the situation and also survey the food delivery route to see if anything seems off.
Chapter 12, He's Suspicious. Líng Xuěróu nodded uncertainly. Alright, I'll follow your lead. She realized she was struggling to keep up with Lu Yuan's line of reasoning.
Still, since they'd sought his help, following his lead was the sensible course.
The restaurant was at the far end of the second floor.
Built on the lakeshore, Yunchi Hotel had deliberately placed its restaurant in the most scenic area. Giant transparent glass panels replaced the walls, reflecting the lake's rippling surface bathed in the soft, golden glow of the setting sun. Líng Xuěróu murmured in mild surprise, I wouldn't have guessed someone as broke as you, someone who can't even afford rent, would stay at a hotel like this.
Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. My landlord said I couldn't conduct dangerous experiments in the apartment.
Even though I assured him repeatedly it wouldn't be a problem, he still refused.
So I had to come to a hotel. This one just happens to be close.
Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened.
Dangerous experiments? Lu Yuan, you do remember I'm a police officer, right? Lu Yuan paused, then quickened his pace toward the kitchen. Come on. The chef is over there. Let's talk to him first and get the details. Don't change the subject.
Líng Xuěróu hurried after him.
Explain clearly what kind of dangerous experiments. The food here is pretty good. You should come try it sometime. Whistling, Lu Yuan led Líng Xuěróu into the kitchen.
As the chef tried to stop them, Lu Yuan pulled his wallet from his pocket and flashed it.
Police business. Your cooperation, please. Líng Xuěróu stared speechlessly as Lu Yuan put his wallet back. It seemed to contain only a few coins inside. Was he really trying to pass himself off as a cop with that? Oh. Officer, hello.
I'm the head chef here.
How can I assist you?
Beside them, a chef who was noticeably larger than the others wiped his hands and approached. Líng Xuěróu stood frozen in place, staring in disbelief at Lu Yuan, who was calmly conversing with the chef.
He actually believed it. How come you're so good at pretending to be a cop?
The head chef stared intently at Lu Yuan, afraid he might miss some crucial detail. Lu Yuan held the paper and pen he'd just grabbed from the table, his expression serious.
You must be aware of the recent murder case at the hotel, right? The chef sighed. How could I not know?
The manager's been furious about it lately, taking it out on us in the kitchen. Lu Yuan looked up, furrowing his brow slightly.
Furious? Tell me more.
The chef explained, lately, the manager has been conducting strict inspections of the kitchen's food quality, popping in for taste tests every so often. His standards are strict, but our quality has always been up to par. He hasn't found any real issues. But after that incident happened, it damaged the hotel's reputation, and he completely changed. The next time he came to the kitchen, he just grabbed a random dish to taste.
Guess what happened?
He berated us for using too much salt, then just stopped coming altogether. I wonder if he went to the boss to make us look bad.
He looked thoroughly annoyed.
Managers like that always take out their frustrations on us when things go wrong.
I mean, even if a guest got killed in the restaurant, what does that have to do with us cooks? Lu Yuan listened with keen interest to his subordinates' complaints about management.
He asked, so when did the hotel start this obsession with quality control? The head chef pondered for a moment before replying, about a month ago, I'd say.
Lu Yuan stroked his chin, then snapped his fingers. Alright, I've got most of the information I need. Thanks for your cooperation. Ha!
The moment those words left his mouth, both the head chef and Líng Xuěróu wore blank expressions.
Almost done? What had he been asking just now? From their perspective, Lu Yuan had merely followed the chef's lead, listening to his complaints. Then it ended.
Líng Xuěróu had intended to observe and learn from the side, but now she couldn't help but wonder if Lu Yuan had been deliberately teasing her.
Noticing Líng Xuěróu's expression, Lu Yuan asked in confusion, what's wrong? Líng Xuěróu looked up and challenged, you didn't ask anything at all, did you? Lu Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, then what did you want to ask?
Líng Xuěróu frowned and thought.
It seemed there really wasn't anything else to ask.
After all, the person standing before her was just a cook.
Then it suddenly dawned on her. What am I talking about? Of course I don't have anything to ask. You're the one who wanted to come to the kitchen. Well then, that settles it. I don't have anything to ask either. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers and headed toward the kitchen exit. Come on, it's time to get to the scene.
The two made their way along the corridor leading to the guest rooms.
Líng Xuěróu finally couldn't hold back. What exactly happened earlier? We walked all this way and found no clues at all? Lu Yuan countered, who said we didn't find any clues?
Líng Xuěróu snorted softly.
Then tell me, what did you find? Lu Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Didn't you find that manager, Gu Hao, rather suspicious?
Líng Xuěróu paused slightly before shaking her head.
Nothing stands out yet.
He's been fully cooperative with the police investigation. Plus, we cross-checked the surveillance footage. He never appeared on the 4th floor that day.
He has an alibi. You suspect him?
Lu Yuan spoke calmly. When we came over together earlier, he addressed you as Officer Ling, but asked me if I was your friend. After a moment of recollection, Líng Xuěróu's expression changed.
He knows you, yet pretended not to? Gu Hao doesn't know Lu Yuan, but he knows he's a cop. Earlier, he should have instinctively assumed Gu Hao was a cop too. Lu Yuan nodded slightly. As the hotel manager, I've stayed here before.
It's normal for him to know I'm not a cop.
But then he acted like he didn't recognize me? That's a bit odd. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly.
If that's the case, Gu Hao is indeed highly suspicious.
She shook her head. You're quite observant.
She hadn't expected Lu Yuan to be more perceptive than she was as a police officer. He had spotted something off about Gu Hao at just a glance.
Líng Xuěróu pressed on. So when the chef mentioned him earlier, did you get the answer you wanted? It didn't sound like there was anything wrong, did it? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow.
Nothing seemed wrong, exactly. It was just too convenient. To crack a case, we still need solid evidence.
We're at 406. Let's go inside and take a look. They halted as a beep sounded, unlocking the door. Upon entering the room,
Lu Yuan began a meticulous inspection, examining everything from the walls to the chair backs, not even overlooking the dust on the floor.
Líng Xuěróu stood by waiting.
The police had already searched the place countless times before.
No new evidence would be found.
It was up to Lu Yuan to see what he could uncover.
After a moment, Lu Yuan stood up. Now, regarding the missing infant, I have some thoughts. Líng Xuěróu's nerves instantly tightened. Chapter 13, Crucial Evidence. Lu Yuan looked at Líng Xuěróu. Did you investigate the water stains on the carpet? Líng Xuěróu nodded. We missed that detail initially.
After you reminded us, we brought that section back to the station for re-examination and did indeed detect traces of a sedative.
Lu Yuan nodded slightly. That confirms my earlier hypothesis. Let's start with the infant. Look here.
He crouched down, pointing a finger at a single bloodstain beneath the bed. Líng Xuěróu didn't register it at first, then her expression changed dramatically. Compared to the other bloodstains at the scene, this single drop of dark blood appeared entirely unremarkable. But upon closer thought, this location. As she pondered, Lu Yuan lifted the bedsheet inside. There's bloodstains on the underside of the bed frame too.
Líng Xuěróu bent down to confirm.
When she looked up again, her expression had turned grim.
Bloodstains beneath the bed meant
the infant suspected of being taken by the killer had been hidden beneath the bed frame all along.
Hidden right under everyone's noses.
And not a single person had noticed. The scene replayed in her mind, making it unbearable to accept.
Lu Yuan pondered. Now that we know this, we should review the surveillance footage from that time period.
Compare the body proportions of the cleaning staff who worked that day. If there's a mismatch, it could be the person who came to retrieve the body. Of course, given how meticulous the killer was, there's a high chance we won't find anything.
Líng Xuěróu pressed. Then what do we do? Lu Yuan shrugged. It's a matter of luck. Líng Xuěróu looked utterly bewildered. Luck? Lu Yuan walked to the door and switched off the light with a click.
The room plunged into complete darkness.
Líng Xuěróu's breathing quickened instantly.
The hotel room was pitch black.
Thanks to the room's decent soundproofing, only Lu Yuan's faint breathing could be heard. A soft chuckle echoed from the darkness. What are you afraid of? With your fighting skills, what could I possibly do to you? If we really came to blows, I'd be lucky to last a single breath. Here, look at this. A faint white glow illuminated the room. Lu Yuan held up his phone, its screen flickering with a faint white glow. Líng Xuěróu's gaze was drawn to it. What is it? The camera.
Lu Yuan explained, but most phone cameras these days have infrared filters. Mine has been removed, so it can capture infrared light. As he spoke, he slowly moved the phone. Líng Xuěróu followed behind him, turning slowly. After turning halfway around, a faint red dot suddenly flashed on the screen.
That red dot. Could it be a camera?
Líng Xuěróu stared at the phone screen in disbelief, where a faint red dot had appeared.
Lu Yuan replied calmly, yes, it's definitely a pinhole camera.
But this camera's coverage area is too small.
Let's see if there are any others in the room. He continued rotating the lens toward other corners.
After scanning the entire room, Lu Yuan said in a low voice, turn on the lights.
There are 3 cameras in total.
If we can find any preserved footage, we'll see what really happened. But the camera facing the living room has been dismantled.
If the killer knew the cameras would be discovered by the police, why would they only remove the one in the living room? Could it be they were bold enough to want to monitor the police investigation through the remaining cameras? 3 pinhole cameras remained in the room?
Líng Xuěróu sighed softly. We never detected these cameras during our initial investigation. As a detective, she knew some hotels installed such pinhole cameras in guest rooms to record illegal videos for personal gratification or profit. Yet during their initial evidence collection at the scene, they had overlooked this possibility. Ironically, it was Lu Yuan, an outsider, who noticed them immediately. Blind spots happen, it's only natural. You probably only investigated the living room area. Now that we've found these clues. Wait. After Lu Yuan spoke, Líng Xuěróu suddenly felt her hand, the one reaching for the light switch, grasped. Feeling the warm touch on the back of her hand, her eyes widened. What was going on? Why did this man suddenly grab her hand? Líng Xuěróu's mind went blank for a moment. Only after Lu Yuan pulled her forward a few steps did she snap back to reality. Lu Yuan, what are you doing? Don't try to use the case as an excuse. Before she could finish, Lu Yuan released her hand. Look over here. Líng Xuěróu followed the direction of the phone camera, her mind snapping back into focus. What is this? The screen of Lu Yuan's phone pulsed with a rhythmic red light. This signaled that a pinhole camera was present in the direction the lens was pointing. But the problem was, his phone was pointed directly at a mirror. How could there be a camera in the mirror? Lu Yuan turned on his phone's flashlight and pressed his finger against the mirror's surface. His fingertip pressed against the mirror's surface, perfectly flush with its reflection, not a single gap between them. One-way glass. Líng Xuěróu blurted out. Having spent countless hours observing suspects from outside interrogation rooms, she knew one-way glass all too well. If there was a slight gap between the finger and its reflection, it would indicate a regular mirror. But now, the finger and the reflection were perfectly aligned. This meant it was one-way glass, opaque on one side, transparent on the other. A hidden room behind it? Líng Xuěróu suddenly realized something, and her expression toward Lu Yuan turned extremely peculiar. Did you figure this out long ago? Guessed what? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Líng Xuěróu sighed. When we first arrived at the hotel, you asked Gu Hao for the building blueprints. Did you suspect there was a secret room inside? Lu Yuan grinned. Exactly. A killer this meticulous wouldn't act recklessly without absolute certainty. If you want to avoid being caught on surveillance, there's only one possibility: the room has another exit. Líng Xuěróu. Are they at the same crime scene now? We're working on the same case, right? Why does it feel like we're in parallel universes? Let's go. There are no other clues left in the room. Get the tech experts to see if they can recover the footage from the room's hidden cameras. Also download all the hotel surveillance footage, there must be parts we missed. And then we need the hotel floor plans. Lu Yuan spoke as he walked toward the exit. Just then, Gu Hao came walking toward him. Lu Yuan smiled. So, did you find the floor plan? Gu Hao's face flushed with embarrassment. I checked with property management, but they haven't located it yet. Lu Yuan and Líng Xuěróu exchanged a glance, their faces still bearing faint smiles as they passed Gu Hao. It's fine. We'll find it. Gu Hao turned back, bewildered. Watching Lu Yuan's slender silhouette recede, a sudden tightness gripped his heart. Chapter 14, Interrogation. The police station plunged back into a flurry of activity. Though everyone was busy, they worked cheerfully. Searching with direction was far better than floundering around like headless flies. Piece by piece, evidence and clues were laid out before Lu Yuan. After just one day, he set down his phone and shut off the surveillance feed. I know who the killer is. Please bring them in. Lu Yuan said to the detective beside him. The detective who had just delivered the files frowned. Are you sure? We need an arrest warrant to take someone in. Even though the chief and the captain trust you now, if you arrest the wrong person, it could get very messy. Hearing this, Lu Yuan shot him a surprised look. He'd identified the killer yet was still hesitating. If we don't make an arrest, are we just supposed to sit here and wait? After a few seconds of silence, the detective finally grasped Lu Yuan's meaning, took a deep breath, and said, Wait here. I'll go talk to them. The arrest warrant was approved swiftly. Before long, two familiar figures arrived at the police station. Li Buhan and Gu Hao. Lu Yuan greeted them with a smile. Gentlemen, it's good to see you again. Then his expression turned cold. Take them both to separate interrogation rooms. Though the detectives resented Lu Yuan's arrogant demeanor, they complied with his orders and escorted the pair into the interrogation rooms. Líng Xuěróu leaned in. What happens next? Lu Yuan stood up. Next up, interrogation time. Líng Xuěróu raised an eyebrow. You interrogate them? Lu Yuan shrugged. All the clues and evidence are right here with me. Of course I'm interrogating them. You two just watch from outside. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. I must admit, if we can catch the killer of Jiang Susu, it would lift a huge weight off my shoulders. Líng Xuěróu had no choice but to trust him. Fine, as long as you're confident. Just don't get physical, any method is acceptable. Lu Yuan grinned. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. After waiting outside for over 10 minutes, Lu Yuan strolled leisurely into the interrogation room. Click. The interrogation room lights flashed on. From the darkness came a young man's voice. Mr. Gu, I regret to inform you that you have become the prime suspect in this case.
Gu Hao smoothed his clothes and squinted against the glare. Suspect? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Líng Xuěróu, and the other detectives stood outside.
Their gazes pierced through the interrogation room glass, fixed on Lu Yuan and Gu Hao.
Lu Yuan sat down heavily on the table, holding a cup of coffee, and muttered to himself, this case has been full of coincidences from the very beginning. The fifth-floor tenant just happened to be on the fourth floor. The staff member who should have been at the front desk ended up in the hallway. The police located suspects multiple times, only for it all to turn out coincidental in the end.
Mr. Gu, what do you make of this? He took a sip of coffee and looked at Gu Hao. Gu Hao, with his legs crossed, countered leisurely, what do these events have to do with me?
Lu Yuan smiled faintly.
Of course it does. One or two coincidences are perfectly normal. But too many coincidences? That's deliberate. And unfortunately for you, Mr. Gu, you're the only one capable of orchestrating all this. Gu Hao scoffed dismissively. Don't be ridiculous. The hotel is huge and I'm the only one who can manipulate things? Why target me specifically?
Do we have some personal grudge?
Lu Yuan waved his phone.
Your front desk clerk, Li Buhan, stated during questioning that the hotel was understaffed. That's why he's been handling both hallway patrols and room beverage delivery recently. But I just called your boss, and he said the relevant staff have been working their regular shifts.
I believe Ling Buhan wasn't lying either. So besides you, the manager, who else could have arranged this?
Gu Hao frowned slightly, staring at the phone in Lu Yuan's hand. Then he relaxed, replying calmly, yes, I arranged it.
The hotel's been struggling financially lately. To cut costs, I scheduled them to take turns off duty. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and pressed on, so adding customers on WeChat was also your arrangement?
Gu Hao gave Lu Yuan a deep look before replying, yes, I did arrange that to boost customer retention, though I'm not sure how these questions relate to the case.
Lu Yuan shrugged. This is clarifying the reasons for my suspicion. Everything mentioned earlier were clues the police suspected the suspect of, but ultimately turned out to be misunderstandings. And the source of these misunderstandings is you.
Even if you have reasons to refute them as misunderstandings, to me, they're all points of suspicion.
Gu Hao snorted coldly. Are you seriously planning to convict me based on these coincidences? You might as well just beat a confession out of me, that'd be simpler.
Lu Yuan merely chuckled lightly at his attitude, unconcerned.
Fine, let's continue. Mr. Gu, on July 22nd, did you go to the fourth floor?
After a moment's thought, Gu Hao replied, I remember clearly I did not.
Lu Yuan propped his elbows on the table, looking down at him. As the hotel manager, you never went to the fourth floor all day?
Gu Hao retorted bluntly, as manager, I often have more important matters to attend to.
Isn't it perfectly normal not to go? Lu Yuan frowned in confusion. But it's peculiar.
When I spoke with your boss earlier, I casually requested the surveillance footage.
I noticed you appeared briefly in the corner of one recording. Gu Hao froze, furrowing his brow. Impossible.
I reviewed the footage myself, I never appeared in any of the footage.
Lu Yuan nodded in realization. Oh. I see.
Líng Xuěróu's expression shifted slightly as she narrowed her eyes at Gu Hao. She was no fool either, instantly grasping the implications of Gu Hao's response. Earlier, Gu Hao had claimed he'd never been to the fourth floor. But after Lu Yuan challenged him, he swore up and down that he'd reviewed the footage and wasn't in any of the clips. But why would Gu Hao need to review the surveillance footage to confirm whether he'd been to the fourth floor?
It could only mean one thing, he had something to hide.
At first, the other detectives didn't grasp the significance of this exchange either, but upon reflection, they all caught on. This Gu Hao, he really is quite suspicious. Gu Hao seemed to realize something too, his face flashing with impatience. Lu, stop playing word games with me.
Is this fun or something? Word games? If that's how you see it, there's nothing I can do about it.
Lu Yuan replied with no small amount of interest, Mr. Gu, I have a question.
How did you know I wasn't a cop?
Hearing this, Gu Hao froze for a moment before looking up at Lu Yuan blankly.
What did you say?
A vague sense of foreboding began to stir within him.
Chapter 15, Layer by Layer. Lu Yuan wore a puzzled, troubled expression. It's strange. When Officer Ling and I came to the hotel today, you addressed me as Mr. Lu. Now you're calling me by my surname too.
He licked his lips, his voice tinged with pressure.
I don't recall us ever crossing paths before. How would you know I'm not a cop?
You're not going to try to feign sudden recognition and say something like, you're a guest at my hotel.
I've seen you there several times before, are you?
Gu Hao felt his throat go dry. His voice grew deep.
I've been a manager for years. I have my own ways of judging a person's profession. Líng Xuěróu's gaze toward Lu Yuan held a hint of surprise. Gu Hao knew Lu Yuan's background suspicious, but not evidence.
Lu Yuan had revealed it to put pressure on Gu Hao.
But how did he master this psychological pressure tactic better than the police? Lu Yuan nodded, seemingly accepting the explanation. Oh? Is that so? Gu Hao pressed impatiently, what else could it be?
Just as Gu Hao thought Lu Yuan was about to press further on the matter, Lu Yuan broke into a smile. Alright, I've explained why I suspected you.
Gu Hao snapped his head up, instantly relaxing. The suspicions were over? That's it?
All this time, it was just to scare me. But Lu Yuan's next words made his blood freeze once more. What I'm about to present is the substantive evidence proving you are the murderer.
Gu Hao glared coldly at Lu Yuan. Mr. Lu, this kind of joke loses its humor when you overdo it. A joke? Ha! Lu Yuan pondered. Manager Gu, we re-examined the suspect's cause of death and discovered she didn't die from knife wounds, she was suffocated. Gu Hao frowned. So what?
Lu Yuan spread his hands. If the victim had been simply strangled or suffocated by external force, there would have been signs of struggle at the scene. Yet no such signs were found at the scene. It's highly probable the victim had ingested some kind of drug beforehand, rendering her unconscious. Even if she intended to use medication to aid sleep, it wouldn't have caused such deep unconsciousness. Therefore, it's highly probable that the food provided by the hotel was the issue. I heard from the head chef that over the past month. He paused slightly, his tone sharpening. That is, ever since the victim checked into this hotel, you've been extremely concerned about the quality of the kitchen's food and frequently inspected the restaurant.
Yet after the victim's death, you stopped going? May I ask why?
At this remark, the detectives outside the interrogation room stared intently. If Lu Yuan was telling the truth, Gu Hao would be a major suspect.
Gu Hao shook his head expressionlessly in denial. Checking kitchen quality was an order from the owner. I have the chat records to prove it. And I haven't been going lately because of this incident, I just haven't had the heart to focus on that. Without concrete evidence, Lu Yuan's claims remained mere conjecture. Fine. How you preserved the chat logs and your subsequent explanations aren't crucial either. Lu Yuan said casually, what matters is that we found a water stain in the room, and tests confirmed it contained drugs capable of inducing unconsciousness. Our investigation shows you asked several people to buy sleeping pills from a pharmacy 3 days before the incident. Where did those pills go? Gu Hao opened his mouth but no words came out. After a moment, he regained his composure and sneered coldly, I've just been having some trouble sleeping lately. I have no idea where the pills went. Is it a crime to lose sleeping pills you bought? Lu Yuan sighed. Mr. Gu, your willpower is truly remarkable denying this evidence even when it's right in front of you. But you're lucky there's no concrete evidence proving you planted the sleeping pills. Hearing this praise, Gu Hao's nerves tightened further. He fixed his gaze intently on Lu Yuan. The fact that the other man remained so calm and composed meant he must have other evidence. Then let's discuss the next piece of evidence. Sure enough, Lu Yuan slammed a hard drive onto the table with a loud thud. He tapped the metal casing lightly with his fingers. I was bluffing earlier. The fourth-floor surveillance cameras didn't capture you. But unfortunately, your figure appeared at the corner outside the first-floor restroom. Gu Hao's pupils contracted slightly. The detectives' gazes all turned to Lu Yuan. Their eyes were filled with confusion. They had mostly understood the evidence presented earlier. But how did the surveillance footage of Gu Hao at the first-floor corner relate to the murder case? Lu Yuan sipped his coffee, his tone tinged with interest. Earlier, when Officer Ling and I were investigating the room together, guess what we discovered? Gu Hao's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed, offering no response. Lu Yuan tapped his fingers slowly on the table, enunciating each word deliberately. We discovered that the mirror in the bathroom is one-way glass. Behind it lies another room. The revelation sent ripples of commotion through the interrogation room. The detectives exchanged bewildered glances. One-way glass? A room behind the mirror? They had searched the scene back and forth for so long, yet failed to uncover such a crucial clue? Many exchanged awkward glances toward Chief Ling Boyun standing nearby. Judging by the boss's expression, he must be furious, right? Lu Yuan said with interest, earlier, I found the entrance to that room in the hotel's original architectural blueprints. But I never imagined the entrance would be hidden behind a wall in the corner of the first-floor restroom. Surveillance footage shows you entering the first-floor restroom multiple times for extended periods, often taking a detour to get there. What was the reason? Moreover, a strand of hair was discovered inside the room. He leaned closer to Gu Hao, a faint smile playing on his lips. Care to guess whose hair that might be? Gu Hao remained silent for a long moment before abruptly lifting his head, his voice calm and composed. So what? Even if I did go to that room, what does that prove? With hair as evidence, denial was pointless. The surrounding detectives wore solemn expressions. This kid actually admitted it. Lu Yuan downed the coffee in his hand and shook his head in exasperation. True, he said. Beyond proving you're a voyeuristic pervert, it doesn't hold up as decisive evidence. Even though the victim happened to be assigned this room after checking in. Despite the fact that you were the only one who entered this room. Despite all these coincidences and accidents. None of it can be considered crucial evidence. Gu Hao's expression grew increasingly grim. Lu Yuan cleared his throat. But Gu Hao, guess how this little room was discovered? Gu Hao's face froze. How could I possibly? Mid-sentence, a sudden jolt of realization struck him. Chapter 16. Do you truly love her? You fool, finally figured it out? Pretending ignorance now is useless. Lu Yuan shook his head, speaking lazily. While investigating the room, I found 3 pinhole cameras. One of them was conveniently hidden behind the mirror. Since this room is your private hideaway, could you please provide the footage recorded by those cameras? Gu Hao clenched his teeth tightly, still wanting to argue. Lu Yuan continued, oh, right. You must be curious why I said 3 cameras were found in the room when you clearly only installed 1 and dismantled it, right? Gu Hao's face drained of color, his earlier composure completely gone. Lu Yuan sighed. Unfortunately, you weren't the only one who installed hidden cameras in this room. From the moment those cameras were discovered until now. He glanced at his phone. After the police search, pinhole cameras were found in a total of 30 guest rooms. Moreover, several of them still had fingerprints on them. Even if we can't get the footage from your camera, we can find the killer through the footage from the cameras whose fingerprints match. Gu Hao's face fell. He had lost long ago. If Lu Yuan could uncover these cameras, then even if he had thoroughly cleaned up his own traces, it would all be meaningless. The surrounding detectives stared at Lu Yuan with expressions that screamed me. Earlier, when facing Gu Hao's rebuttal, Lu Yuan had maintained an indifferent attitude. Even when Gu Hao admitted to entering the secret room, he showed no reaction. Little did they know he was gradually lulling Gu Hao into complacency, forcing him into a dead end. On the surface, it seemed as though they were powerless against Gu Hao, but in reality, they had him completely in their grasp. Lu Yuan paced slowly in the interrogation room. This makes the sequence of events crystal clear. Since Manager Gu refuses to speak, I'll recount it myself. From the moment the victim first checked into the hotel, you recognized her. She was your lover, wasn't she? Witnessing her betrayal, your mind was consumed by fury, driving you to meticulously orchestrate this murder. After placing her in the hotel's sole room fitted with one-way glass during construction, you repeatedly engaged in perverted voyeurism behind that glass, recording her with cameras to fuel the murderous intent swelling within you. You drugged her food in the restaurant, waited until she was unconscious, then strangled her to death in her room. Afterward, you adjusted the air conditioning to fabricate a false time of death. At 4 p.m., you scheduled elevator maintenance, forcing me, a 5th-floor guest, to pass by her room. You likely knew I often conducted strange experiments in my room, making me a prime suspect. In reality, at 2 p.m., after Li Buhan delivered items to the guest room, you broke in and murdered the victim. Then you severed her head, fabricated the wounds, and manipulated the police into determining the wrong time of death, pinning suspicion squarely on me. And Li Buhan going to the room at 2 o'clock, that was your doing too, right? Even if the police discovered the real time of death, they'd pin it on Li Buhan at the front desk, never suspecting you. Gu Hao stared at the floor beneath his feet, silent. Lu Yuan's fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop as he asked in a deep voice, did you truly love her? Is it the image of them together that haunts your mind? Does your heart wrench every time you see her enter the room arm in arm with another man? Or is it that the vows you once made feel so painful when contrasted with reality? Or is it simply because she shattered the perfect image you held of her that you want to strike her down like this? Gu Hao clenched his fists tightly. Lu Yuan's voice grew heavier with each sentence, his tone thickening with doubt. Every word seemed to burrow from his ears straight into his brain. Sigh, why must men be so petty? She chose her own life. If you truly care for her, you should support her. Isn't it better to let her go and pursue a better life? Suddenly, he adopted a comforting expression, as if urging an old friend. Bang! At that moment, Gu Hao slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Lu Yuan. Petty? Don't you dare talk down to me. I paid for her meals, her drinks, checked in on her daily, all just to get her to agree to a simple dinner date. We went on dates, but I couldn't even touch her hand. After 6 months together, the most daring thing I did was kiss her once. 2 years of long distance, and she kept complaining we didn't see each other enough. I worked my ass off, finally moved to this city, wanting to land a great job and give her a huge surprise. And what happened? Gu Hao's voice came out through gritted teeth. She gave me a big surprise first. Lu Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he offered no rebuttal. Except for the murder part, he could understand Gu Hao's feelings. His earlier words had merely prodded him into revealing the truth. Now that the goal was achieved, there was no need for further words. Now it was time for Gu Hao to spill the beans. Do you truly know what it feels like when even hearing a single song fills another person with memories of you? Do you truly understand what it feels like to see someone you once regarded as an angel suddenly lying in a pile of trash? Gu Hao roared, give up. What am I supposed to give up? Just abandon 2 years of my devotion? Just throw away every beautiful hope I held in my heart? Let her humiliate me with lies and betrayal? Lu Yuan replied calmly, that's no reason to kill someone. Ha 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 ha. Gu Hao let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. I've thought about walking away countless times, but I just can't leave her. But staying here means watching her walk into a room with another man over and over. I can't even bear to imagine what happens inside. She tortures me like this, over and over. He slammed his fist onto the table and roared, what choice do I have besides killing her? I told you, that's no reason to kill. You have no right to take another person's life just because you're angry.
Facing Gu Hao's fury, Lu Yuan remained utterly composed, his eyes holding a faint detachment.
Mr. Gu, do you truly love her as much as you claim? Gu Hao lifted his head blankly, standing frozen in place for several seconds.
He suddenly realized that this question, which should have elicited an immediate yes without hesitation,
was one he couldn't answer at all. Love? Truly love her? Was the one he loved the woman conjured in his mind, or the one who truly existed? Chapter 17, Heartbroken? A wise choice.
Lu Yuan snapped his fingers with a sharp pop and added casually, even if she refuses to admit it, it'll just take a bit more time to go to your place and gather the necessary evidence.
Outside the interrogation room,
Líng Xuěróu stared in utter disbelief. The case was solved just like that? Even with every detail laid bare, she still felt as if she hadn't fully processed it. They had searched the same crime scene together. She had found almost nothing, only some routine clues. But Lu Yuan, following the faintest of clues, had uncovered the crucial evidence and directly identified the real culprit.
Lu Yuan's entire understanding of the scene from the start was limited to the photographs and case files in the interrogation room. Could the gap in their investigative and criminal profiling abilities really be this vast? You probably won't believe this, but I had considered these clues before too. Get lost. If you thought of them, would we have let an outsider solve the case?
This kid's got it all. Finding the key clues to crack the case is impressive enough, but his psychological tactics are equally sharp.
You bet.
Look at that pathetic state Gu Hao's in. If I'd interrogated him, we'd never have gotten this result.
Each generation surpasses the last.
The old guard is washed up.
Cut it out. You've only been out of the academy 2 years. What's with this tone, like you're about to kick the bucket?
The other detectives around them now looked at Lu Yuan with a different kind of gaze. Their gazes held a hint of excitement and embarrassment.
Although Lu Yuan had cracked the case, the credit and recognition would largely go to their bureau.
This time, they'd gotten a huge break off Lu Yuan. Good for you, kid. For the sake of the credit, we'll acknowledge you. As Lu Yuan stepped out of the interrogation room, Ling Boyun approached him with a cheerful smile. Young brother Lu, would you be interested in joining the police force? Líng Xuěróu's eyes lit up, her expression tinged with anticipation.
Lu Yuan hesitated briefly before shaking his head.
Sorry, I'm more of a free spirit.
A job within the system just isn't for me.
Heh, no problem. Ling Boyun shrugged it off. The police department currently needs a criminal investigation consultant, someone to assist with cracking major cases. It's a flexible position with no fixed hours.
Would you be interested?
Líng Xuěróu stared at Ling Boyun in astonishment. This was the first time her father had ever proactively extended such an offer to anyone. Though criminal investigation consultant sounded like a minor, leisurely position, it carried the title of consultant, granting unexpected privileges. This was a huge show of respect for Lu Yuan. The other detectives wore expressions of discontent, unwilling to see the bureau chief hand such a position to the young man before them. Even if this young man's case-solving skills were indeed impressive, it still felt like they were overestimating him. Facing the collective stares, Lu Yuan shrugged. It sounds tempting, but at the end of the day, it's still some kind of official position.
My interest lies in detective work. Consultant? Nah, I'll pass.
He declined? The expressions on their faces darkened with even greater displeasure.
Who does he think he is, turning down a position recommended by the chief?
While they were reluctant to offer him the position, they were even more unwilling to be rejected by him.
A faint smile touched Ling Boyun's lips.
Heh, if you want to be a detective, you should accept it all the more.
Don't you want to try solving cases ordinary people never get to touch?
Lu Yuan paused in surprise.
Cases ordinary people can't access?
Ling Boyun nodded slightly. Some cases, due to the victim's status and various other factors, are beyond the knowledge of ordinary people. But such cases typically draw massive police resources.
If they remain unsolved for long, they become intractable cold cases. Aren't you intrigued by that?
Líng Xuěróu stood nearby, a smile in her eyes. When her father spoke to keep him, she knew Lu Yuan would never leave.
Lu Yuan's gaze flickered as he pondered. If that's the case,
Ling Boyun pressed his advantage. I happen to have just such a case on my hands. If you can find the killer, your reputation as a master detective will spread far and wide.
Wouldn't that make it easier to secure more cases you desire?
That's certainly true.
Wait a moment.
Lu Yuan froze, his eyes narrowing suspiciously at Ling Boyun.
Commissioner Ling, you wouldn't be eager to offload your unsolved cases, would you? Is that why you're so eager to make me your consultant?
Ling Boyun laughed heartily, then nodded in acknowledgement.
You're absolutely right. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers and declared without hesitation, all right, I'm in. The surrounding detectives exchanged peculiar glances.
This odd dynamic between the old man and the youngster, how peculiar. Líng Xuěróu, however, had long grown accustomed to it. Since the position of criminal investigation consultant was personally established by the chief and held no official status, the hiring procedures were relatively straightforward.
While Gu Hao was escorted away for further interrogation, Lu Yuan's system registration was fully prepared, only the official credentials confirming his status remained pending. After everyone dispersed, they arrived at the police station entrance.
Ling Boyun gave Lu Yuan a light pat on the shoulder.
To be honest, this case has weighed heavily on my mind for a long time. If you can truly help, it would be a blessing. However, getting higher-ups to approve your involvement requires some reviews. Once they make a decision, I'll have Xuěróu notify you. No problem. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, his interest growing. A case that required approval from higher-ups before handling. This seemed quite intriguing.
After Ling Boyun left, Lu Yuan turned his head, puzzled.
Ha? Aren't you going back to work? Líng Xuěróu retorted with a hint of displeasure. What? You think I'm annoying?
This time, I not only helped you get promoted and a raise, but I also applied for a bonus for you.
You owe me.
Lu Yuan took a half step back, clasping his hands over his chest in feigned alarm.
I'm a performer, not a prostitute. What nonsense. You stinking man, who wants your body anyway?
Líng Xuěróu's cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted. I just want you to tell me how you figured out those clues.
You suspected him just because Gu Hao mispronounced your name? Lu Yuan shook his head. No way.
I was already suspicious of him before that. Líng Xuěróu looked astonished.
Before that? Lu Yuan explained, I remembered him the moment you mentioned the previous interrogation.
I'm in the habit of observing my surroundings when I go out. I often ran into Gu Hao at the hotel, so I took note of him. This month, our encounters decreased significantly.
Plus, whenever he patrolled the hotel, he'd nervously glance around as if actively avoiding something.
He was acting shady, knew the hotel inside out, and had some control over it. When I pieced that together with other clues, suspicion naturally fell on him.
Líng Xuěróu exclaimed in disbelief. You noticed something that happened in the blink of an eye and actually remembered it?
Lu Yuan shrugged it off.
As a detective, isn't it perfectly normal to observe every tiny change in the world at any given moment?
Líng Xuěróu snorted lightly.
Anyone can brag. Talking is easy. Lu Yuan paused thoughtfully. Your front desk clerk, his surname is Wang, right? Last time I was here, I noticed he wore a woven bracelet. This time, it's gone.
I noticed his dark circles seem much heavier now, and his gaze keeps drifting to his phone.
You could ask him if he's going through a breakup.
Líng Xuěróu blinked and turned to look at the receptionist nearby.
Upon closer observation, she indeed noticed the traits Lu Yuan had described.
Receptionist Wang Bo was staring at his phone screen with a worried expression, lost in thought.
Líng Xuěróu didn't buy it. She walked slowly up to him and asked curiously, What are you thinking about?
You look so deep in thought. Wang Bo visibly startled, his voice stuttering slightly.
Captain Líng, nothing much. Just didn't get much rest yesterday, so I'm a bit distracted. Líng Xuěróu's eyes twinkled as she offered sincere comfort. A broken heart isn't the end of the world.
People come together and drift apart, it's just how life goes.
Yeah, I know that, but...
Wang Bo let out a soft sigh before realizing something was off.
Captain Líng, how did you know I'd been through a breakup? Chapter 18, A Dead Body in the Room.
Líng Xuěróu suddenly felt flustered, backing away toward the exit of the police station.
Could Lu Yuan have actually guessed correctly? To notice what kind of jewelry someone wore on their hand 2 days prior, what kind of terrifying observational skills was that? Lu Yuan, you really can. What kind of person are you?
By the time she reached the doorway, Lu Yuan had already vanished. Líng Xuěróu stamped her foot where she stood, grumbling indignantly, Why did you leave?
I wasn't going to eat you or anything.
Lowering her head, she noticed a text message had appeared on her phone at some point.
Come to my place tomorrow morning. Beneath the text was an emoji.
A panda-like character grinned cheekily, its face stretched into a sly smile. Líng Xuěróu froze, then her pretty face flushed bright red.
Who said I was going to your place?
What for? She paused, then typed out a message to ask.
But Lu Yuan remained silent. Líng Xuěróu took a deep breath and put her phone down. Dare to leave this lady hanging like this? Oomph. Tomorrow I'll see exactly what you want me to do. The next morning. Knock knock knock.
Líng Xuěróu stood at the door, hesitated for a moment, then knocked softly.
The apartment door swung open. Lu Yuan grinned. You're up pretty early.
Líng Xuěróu retorted, her cheeks puffed out with indignation. So what exactly did you want me to come here for? She had been feeling a bit nervous inside. After waiting all night for Lu Yuan's reply, that nervousness had gradually turned into irritation.
Lu Yuan explained, I just wanted to take you out for a walk.
Líng Xuěróu snorted lightly.
Who wants to go out with you? Do you think I have nothing better to do? I see you're not wearing your work uniform. Guess you took the day off, huh? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in inquiry.
You don't think I took the day off just to hang out with you?
Líng Xuěróu flushed and turned her head away.
I just came to inform you that after my father submitted your name, it was approved.
You now have access to participate in that case. Lu Yuan was taken aback. It was approved that quickly?
Líng Xuěróu shot him a look. Well, it was my dad who recommended you.
How hard could it be? Lu Yuan nodded, rubbing his chin. That's great. A case like this should be pretty interesting to work on. Líng Xuěróu shook her head. It'll be even more interesting if you can't crack the case losing your job right after getting it. Lu Yuan chuckled dryly. Well, that would just prove I'm not cut out for this job. Líng Xuěróu sighed. You really are thick-skinned. Who knows? The higher-ups might even blame my dad for casually recommending someone to handle this case. Lu Yuan pondered thoughtfully. That is a problem. You'll be in real trouble then. Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened. Lu Yuan, are you even speaking human language? What do you mean you'll be in trouble? What kind of attitude is this, acting like it's none of his business? If I dare to get involved, it's because I'm confident I can solve this case. Since you trust me, there's no need to worry so much. Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Relax. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. Líng Xuěróu paused, then teased, you actually have money to treat me to dinner? Lu Yuan stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him. You'll find out when we get there. Give me the car keys. Oh, so eager to be my chauffeur now? Líng Xuěróu handed him the keys. Lu Yuan didn't respond to her remark, silently letting out a sigh of relief. Who wants to be a driver? Isn't it for your own life? 10 minutes later, the red Mustang pulled up at Qianji Square. The two stepped out of the car. The handsome man and beautiful woman instantly drew the attention of many passers-by. Even though it was a weekday, a big city like H City was never short of people. Early in the morning, many people were already strolling around the plaza with bubble tea in hand. Together, they entered the commercial building. On a sweltering summer day, strolling around in the air-conditioned comfort, free from work worries, had a certain charm all its own. Before long, Lu Yuan stopped in front of a shop. Líng Xuěróu looked up to see the sign bearing the bold characters, No Escape Room Club. Líng Xuěróu looked surprised. Escape rooms? You, who call yourself a detective, playing childish games like this? It's not just for fun. I mainly want to introduce you to someone. Lu Yuan led Líng Xuěróu inside the shop. A slightly plump man at the front desk immediately approached them. Whoa, Brother Lu, you're moving fast this time. Lu Yuan introduced, this is Fat Tang, China's top escape room designer and prop maker. You can also call him Tang Jianlu. Tang Jianlu was speechless. What do you mean you can also call him Tang Jianlu? That's my real name. Who introduces a friend like that? He then flashed a warm smile at Líng Xuěróu. Hello, beautiful. Zhang from Jianghu, the martial arts world, Lu from Lu Willow Tree. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. Líng Xuěróu. Lu Yuan added, she's the captain of the city's criminal investigation division. Hearing this introduction, Tang Jianglu perked up instantly. Criminal police? He glanced at Lu Yuan hesitantly. Then what about what we discussed earlier? Lu Yuan gave a slight nod. Depends on your performance. No problem, no problem. Tang Jianglu nodded repeatedly. Líng Xuěróu turned her head suspiciously toward Lu Yuan. What are you two talking about? Didn't we agree to come eat? Lu Yuan chuckled, Fat Tang's shop has a new opening promotion. If you can solve it within the time limit, he'll treat you to a free meal. Líng Xuěróu suddenly understood, then sighed helplessly, so you dressed up all formal just to score a free meal? Tang Jianglu interjected, his expression resigned, Brother Lu, this escape room was prepared for others. You really shouldn't join in. Lu Yuan whipped his head around, eyes wide. Huh? No freebie meal for me? I brought customers along. Tang Jianlu spread his hands. Don't get me wrong. My point is, my puzzles probably won't stump a professional detective like you. Might as well skip the puzzle solving part and just treat you to dinner. Líng Xuěróu shot Lu Yuan a peculiar look. This really was earning his keep through skill. Lu Yuan chuckled. That'd be rude. We should still go through the proper steps. Tang Jianglu waved it off. Forget it, don't waste the time. Once the guests inside finish, just tell me where you want to eat. No sooner had the words left his mouth than two shrieks pierced the air from the narrow passageway leading to the secret room's entrance. Then, a couple with ashen faces rushed out. Tang Jianglu frowned, about to ask what was going on, when the walkie-talkie on the nearby table crackled to life. Boss, these two say there's a dead body inside. I'll just activate the mechanism and let them out. The surveillance for the room they mentioned is malfunctioning. Shouldn't you go check it out? Chapter 19, Who is the killer? A dead body inside? How could we be so unlucky as to stumble upon a murder scene? Líng Xuěróu's expression darkened as she urgently asked, find out exactly which room it is and go check immediately. Tang Jianlu immediately pulled out his walkie-talkie to inquire. Room A7 in Zone 3. The response came swiftly from the other end of the radio. Tang Jianlu looked at Lu Yuan with a troubled expression. Brother Lu, Officer Líng, how about we lend a hand and check out the situation together? Lu Yuan naturally wouldn't refuse. I understand the saying, he who takes the money is bound to the man who pays. Líng Xuěróu nodded in agreement. Human life is at stake. Let's go check it out. The three proceeded down the corridor together.
After walking about 10 meters, Tang Jianlu, who was leading the way, stopped and pushed open the door on the right. This room was the final stage of a themed escape room. Since the couple had been released directly, the props inside remained neatly arranged. After passing through 2 more rooms, the lighting suddenly grew bright. On the floor of the room, a body lay motionless. The owner of the body stared blankly at the ceiling, their face rigid. Tang Jianlu crouched down and gently placed his fingers on the man's neck. After checking, he stood up and shook his head. No vital signs. Yuan stroked his chin, glanced at Tang Jianlu, and wore a thoughtful expression. Líng Xuěróu pulled out her phone, glanced at the screen, and said, "No signal here. I'll go outside to call the police." Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the room. Accompanied by the grinding of mechanical gears, the wall slowly closed in toward the center. Tang Jianlu's face paled. He grabbed the walkie-talkie urgently. "What's happening?" The walkie-talkie crackled. "Boss, the mechanism seems to have malfunctioned. Get out now." Yuan's expression shifted to one of sudden realization. He glanced up at Tang Jianlu. "How long before the walls close?" Tang Jianlu replied gravely, 20 minutes. "My mechanisms always prioritize realism. In 20 minutes, the bodies will be crushed into pulp." Líng Xuěróu's expression darkened. This made this situation extremely dire. If they dragged the body out now, most of the clues in the room would vanish. Solving the case afterward would become extremely difficult. And to solve the case using the clues left at the scene, there were only 20 minutes. She looked at Yuan. "What do you think? No need to call the police for a minor case like this. 20 minutes is plenty of time for us to solve it." Yuan circled the body, muttering, "Judging by his appearance, he's been dead less than an hour." "Fatso Tang, how many customers have you had today?" Tang Jianlu shook his head. "We just opened. Besides that young couple earlier, you're the only ones here." Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Not even any suspects?" He crouched before the body. There are ligature marks on the victim's neck, and his face is turning blue. The cause of death appears to be strangulation. But, he pointed at the corpse's calf. "What about these marks on his leg? They look like they were made by a mesh net." Though phrased as a question, Yuan didn't expect an answer. Líng Xuěróu and Tang Jianlu frowned and thought beside him. Facing the walls closing in, Yuan's expression remained utterly unchanged, as serene and composed as if he were in a quiet tea room. His palm lightly traced the carpet. The room's carpet is soaked, and the victim's clothes are drenched too. He looked up at the ceiling and concluded, something must have triggered the smoke alarm. Tang Jianlu pointed to a spot on the ceiling. "That must be it. Look, water is still dripping from there." Every few seconds, a drop seeped from the ceiling pipe and fell straight to the floor. Líng Xuěróu frowned in confusion. If the victim was strangled, how did he end up lying on the floor? Simple. The killer used water-soluble cord. Yuan immediately offered an explanation. He picked up a small piece of thin thread from the carpet, then rubbed it against the damp carpet. The thread vanished without a trace. Líng Xuěróu realized with a flash of understanding, so, the victim was tied to the ceiling the whole time? When the smoke detector triggered, the ceiling sprayed water and he fell down? Yuan nodded slightly. Exactly. The victim was tied to the ceiling with water-soluble thread beforehand. When the smoke detector activated, the thread binding him dissolved in the water. So, one possibility is that the meticulously arranged mechanism was designed solely to make him appear before us at a specific time, and he was killed by other means. Another possibility is that the water-soluble thread wrapped around him was the actual cause of death, explaining the ligature marks on his neck. The body only fell to the ground after the pipe sprayed water. Líng Xuěróu frowned in thought, then realized with a hint of resignation that she was once again struggling to keep up with Yuan's reasoning. This man always seemed to have his own set of logic when considering such matters. While others were still analyzing clues at the scene, he could already construct a logically consistent hypothesis. Tang Jianlu immediately countered, but the second theory doesn't seem very realistic. Just that couple alone spent nearly an hour inside. If he truly hanged himself, the victim should have been dead long ago. Based on the body's signs, the time of death was within the last hour, maybe even half an hour. And in that short time, no one, myself included, had any chance to approach that room. Besides, why would the killer make him fall? Why not just leave him hanging up there? Yuan didn't answer him, but mused. Xuěróu, unlock his phone with his fingerprint. See if there's any information. Got it. Líng Xuěróu wanted to comment on being called Xuěróu, but the urgency of the situation forced her to follow Yuan's instructions. Yuan activated the phone's flashlight and shone it toward the corner of the ceiling, then furrowed his brow slightly. The transmission cable for the surveillance camera had been cut into 2 pieces. At the same time, he noticed that the wall surface 30 centimeters below the ceiling showed a stark difference in wear and tear compared to the surrounding areas. "Ha! I see." Yuan chuckled, though his meaning was unclear, and shifted his gaze elsewhere. So this triggered the smoke detector? He crouched down, pointing at a small damp patch of white ash on the carpet. Someone lit a stick of incense inside beforehand. Since there was little airflow in the room, the smoke rose directly to the sensor's location. So we can confirm the body was deliberately placed here for us to find. At that moment, Líng Xuěróu spoke up from the side. His phone wasn't locked. The last message was to his wife, sent yesterday at 2 p.m. He was furious, saying he was going to collect a debt. Collect a debt? Yuan inquired. Fat Tang, what time does your shop usually close? Tang Jianglu explained, usually around midnight, but we'd stay open an extra hour or two when business was busy. Yuan asked, were there many customers yesterday? Tang Jianglu shook his head. Not particularly. Yuan nodded. Good. I already know who the killer is. Líng Xuěróu's attention shifted from her phone to Yuan, her expression stunned. You know who the murderer is? How long has it been? Not even 10 minutes? Even the adjacent wall hadn't fully closed yet. And there weren't even any suspects yet. Tang Jiangliu's eyes lit up with anticipation. Who's the killer? Chapter 20, isn't it you? Yuan's eyes flickered as he countered, Old Tang, isn't the murderer you? The killer was him? Líng Xuěróu stared at Tang Jianlu in disbelief. Tang Jianlu rubbed his bulging belly and shook his head with a laugh. Brother Lu, what kind of joke is this? How could I possibly be the murderer? Yuan spoke calmly. The victim left home at 4 p.m. yesterday to collect a debt. Yet he ended up dead here at your place. Would someone desperate to collect a debt have the leisure to visit an entertainment venue like yours? Therefore, it's highly likely that the person he was chasing for debt was you. You've launched several new themes lately, but with few customers, you must be short on cash, right? Líng Xuěróu looked confused and turned to Tang Jianlu. Tang Jianlu shook his head. Detective Lu, you know as well as I do that solving cases requires evidence. We haven't even figured out the method yet, and you're already suspecting me as the murderer. Isn't that a bit hasty? Yuan chuckled. Method? Then let's first discuss how you committed the crime. Actually, it's not too far off from what we just speculated. Yesterday afternoon, after the victim arrived at your shop, you drugged him into unconsciousness. Then you used water-soluble thread to bind him to the ceiling of this room. I know you always personally oversee the setup of your scenes, so you've been the one handling the restoration of props in the room. Disposing of a body this way wouldn't be difficult for you. Tang Jianglu countered, he came to see me at 4 p.m. That left me 6 or 7 hours without freedom of movement. Does my shop look like it has a place to hide someone? Where would I have put his body? Yuan raised an eyebrow. Tie him to the ceiling, of course. After he arrived at your shop, you drugged him unconscious and secured his body to the ceiling with water-soluble thread. Tang Jianglu denied it again. That's ridiculous. Have you considered how I'd tie up someone that big? And after that time, if a customer enters the secret room, they discover him immediately. Yuan watched him with keen interest. So, have any customers actually entered this secret room? Tang Jiangliu's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean? Of course there have been. Yuan cut him off. When I came in earlier, I specifically glanced at the theme poster. This room is called Happy Camp, labeled for 2-3 players, right? Mr. Tang, anyone paying attention could tell the theme poster was swapped out. Selling this shoddy theme at the same price as others, isn't that just to scare people away? So when you say guests might see the deceased, the truth is, no guests would ever come in at all. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. Though she hadn't noticed the poster on the wall, Tang Jiangliu's expression confirmed there was likely truth to his words. As for Yuan's memory, she didn't doubt it either. But, this turn of events felt off. How did it go from freeloading to catching a killer? Yuan continued, as for how we tied him up, that was equally straightforward. The carpet leading to the next room had crease marks. He added with interest, when you set up the mechanism, you didn't just make the walls close in, did you? The floor could rise up too, right? Once the mechanism activated, those creases transformed into steps, guiding guests down to the next room. So when the floor rose, you could easily bind the body onto it, which was the main reason you chose this room. Also, just cutting the surveillance transmission cable, that seems a bit lazy, doesn't it? If you'd interfered with the feed in other ways, retrieving the footage would still be obstructed. But by cutting it clean, wouldn't they just see you in the final segment of the recording? After hearing all this, Tang Jianglu didn't know how to respond. Clearly, Yuan's deductions were spot on. The floor platform could indeed rise. And the surveillance footage probably did capture something. Tang Jianglu snapped his head up. But if I only tied him up, how did he die? Even if the smoke detector triggered, it would only have caused him to fall. The gears continued turning, the walls on either side slowly squeezing inward, leaving only 3 or 4 meters of space. Yuan remained composed. The key lies in the water-soluble thread. There were traces of mesh on the victim's calf, and if you look closely, there are also marks on his clothes. Meaning the victim was first bound head to toe with the water-soluble rope, which is why he survived unconscious. One detail: the ceiling is still leaking. He looked up at the ceiling. Think about it, how could a section of a fire sprinkler pipe like this be leaking? If the pipe were damaged, you would have noticed it long ago. So there was no water in the pipe at all.
Tang Jianlu remained silent. Lu Yuan continued, "It was only after we arrived that you activated the hidden water valve switch beneath the front desk. If I recall correctly, that pipe on the wall is a water supply line?" The dripping water fell precisely onto the victim's body, dissolving the water-soluble thread binding him. This caused his body to suddenly plummet, hanging from the ceiling until he was strangled to death. Then, the sandalwood incense you planted here triggered the smoke detector, causing his entire body to crash to the floor. This completed the locked room murder, creating your alibi. Lu Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. "Mr. Tang, is my analysis correct?" Clap 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 clap. "Truly the great detective Lu, I'm impressed." Tang Jianlu clapped with a laugh. 10 minutes, and you deduced all this? I wasted all that preparation time. The walls on either side ceased closing. The control switch, of course, was on boss Tang Jianlu himself. Lu Yuan grinned. "This setup was quite clever, but dinner's still on you." Tang Jianlu sighed beside him, "So you figured it out all along?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "When have your mechanisms ever malfunctioned? From the moment you mentioned they were out of control, I had a pretty good idea what was going on." "Fine." Tang Jianlu looked defeated. "It had to be you. If I'd asked old Duan and the others, they probably wouldn't have noticed." "Huh? What kind of plot twist is this?" Líng Xuěróu paused abruptly, looked at the two of them blankly, and frowned. "What are you talking about?" Lu Yuan explained, "We're here to piggyback on your meal. Solving a case gets us a free meal, right?" Líng Xuěróu blinked, still not catching on. Lu Yuan continued, "Everything from earlier until now was actually a simulated murder case. This is the locked room mystery we're challenging today." Líng Xuěróu couldn't accept it. "What about the body on the floor? Did you actually kill someone just to play detective?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you notice? That's a prop lying on the floor." "A prop?" Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened as she crouched down to examine it closely. Exquisitely crafted skin texture, flawless ligature marks, lifelike bloodstains. At first glance, it looked exactly like a real person. But upon closer inspection, something was off. The texture under her fingertips still felt different from a real person. Then she recalled Lu Yuan's earlier introduction of Tang Jianlu as a top-tier prop master. So it was true? So this entire case was actually a meticulously crafted game? This immersion was just too intense. Chapter 21, Dawn Winery. Lu Yuan glanced at Tang Jianlu, whose face was full of anticipation, then sighed helplessly at Líng Xuěróu. "Actually, we weren't the only ones playing the escape room this time. Fatso Tang is also undergoing our test. He's been wanting some professionals to test the props he designed. What do you think about having the detectives from the police station come play his escape rooms more often?" Líng Xuěróu suddenly understood. No wonder Tang Jianlu looked so excited when he heard I was a cop. So that was his plan all along. She looked at Tang Jianlu seriously. "Your designs are truly outstanding. If our people come to play, they'll definitely learn a lot from you. So I think it's fine. Having the detectives come play the escape room more often wouldn't be any trouble at all. An escape room of this caliber would definitely attract a crowd eager to play." Tang Jianlu exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you, Officer Líng. Brother Lu, you're the man. You can pull strings anywhere your connections reach the heavens. Truly, you can reach for the moon above and dive to the depths below." Lu Yuan smirked proudly, "You bet. Hanging with your brother Lu means living the high life." Líng Xuěróu froze, then took a deep breath, barely holding back a curse. Connections? Unparalleled influence? What nonsense! She'd agreed to collaborate because Tang Jianlu's props were well made. How dare you start bragging now? Tang Jianlu beamed with delight. Exactly. Exactly. Hanging with brother Lu means living the high life. Today, I'm covering every single penny of your food and drink. Half an hour later. Líng Xuěróu held her knife and fork, her expression filled with pity. This meal must have cost Tang Jianlu a fortune, huh? Lu Yuan chuckled. "Fatso Tang's got way deeper pockets than you think. Who else has that kind of spare cash to buy a whole restaurant and do major renovations every few months?" Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. "True." She promptly devoured the premium Wagyu beef on her fork. Lu Yuan sighed. "Opportunities to freeload like this don't come often. Too bad they didn't restock the signature caviar." Líng Xuěróu couldn't help but ask, "You seem so used to this. Has Tang Jianlu treated you to meals quite often before?" Lu Yuan grinned. 23 themes, 23 meals. Líng Xuěróu was momentarily speechless. Why was she starting to feel a bit sorry for Boss Tang? Lu Yuan pondered. "By the way, what exactly is this case your dad mentioned?" Líng Xuěróu shook her head. "I don't know much either. Just that it involves some big shot. Dad said we'd talk more once you're here." "Alright, let's eat first. Here elbow white truffles. Just use them as a garnish. If you can't finish them, just toss them. Don't be shy." Lu Yuan nodded and refocused on his meal. Líng Xuěróu held her fork, speechless. Seriously, is that even human speech? After eating and drinking their fill, the two headed to the police station together. Lu Yuan drove again. He discovered that Líng Xuěróu possessed a unique talent.
She could make passengers who rode in her car willingly become her drivers.
Upon entering the chief's office, Líng Boyun was seated in his chair, glasses perched on his nose, reviewing case files.
Spotting them enter, he waved them over.
"Young Lu, you're here? Come sit down." Lu Yuan didn't hesitate, taking a seat opposite him. Líng Boyun took a good look at Lu Yuan and exclaimed in surprise, "Dressed so formally?" Lu Yuan chuckled. "Commissioner Líng assigned me such an important case, how could I not dress formally?"
Líng nodded slightly, admiringly remarking, "Young people these days rarely place such importance on etiquette."
Like hell he was. He was just dressing up to score a free meal. Doesn't this guy blush when he lies?
Líng Xuěróu was bursting with embarrassment beside him. Líng Boyun continued, "Let me briefly outline the case for you now.
I'll give you the files later, you can review them on the way." Lu Yuan looked puzzled. "We're going there today?" Líng Boyun nodded. "Yes. We've already made arrangements. If you need to investigate anything, just go ahead and ask.
The scene is still perfectly preserved. But don't put too much pressure on yourself.
This case is inherently tricky to crack. If you can't solve it, don't beat yourself up over it." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "I wasn't planning to push it to the limit anyway. But hearing you say that, if I can't crack this case, I doubt I'll be able to sleep at all." "Haha, that kind of drive is exactly what we need." Líng Boyun slid the documents across the desk toward Lu Yuan. "The incident occurred 3 months ago at Dawnbreak Winery.
The victim was the winery owner's eldest son."
Lu Yuan looked surprised. "Dawnbreak Winery?"
Líng Boyun looked puzzled.
"You've heard of it?" Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Sort of. A friend brought me some of their wine. The taste? Pretty good." Líng Boyun clicked his tongue. "That must have been a counterfeit.
Their wines are exclusively supplied to select establishments."
Though he said this, a faint trace of contemplation flickered in his eyes.
Lu Yuan remained non-committal. Líng Boyun continued, "On the day Zhou Chenxi's eldest son died, the winery was hosting a wine tasting event.
Given the time frame of the death, every single person present could be a suspect.
After the police investigation, while most suspects were ruled out, the remaining ones still pose a dead end. With so many people at the winery that day and the scene being chaotic, it's impossible to distinguish which clues are relevant to the case.
That's the biggest challenge in this case. It'll probably give you a headache for a while." Lu Yuan stroked his chin, a look of keen interest spreading across his face.
Cases like this demanded extensive analysis, deduction, and investigation, while also presenting countless misleading clues. It was precisely his favorite kind of case. Líng Boyun tapped the documents on the table with his fingers. "That's the basic situation. All the details are in the case files.
It's almost time for your appointment. You two should head to the scene first." Líng Xuěróu, standing nearby, asked in surprise, "Should I come along too?" Líng Boyun nodded. "I included you in the request I submitted to headquarters. When it comes to solving cases, you have a lot to learn from Lu." "All right." Líng Xuěróu glanced at Lu Yuan. The two left the office and headed to the parking lot.
Líng Xuěróu jingled her keys.
"You can review the case files on the way.
I'll drive."
Lu Yuan tucked the files away, his expression serious. "No, I should drive."
Líng Xuěróu looked puzzled.
"We're heading to the scene. Shouldn't you prepare properly?"
Lu Yuan explained, "Actually, with cases like this, reviewing the files can be misleading and cloud your judgment. It's better to investigate firsthand and then analyze the information based on what the files might have missed."
"Is that so?"
Líng Xuěróu didn't quite understand, but she nodded slightly in acceptance.
"That's right, exactly." Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, that was complete nonsense. The case file influencing judgment. How little faith does that show in the police's professional competence? But asking Líng Xuěróu to drive? Forget about whether she could get there safely. At the very least, he couldn't focus on reviewing the case files. After a bumpy ride, the car finally arrived at Morning Light Manor at noon. Chapter 22, Detective? They're loaded. Parking the car, Lu Yuan couldn't help but marvel. The estate's gate was a bit too extravagant, wasn't it?
The entire gate spanned about 30 meters wide, with carved white marble pillars supporting a tiered brick and tile archway adorned with granite accents.
A plaque hung above, bearing the 4 characters Morning Light Winery. Opulent yet retaining elegance and classical charm. Just looking up at it was enough to inspire admiration.
Líng Xuěróu, who had reviewed the case files, explained, "The owner of this winery is Zhou Chenxi. He built his fortune from scratch in his youth, is known for his generosity, and has cultivated connections with many influential figures. Coincidentally, several retired officials became fond of his wines, so everyone tends to give him some face.
They'll lend a hand whenever possible.
This case being suppressed without any leaks is thanks to those friends. They're worried about public opinion affecting the winery's development."
Lu Yuan curled his lip. Built a fortune in his youth?
He just wondered whether this so-called generosity came before or after he made his fortune. He always approached official information with skepticism.
Lu Yuan suddenly frowned. Wait, concerned about the winery's development? A winery that exclusively produces wines for internal supply would worry about public opinion?
Líng Xuěróu sighed helplessly. That's precisely why I asked you to review the case files earlier. Dawnbreak Winery does produce exclusive wines, but they also own several well-known brands in the market. Their concern is that this might tarnish those brands. After all, Dawn Winery has always projected an image of harmony and unity to the outside world, positioning its stable, harmonious family as part of its marketing strategy. If word gets out about a death, it could easily affect the stock price.
Lu Yuan nodded slightly.
In business competition, examples of concealing negative news abound. As long as it boosts the stock price, even a boss lying in the ICU could be sent on a Hawaiian vacation. Just as the two were about to enter the winery, a man's voice called out from nearby, "Xuěróu, you're here."
Líng Xuěróu's expression darkened instantly.
She turned to face the man approaching her slowly. "Sun Jingxing, I told you don't call me Xuěróu."
What are you doing here? Sun Jingxing cleared his throat and smoothed his shirt. As a member of the Jing District Criminal Investigation Brigade, it's only natural for me to be involved in a case like this, right?
His gaze suddenly fell on Lu Yuan beside her, and his brow immediately furrowed.
And who might this be? Lu Yuan smiled as he introduced himself. Detective. Lu Yuan. Detective. Sun Jingxing paused, then burst into laughter. Are you kidding me? Who calls themselves a detective these days? Been reading too many detective novels?
Líng Xuěróu's face flashed with displeasure.
Show some respect. He's our bureau's new criminal investigation consultant.
Sun Jingxing shook his head helplessly.
My apologies. This kid's just too funny. Why not just say he's a consultant, some cushy position?
Instead, he has to call himself a detective and put on airs.
What's the point? Don't be so rude.
Líng Xuěróu's face darkened with anger.
Officer Sun Jingxing, right? Her finger was gently pressed down.
Lu Yuan stood nearby, a faint smile still playing on his lips.
Sun Jingxing shot him a dismissive look. Yes, what's on your mind?
Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Advances in technology and the times make solving cases easier.
Any minute detail can be uncovered through various detection methods. But that doesn't mean the role of the detective should disappear. Sun Jingxing scoffed dismissively. How so? Lu Yuan replied calmly. Just as writing requires inspiration, deduction is the unique inspiration belonging to detectives.
Solving cases often relies more on this kind of timely inspiration.
Precision machinery and modern methods aren't omnipotent.
For instance, instruments can detect a criminal's fingerprints. But it's nearly impossible to deduce that you were stalking Officer Ling in an attempt to curry favor with him. Hearing this, Sun Jingxing's expression darkened, his gaze turning hostile.
What the hell are you talking about? Lu Yuan shrugged. If Officer Sun doesn't want to hear it, I won't say more.
Sun Jingxing coldly retorted, No. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'll consider this slander and personal attack. He felt Líng Xuěróu's surprised gaze turn toward him.
He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Líng Xuěróu actually believed this kid's story at first glance? Lu Yuan said with interest. Want to see a detective's reasoning skills in action? Fine, I won't hold back. Before coming here, you must have been fishing, right?
You've been in the fish market so long you can't smell it anymore, but that fishy stench is truly inescapable.
Sun Jingxing raised his hand and instinctively sniffed. Fishy smell? After driving all this time, it's still there? Lu Yuan continued. There's dried reddish-brown mud on your shoes. It must have stuck there at least an hour before you arrived.
The same type of mud was also found on Officer Ling's shoes earlier. Based on my memory of popular fishing spots, this specific type of soil is only found in the Red Garden Scenic Area in Zone G.
You were fishing there, weren't you? Not only Sun Jingxing, but even Líng Xuěróu's eyes betrayed a look of disbelief. How could he deduce that? Lu Yuan grinned. There are traces of nettle allergy on your wrist.
The Red Garden Scenic Area happens to grow plants unique to northern regions that contain Artemisia pollen, likely the allergen. If I'm not mistaken, your trunk should still hold a fishing rod, and that lingering fishy smell suggests you caught several fish, right? You showed no surprise when you saw Officer Ling earlier.
You must have known she was coming, right? If that's the case. Lu Yuan propped his chin thoughtfully. Could it be you plan to casually pull out those fish and show them off to Officer Ling, using your shared hobby as a conversation starter? But it's odd. The news that Officer Ling enjoys fishing must have leaked recently. Unless someone close to her or someone you know told her. Enough.
Sun Jingxing's face turned ashen. Lu Yuan tilted his head, looking puzzled at Sun Jingxing.
Did I say something wrong?
Líng Xuěróu's gaze also held a hint of strangeness.
Though Lu Yuan didn't continue. Sun Jingxing's reaction spoke volumes. Playing these petty tricks won't get you anywhere.
If you're truly capable, solve the case first before speaking to me.
With a cold snort, Sun Jingxing immediately turned and strode toward the estate without looking back.
Líng Xuěróu covered her mouth and chuckled softly.
Lu Yuan, isn't exposing someone's shortcomings a bit excessive? Lu Yuan shrugged. Exposing flaws? That's hardly exposing flaws.
If I said those fish in his car were bought, not caught, that would be exposing his shortcomings. Líng Xuěróu stared at him in disbelief.
Sun Jingxing, who hadn't gone far, stumbled and nearly cursed under his breath. How could anyone deduce that? Chapter 23, The Cause and Course of Events.
Líng Xuěróu stared dumbstruck for a long moment before sighing with a complex expression. To make Sun Jingxing look like a fool in the blink of an eye, you're quite the talent.
Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Didn't he just stick his face right up there for me to hit? Líng Xuěróu pondered this and could only nod in agreement. He had a point. If Sun Jingxing hadn't insisted on mocking him by fixating on the word detective, Lu Yuan might not have bothered responding at all. After flashing their credentials to the security guard at the entrance, the two entered the estate together. After walking a few steps, a sightseeing vehicle approached from the distance and stopped before them. Please board the vehicle. I'm Wu Yang, the butler of Dawnbreak Winery. I've been waiting for you for quite some time. The driver was a lean, elderly man in his 60s or 70s, his face deeply lined yet his eyes remarkably clear. Meanwhile, Sun Jingxing sat in the passenger's seat with a grim expression. Clearly, he hadn't anticipated that after hitching a ride, Wu Yang would actually drive over to pick someone up. If he'd known this would happen, he never would have hitched that ride. Well, I won't stand on ceremony then. Officer Sun, I was wondering why you were running so fast earlier. So you were off helping call a car. That was really kind of you. Lu Yuan opened the door and plopped himself down.
Líng Xuěróu had just closed the door when she heard Lu Yuan's words. Covering her mouth, she nearly burst out laughing.
That was just too mean.
Sun Jingxing glared ahead, gritting his teeth and forcing himself to stay silent.
Don't speak, don't speak.
If I speak, I'll fall right into this kid's trap.
Stay calm, stay calm.
He couldn't afford to embarrass himself in front of Xuěróu again.
The sightseeing bus swayed along the road deep into the estate.
At the road's end, endless mountains stretched into the distance. The winery was built against the mountains, flanked by vast vineyards, with a cluster of buildings visible in the distance. A few minutes later, the shuttle came to a stop. Stepping off, Wu Yang smiled as he explained, these buildings make up the entire winery complex. The central building is the main house, where Mr. Zhou resides. Given its ample space, the ground floor hall is also used for hosting various banquets. Calling this building the main building was actually an understatement. Its actual footprint rivaled that of many university teaching buildings. Neoclassical and Baroque architectural elements adorned its opulent exterior. Even those unfamiliar with architecture could tell. A fortune was spent. Lu Yuan inquired, various banquets? So, including the previous wine tasting event, was that held here too? Wu Yang paused before nodding. That's correct. Sun Jingxing interjected, so where did Zhou Yongqing die? Was it also in the main building? Wu Yang shook his head. No, it was in the guest reception building. He pointed to the solitary building standing nearby, resembling a hotel tower, and explained that building is specifically for receiving guests. Whoa! That's the guest reception building? Is this how money is supposed to be spent? What a waste! Lu Yuan felt uneasy. Morning Light Winery actually built an entire hotel-style building just for visitors. Though it looked somewhat aged, that certainly didn't diminish the building's value. Sun Jingxing pressed, why is Zhou Yongqing staying in the guest pavilion? Isn't there a room for him in the main building? Wu Yang shook his head and explained, the young master just returned from studying abroad. His room hasn't been vacated yet. Besides, non-residents usually stay at the guest house when they visit. That's how it is for other family members too. Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, his sharp mind detecting a problem. The banquet was underway, yet the deceased was inside this very guest house? As the eldest son of the Zhou family, he should have been out greeting guests from the start of the banquet. Yet he remained in his room throughout the banquet's opening. Could it be that he was already dead by then? Wu Yang turned to the three of them, since we're all here, let's go check the scene first. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly, then we'll trouble you, Steward Wu. Wu Yang sighed. No trouble at all. I watched the young master grow up. If it helps solve the case, you may ask for anything. With that, he led the way. The three followed closely behind. They entered the passageway leading to the welcome pavilion. The scene was already cordoned off with police tape. After all, this building wasn't a hotel built for profit, so the estate's owner, Zhou Chenxi, naturally didn't mind the police's approach. As far as he was concerned, anything went as long as it led to finding the killer. Although, the results so far had been far from satisfactory. After walking along the first-floor corridor for a while, Wu Yang took out a key, inserted it into the lock of the door on the right, and slowly turned it. Lu Yuan glanced up. Room 113. Clunk. Before anyone could see inside, the door number plate hanging above the frame suddenly fell off and crashed to the floor. Wu Yang froze, picked up the sign, and shook his head with a sigh. People age, and buildings age too. The door swung open, casting murky sunlight across their faces. A pungent, acrid smell of smoke and dust wafted out. Apart from the deceased's body, every other item in the room remained exactly as it had been at the time of the incident. After the initial evidence search concluded, no one had returned to this room. Wu Yang began his narration in a solemn tone. The banquet held a month ago proceeded smoothly. Master Zhou brought out his top-tier red wine, a treasure he'd kept for decades, and unlimited drinks were served. It should have been a time of perfect harmony between host and guests, but Miss Zhou suddenly realized her brother was nowhere to be found. Worried, she grabbed the second young master and went searching together. Upon arriving here, they suddenly heard a loud crash from inside the room. The second young master tried to open the door, only to find it locked. The spare key was in my possession, so they hurried over to retrieve it and rushed back. When they finally unlocked the door, they discovered the eldest son had already. Wu Yang sighed. Lu Yuan inquired, since the door was locked, where was the other key to the room? Was it found later? Wu Yang's voice was hoarse, a faint gleam in his eyes. At the time, all the doors and windows were locked tight. The other key was in the eldest son's pants pocket. His pocket? All three froze in surprise. Sun Jingxing pressed, could the door lock have been duplicated with another key? Wu Yang replied calmly, our guests at Dawn Winery are either wealthy or noble. We wouldn't use locks with zero security. In other words, no other key besides the one held by the butler could open the door. After hearing the butler's explanation, Lu Yuan spoke slowly. The door lock shows no signs of forced entry. Since Mr. Zhou was found with all doors and windows locked tight, and the only key was in his pocket, then we can essentially confirm this was a locked room murder. Chapter 24, a few simple remarks. Sun Jingxing sneered, is that all you noticed? Lu Yuan retorted, did you? Sun Jingxing admitted bluntly, no. Lu Yuan paused for a few seconds, choosing to ignore him. Since it's a locked room murder, there must be some misleading information we haven't spotted yet. Let's go inside and take a look first. Wu Yang stepped out of the room and waited quietly nearby. After explaining the basic situation, the rest was no longer the butler's place to interfere. The three entered the room. Líng Xuěróu, realizing neither had read the case file, began explaining, the cause of death was a stab wound to the back. The body was found face down on the floor. There were no signs of struggle at the scene, no drugs detected in the food, and no traces of fingerprints being wiped off the doorknob or any items inside the room. Only Zhou Yongqing's fingerprints were found. Sun Jingxing frowned in thought before turning to Líng Xuěróu. Xuěróu, given these circumstances, could it be suicide? Don't call me Xuěróu. It sounds awkward. Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes and explained, the police are treating this as a homicide for a reason. As I mentioned earlier, the stab wounds were on the back. There were multiple stab wounds on the back, over a dozen distributed quite evenly. When the body was discovered, the victim was lying face down on the floor. That position makes it impossible to inflict wounds like that. Sun Jingxing feigned nonchalance, my apologies, I haven't reviewed the case files yet, so I'm not entirely clear on the distribution of the knife wounds. It's understandable that you'd jump to that conclusion. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Didn't Xuěróu just say the murder weapon wasn't at the scene? How could there be no weapon found in a locked room suicide? Líng Xuěróu retorted, were you even listening? Sun Jingxing's face stiffened. This kid. What bothered him more wasn't the embarrassment of being called out. It was the fact that after Lu Yuan called her Xuěróu, Líng Xuěróu showed no reaction whatsoever. Was he really going to be treated so differently? So I'm the clown here? He exhaled a heavy breath. Fine then. Let's thoroughly search the room. Maybe we'll find some useful clues. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. A constructive suggestion. This rare compliment only made Sun Jingxing so furious he wanted to curse. Was searching for clues during an investigation considered constructive advice? Does using chopsticks while eating count too? If you want to nitpick, just say so, don't insult people like this. After searching the room, the three regrouped in the living room. Lu Yuan looked at the two and asked, any discoveries? Líng Xuěróu shook her head. It's pretty much as described in the case file. Sun Jingxing hadn't found any clues related to the case either, so he remained silent. Lu Yuan nodded. Then I'll briefly summarize. At this remark, a look of disdain flashed in Sun Jingxing's eyes. Showing off requires knowing the right time. At least finish reading the case files and form your own judgment before speaking, right? Even if he did speak, it would mostly be stuff others had already investigated. How could Xuěróu possibly see anything special in someone like this? As he turned away in indignation, he caught Líng Xuěróu's gaze fixed on Lu Yuan, a look tinged with expectation. Sun Jingxing's eyes widened, his face frozen in utter bewilderment. Expectation? What the hell? The tip said this kid was only mistakenly arrested by the police station a few days ago, right? What exactly was their relationship? Lu Yuan cleared his throat and began, first, there are signs of recent use on the stove in the kitchen, but the refrigerator is completely empty, no food at all. Opening the fridge revealed lingering food odors, so I believe the victim had cooked. The tableware left on the counter should corroborate this. If we can confirm Zhou Yongqing cooked, then the food in the fridge was deliberately removed. The types of food might hold clues relevant to the case.
Líng Xuěróu replied with some surprise, the case file doesn't mention this. We'll need to take the kitchen utensils back for examination. During police investigations, they typically focus on clues directly linked to the case. Minor details like this usually aren't documented. Yuan continued, there are faint marks on the tabletop as if something was smashed. One cup is missing from the set of 8. We found tiny fragments scattered on the carpet. It looks like someone was venting. The victim was a man of taste. His tea set was meticulously maintained. This state suggests he was likely in a poor mood at the time. This could be a key clue requiring thorough investigation. Significant events in his life before death could be closely linked to the killer's motive. Even Wu Yang, standing outside, showed a look of astonishment at these words. The young master had indeed lost his temper in his room recently, and his mood had been unsettled lately. But no outsider knew about this. How could Yuan deduce all this from a single cup in such a short time? What terrifying powers of observation! Meanwhile, Sun Jingxing, standing nearby, was torn with conflict as he wanted to ask Yuan how he knew a cup was missing. In the end, he managed to suppress the urge to ask. He couldn't ask, it would be embarrassing. In truth, even if given those 2 clues Yuan just mentioned, Sun Jingxing might have spotted something off but never connected the dots. Oh, one more thing. Yuan turned to Líng Xuěróu. Besides the stab wound on the back, did the victim have any other injuries? The bloodstains on the carpet, there's quite a lot of blood around the head area. Líng Xuěróu froze, then nodded as if suddenly remembering something. I forgot to mention when we entered the scene, the victim's face had been slashed by a knife, almost disfigured beyond recognition. Yuan murmured, after killing Zhou Yongqing, would someone still resort to this method to vent their anger? Tap tap tap. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the door. Wu Yang, standing at the doorway, immediately adopted a respectful expression. Miss Shou. Then, a young woman appeared at the doorway. Her skin was fair, adorned with gothic eye makeup, and she wore a black dress. Though not quite as striking as Líng Xuěróu, she was undeniably a genuine beauty. May I ask if there has been any progress in my cousin's case? She looked at the 3 of them, her eyes betraying both tension and detachment. With that single sentence, Yuan recognized her identity. Smiling, he said, Miss Zhou Zi, correct? I happen to have some questions I'd like to ask you. So eager when it comes to beautiful women. Líng Xuěróu, who had been about to speak, shot Yuan a furious glare. Zhou Zi's voice was soft, no problem, ask whatever you like. But I'd rather not answer here, if that's okay? Wu Yang, standing by the doorway, suggested, everyone, lunch is almost ready, and the master will be joining us shortly. Why don't we all eat first, then continue our conversation? Yuan nodded. Sounds good. Líng Xuěróu nodded in agreement, then let's follow Steward Wu's suggestion. Sun Jingxing desperately wanted to refuse. Every second spent beside Yuan felt like sitting on pins and needles. However, Zhou Zi's appearance might yield crucial clues. Leaving now would hinder the investigation. He had no choice but to continue following. Just endure it a little longer. As long as I find the clues and solve the case before that kid, I can redeem myself for the embarrassment I suffered earlier. Chapter 25, My Brother Isn't Dead. On the way to the restaurant. Following Yuan's instructions, Líng Xuěróu contacted the police to come to the winery and take away the tableware from the bedroom. Once seated at the restaurant, Yuan finally found time to review the case files. The police hadn't uncovered much information during their initial investigation. However, the crime scene photographs were exceptionally clear. Just as Líng Xuěróu had described. Zhou Yongqing's face was covered in dense, overlapping knife wounds. Even after the bloodstains were wiped clean, his features remained unrecognizable. Beside the photo, a line of small print read, "The killer harbored extreme hatred toward the victim." Yuan stroked his chin, murmuring in admiration. That statement wasn't entirely accurate. Only the face sustained severe damage. Rather than the killer harboring intense hatred toward the victim, it seemed the killer harbored intense hatred toward the victim's face. The rest of the file contained detailed records of Zhou Yongqing's activities during this period. Beyond that, there were no leads that could bring any substantial progress to the case. Yuan looked up at Zhou Zi and pondered, "Miss Shou, you were the first person to contact Zhou Yongqing after he returned to the country, correct?" Zhou Zi nodded. "That's correct. I was the first to pick up my brother at the airport." Before Yuan could speak, she added rapidly, "But I didn't pick him up." "Huh? Didn't pick him up?" Yuan frowned, mirroring Líng Xuěróu's expression. "According to the winery witness, you returned that day with Zhou Yongqing." Yuan pondered, "So, you're saying you only picked him up halfway there?" Zhou Zi shook her head. "No, I never encountered my brother that day at all." She denied the contents of the case file once more. Yuan perked up with interest. "Ms. Zhou, are you and your cousin not on good terms?" Hearing this, Zhou Zi immediately wore an expression of utter disbelief. "How could that be? My brother is the kindest, most outstanding person in the world to me. How could I possibly have a bad relationship with him?" Her eyes brimmed with extreme adoration and affection. "Is that so?"
With Lu Yuan's keen observational skills, he could tell this emotion didn't seem feigned.
He fixed his gaze on Zhou Zi, then after that, did you spend much time with him at the winery? The adoration in Zhou Zi's eyes instantly dimmed. We only met once.
Then my brother left.
Left? Lu Yuan and Líng Xuěróu exchanged a glance. Something was off.
This differed significantly from the case file's description. They had met at least 5 times, and each encounter lasted quite a while. Not only did this contradict the testimonies of other estate employees, but it also didn't match the statement Zhou Zi had given earlier. Líng Xuěróu frowned and asked, Ms. Zhou, a few days ago, we police conducted an investigation, and the response you gave then was not like this.
Zhou Zi blinked in confusion. Really? Perhaps I made a mistake back then. A memory lapse. Lu Yuan looked pensive.
Just as he was about to ask further, Sun Jingxing eagerly interjected, tell us what was the scene like when your brother died?
Bang!
The moment the words left his mouth, the table was slammed hard.
The restaurant fell suddenly silent. What's wrong? Sun Jingxing, holding his knife and fork, looked utterly bewildered. Zhou Zi fixed her gaze on Sun Jingxing. I'm warning you, don't say anything out of turn. Talk nonsense? Sun Jingxing looked utterly bewildered, trying to explain. Before he could speak, Zhou Zi rose abruptly, her voice cold. My brother isn't dead. He just thought I wasn't good enough, so he chose to leave me. Lu Yuan's expression shifted again. Sun Jingxing looked utterly flustered. Holy crap! If your brother isn't dead, what the hell are we all sitting here for? And it wasn't like he left on his own terms, he was forced out. Zhou Zi said coldly, sorry, I don't have the energy to entertain you anymore. Do as you please. With that, she clicked away from the restaurant in her high heels. The dinner ended in an unpleasant parting. Sun Jingxing looked at Líng Xuěróu and Lu Yuan, feeling like crying but unable to. Wait, what did I just say wrong? A spur-of-the-moment question had derailed the entire conversation? Líng Xuěróu shot him a withering look. Zhou Zi adores my brother so deeply. You put it so bluntly, of course it would upset her. Sun Jingxing retorted, how is that my fault? I was just asking questions. Líng Xuěróu sighed softly. Looks like getting any information out of Zhou Zi is going to be tough. He'd managed to offend her this badly right off the bat. Forget getting her to volunteer any clues, even maintaining normal communication with her would be tough now. No, we've already gained a lot of information. At least for now, there's a 60% chance she's the killer. Just then, Lu Yuan, who had remained silent for a long while, spoke up slowly. 60% chance she's the killer? Líng Xuěróu set down her cutlery and turned to Lu Yuan, her eyes widening. Sun Jingxing froze for a few seconds, incredulous. Are you kidding me? You've barely exchanged a few words, and you've already confirmed she's the killer? That's not how you show off, is it? Lu Yuan stroked his chin. Did you notice earlier? Zhou Zi is left-handed. Whether she was replying on her phone or handling her cutlery, she used her left hand the entire time. Sun Jingxing fell silent, recalling the earlier scene. Was that really the case? Lu Yuan flipped open the case file and pointed to a close-up photo of Zhou Yongqing's back. The victim suffered over 20 stab wounds. Based on the wound patterns and insertion angles, we can determine the killer used their right hand. But only this one wound has a different angle from the others. Líng Xuěróu and Sun Jingxing followed his finger to examine that particular wound. It did seem slightly different. Sun Jingxing frowned. What does that prove? With so many wounds, one anomaly is hardly unusual. A maniac capable of hacking someone to pieces like this, how could he possibly control his movements with such precision? Lu Yuan shook his head. Do you think a killer who went to such lengths to create a locked room murder scene couldn't control their own movements? The knife wounds on the victim are indeed chaotic, but they weren't inflicted purely out of rage. They were meant to distract attention from the one true fatal blow. This particular wound has one crucial characteristic: it strikes directly at the vital point. The killer was acquainted with the victim, but what if they only had one chance to strike? Failure meant certain death at the victim's hands. Líng Xuěróu followed his reasoning, then they had to use their most proficient method to deliver a fatal blow without giving the victim a chance to react. This also suggests the killer's physical strength wasn't superior to Zhou Yongqing's. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers and nodded. Exactly. So whether she later sought revenge or tried to cover her tracks, she had to ensure that the initial strike was lethal. Sun Jingxing scrutinized the wound in the photo for a moment longer before reluctantly conceding. It was possible. Chapter 26, Doing Our Best. Lu Yuan's reasoning seemed somewhat exaggerated at first glance. Upon closer examination, it held significant plausibility. Otherwise, how could the only distinct knife wound appear at the fatal injury site? No. Sun Jingxing immediately sensed something amiss. If Zhou Zi were truly the killer, why would she have gone out of her way to defend Zhou Yongqing just now? Even a single wrong word from me could have enraged her? You should be able to tell that Zhou Zi's expressions just now weren't feigned. If Zhou Zi were the killer, she could fake it that convincingly? Her acting skills would blow the entire entertainment industry out of the water. Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. True. Her expressions from initial admiration and inferiority to later pure anger didn't seem fake. But the police statement taken after Zhou Yongqing's death doesn't match the information we just uncovered. If we assume Zhou Zi isn't lying, then her mental state must have undergone some kind of change. Sun Jingxing immediately spotted the flaw and countered. The police statement was taken 3 days after the incident. Her mental state was stable then. How could it deteriorate to this point a month later? Lu Yuan shrugged. What if she was mentally unstable during the police questioning, and this is her normal state now? She's normal now? Líng Xuěróu and Sun Jingxing both fell deep in thought. Zhou Zi's demeanor just now was hard to reconcile with the image of a sane person. Sun Jingxing shook his head. Could a madwoman really devise such a meticulously planned murder scheme? Lu Yuan pondered. Mental instability doesn't equate to intellectual impairment. As long as her logical reasoning remains intact, it's entirely possible. Moreover, there are other clues that support this theory. He spread out the case file. This photo was taken by the police during their initial investigation of the scene. Zhou Zi was standing nearby just now, and this shot happens to capture half her body. The photograph showed the entire welcome pavilion. Zhou Zi stood motionless beside it, staring at the building, lost in thought. Sun Jingxing's gaze followed hers. After staring for over 10 seconds, he frowned. I don't get it. Líng Xuěróu remained silent, equally bewildered. The clothes. Lu Yuan explained. Although it's summer attire, Zhou Zi wore a very intricate layered outfit that day. You can see her bracelets and earrings were meticulously coordinated. This at least proves that after her brother's death, Zhou Zi's mental state was relatively stable. She wasn't overwhelmed by grief. But she knew her brother was dead at that moment. Why would she have the energy to focus on such things? It only proves she simply didn't care about Zhou Yongqing's life or death. In that case, let's assume we determine that Zhou Zi has mental issues. A month ago, Zhou Zi was in a state where she knew Zhou Yongqing had died, yet she didn't care at all. The current Zhou Zi, however, is unaware of Zhou Yongqing's death, yet she cares deeply about him. If Zhou Zi is in a normal state now, then it's highly probable she was the murderer back then. Sun Jingxing furrowed his brow, his mind racing through Lu Yuan's words. If that were the case, it would make sense. Lu Yuan's theory offered a compelling explanation for these discrepancies. The look in his eyes as he regarded Lu Yuan grew considerably more complex. Could someone really deduce all this based solely on a single encounter and a photograph? Lu Yuan stroked his chin. Of course, this is merely a presumptive theory. The truth still requires evidence to substantiate it. Sun Jingxing took a deep breath and nodded. Then what do you suggest we do next? He had already realized that. Though Lu Yuan often made him uncomfortable, the insights he offered were genuinely valuable. To crack this case, he had to make good use of him. Lu Yuan shrugged. There's still one eyewitness at the scene, Zhou Anren, the second son of the Zhou family. Go find him. If Zhou Zi was indeed the murderer, then Zhou Anren could likely yield some useful information. After all, the two had been together that day. Líng Xuěróu and Sun Jingxing had no objections. The three of them walked out of the restaurant. Mr. Wu, is Zhou Anren at the winery now? Lu Yuan looked at Wu Yang, who was waiting nearby. Wu Yang hesitated. The young master is indeed at the winery, but he's currently working. If you wish to see him, he won't be receiving visitors. Not seeing visitors? Sun Jingxing frowned, impatience flushing his face. We're here to investigate a case. He just says no and that's it? Wu Yang maintained a faint smile. The Zhou family has its own rules. His tone was unwavering. Sun Jingxing's eyes widened. What rules could be more important than ours? Thump. 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 Just then, the sound of wooden footsteps tapping against the floor tiles echoed from the other end of the corridor. Lu Yuan turned his gaze to see a middle-aged man walking slowly toward them, leaning on a wooden cane. Wu Yang also spotted the man simultaneously, turning to bow slightly with respectful tone. Sir. Master? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, carefully appraising the approaching middle-aged man. So this was the true power behind the scenes at Dawnbreak Winery. Zhou Chenxi. The middle-aged man approached the group, his sharp gaze sweeping over them before he spoke in a deep voice. I'll skip the introductions. I have just one question. How confident are you in solving this case? Percentage chance of solving the case? Sun Jingxing replied earnestly, rest assured, Mr. Zhou. While we can't quantify our certainty, we guarantee we'll do our utmost. Do our utmost? A hint of scorn flashed across Zhou Chenxi's face. More empty promises. Everyone says they'll do their best, but where does that best effort actually get us? If doing your best worked, you wouldn't be standing here now. Sun Jingxing replied awkwardly, Mr. Zhou, please understand. Solving a case through deduction and examining clues isn't something that can be done overnight. No one can guarantee a specific timeline for solving it. Zhou Chenxi retorted, all nonsense. I don't need people who can try their best. I need a true genius who can crack this case. Do you understand? Sun Jingxing fell silent, a lump rising in his throat. The pain of constant humiliation made him want to curse. If solving cases were that simple, why would he even be here? It would have been solved long ago by the other senior detectives at the bureau. Wu Yang stared straight ahead at the wooden door before him. A brief silence fell over the passageway. Mr. Zhou. At that moment, Lu Yuan spoke slowly. To solve cases beyond ordinary people's capabilities, I must be granted privileges beyond ordinary people's reach. Zhou Chenxi shot him a cold stare. What do you mean? Lu Yuan replied calmly, we originally intended to speak with Mr. Zhou Anren, but according to Mr. Wu, the butler, he is unavailable during work hours. If we have to wait here just to ask for clues, how do you expect us to solve the case with such restrictions everywhere? Guesswork? Chapter 27, The Sword is Sharp. Sun Jingxing couldn't help but feel a surge of schadenfreude. Well said, but perhaps refrain from such remarks next time. Lu Yuan had helped him. But sticking his neck out at a time like this, isn't that just pure, innocent cuteness? Zhou Chenxi was still fuming. What permissions did you expect to get from him? He'd be doing you a favor if he didn't kick you out on the spot. You want access? Fine. Prove your worth to me right now. Sure enough, at Lu Yuan's words, Zhou Chenxi's expression instantly turned icy. If you can't prove it, leave Chenxi Winery immediately. Líng Xuěróu's gaze toward Lu Yuan instantly turned anxious. This meant that even if Lu Yuan couldn't secure the access, if he failed to satisfy Zhou Chenxi, he wouldn't even be able to continue investigating the case. Lu Yuan's expression remained utterly unchanged. Instead, he said with interest, Mr. Zhou, you're about to meet someone important, aren't you? And this person poses a certain threat to you, correct? Zhou Chenxi's piercing gaze locked onto Lu Yuan. What did you say? Lu Yuan replied casually, the sword in your hand, Mr. Zhou, is no ordinary weapon. Hearing this, Líng Xuěróu and Sun Jingxing both looked utterly bewildered. A sword? Where did a sword come from? Yet Zhou Chenxi fell silent upon hearing these words. Lu Yuan remarked calmly, if I'm not mistaken, this walking stick in your hand is actually a sword, isn't it? Zhou Chenxi replied in a low voice, and your reasoning? Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the wooden staff and explained. When Mr. Zhou approached earlier, the sound of the staff striking the ground carried a faint resonant vibration lacking the usual dullness. This indicates the staff isn't solid, it's hollow. For a wooden object, the range of motion in your grip seems slightly smaller than expected, as if you were holding something heavy. This cane must be much heavier than it appears, right? At the junction between the upper fifth and lower half of the cane, there's an imperceptibly fine line that must be where it separates. A hollow wooden staff with a weight exceeding its apparent mass and a disassembly structure, there can be no other explanation, right? Lu Yuan looked at Zhou Chenxi with calm composure. After this explanation, Líng Xuěróu and Sun Jingxing couldn't help but look at the cane in Zhou Chenxi's hand. Even Wu Yang glanced over, searching for the fine line Lu Yuan had mentioned. He knew Zhou Chenxi better than anyone, yet had never noticed this cane's peculiarity. It is indeed a sword. Zhou Chenxi admitted bluntly. Since Lu Yuan had made it so clear, there was little point in continuing to conceal it. He immediately laid the cane flat, gripped the lower section with his other hand, and twisted it gently. Swish! A flash of cold steel revealed the sharp dagger concealed within the walking stick. Líng Xuěróu and the others sucked in their breath. It really was a sword. Much like the spy's umbrella in movies, people rarely pay special attention to such commonplace objects. Who could have imagined a sword concealed within a wooden staff? The looks they gave Lu Yuan grew complex. He deduced the concealed weapon solely from the sound of the wooden staff striking the ground and Zhou Chenxi's gripping gestures? This meant Lu Yuan was constantly observing his surroundings. From the moment I first laid eyes on Zhou Chenxi, I began scrutinizing every detail about him. Even. It wasn't deliberate observation, but rather a habit formed unconsciously, or perhaps instinct. Had Zhou Chenxi not asked directly, he wouldn't have mentioned it. Could a normal person really do this? Zhou Chenxi retracted the dagger into his wooden staff and remarked casually, tell me, how did you know I was going to meet someone important? Lu Yuan shook his head gently. That's even simpler. From the sheen on the staff's surface, the dust clinging to it, and the slightly awkward way you held it, I could tell Mr. Zhou doesn't use this staff very often. Yet today, you deliberately brought the cane. As you gripped it, you unconsciously tightened your hold as if it were some kind of anchor. You were consciously monitoring your movements, wary of revealing any weakness. If you'd merely taken it out casually to fiddle with, you wouldn't have displayed such tension. So I surmise you're meeting someone important today, someone who poses a threat to you. Wu Yang immediately shot a tense glance at Zhou Chenxi. He wanted to confirm whether his master was truly facing some danger. After several seconds of silence, Zhou Chenxi turned and walked back the way he had come. His voice echoed softly, Mr. Wu, please cooperate fully with Officer Lu from now on. There is no one at Chenxi Winery he cannot see, no place he cannot go. Wu Yang's expression shifted slightly as he bowed toward Zhou Chenxi's retreating figure. Yes, sir. Sun Jingxing swallowed hard, staring at Lu Yuan in disbelief. Is that even possible? This kid actually won Zhou Chenxi's trust. And secured such extensive authority. Even he had to admit it. Lu Yuan's line of reasoning was something he himself couldn't possibly achieve. Even if someone had pointed out issues with Zhou Chenxi, even if he'd been instructed to scrutinize her closely, he wouldn't have detected anything unusual. Lu Yuan turned to Wu Yang. "Mr. Wu, may we see Zhou Anren now?" Wu Yang replied without hesitation, "Since the master has given his permission, there's no issue." He added with a sigh, "I can tell the master holds you in high regard. That's quite rare." Lu Yuan shook his head. "You flatter me. It's merely an unremarkable observational skill." As he spoke, he raised an eyebrow at Líng Xuěróu in a show of pride. Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes but couldn't help smiling as she gave him a thumbs up. Wu Yang continued, "I'll take you all to young Master Zhou shortly, but first, allow me to attend to the master's affairs." With that, he bowed deeply to Lu Yuan. "No problem." Lu Yuan nodded, offering no objection. As the steward of Dawn Winery, Wu Yang knew Zhou Chenxi might be in danger and certainly wouldn't sit idly by. 10 minutes later, Wu Yang returned after making arrangements. His expression visibly relaxed considerably. "Everyone, please follow me." Wu Yang chuckled softly as he led the way. The three followed him into the elevator, ascending to the 6th floor of the main building. Stepping out of the elevator, they entered a circular hall. 3 wooden doors, matching the height of the walls, lined the hall. Wu Yang led them through the central door, revealing an empty room. Within the room, another door led deeper into the interior. Only after passing through 3 doors in succession did they finally reach the deepest office. Blinding sunlight streamed in through the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows. Zhou Anren, the second son of the Zhou family, sat with his back to the large window, bent over his desk writing something. Hearing the commotion, he immediately looked up. Chapter 28, Not the Best with Names. The moment Zhou Anren's gaze met Lu Yuan and the others, his brow furrowed sharply. "Butler Wu, haven't I told you? No one is to disturb me during work hours." Wu Yang's mouth twitched slightly as he bowed and explained, "These 3 are detectives investigating the eldest master's case. The master has granted them unrestricted access to the winery." At the mention of master, Zhou Anren fell silent. After a moment, he nodded. "Since my father arranged it, have a seat." Lu Yuan plopped down onto the sofa, unable to suppress a gasp. It seemed that as the owner, Zhou Chenxi held absolute authority at Chenxi Winery. Whatever he said went, and no one dared defy him. That was the perk of being wealthy, no need to worry about a son defying his father. But this obedience might only last while he was alive. Sun Jingxing unconsciously fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan, curious to see what questions he would ask. Lu Yuan's image in his eyes had undergone a significant shift. He had evolved from that insignificant dimwit by Líng Xuěróu's side into a rival who might actually be a worthy opponent. Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa, crossing one leg over the other. "Mr. Zhou, please recount everything that happened that night." Zhou Anren nodded solemnly. "All right. That night, my cousin and I were drinking in the main hall when we suddenly realized Zhou Yongqing hadn't arrived. So my cousin suggested we go look for him together." "Hold on." Before he could finish, Lu Yuan abruptly cut him off. Zhou Anren looked puzzled. Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. "My memory isn't the best. Would it be possible for you to write down the key points as you recount the story, Mr. Zhou?" Sure." Zhou Anren replied, barely suppressing a curse beneath his calm expression. "What the hell does he take me for? There were paper bills right there on the coffee table, couldn't he just write it down himself?" Only out of respect for Zhou Chenxi's authority did he hold back. Líng Xuěróu also shot Lu Yuan a puzzled look, wondering if he had some ulterior motive. The excuse of having a bad memory was a bit far-fetched. If Lu Yuan had a bad memory, then no one had a good one. Lu Yuan added, "This time, describe it in detail, what time that night, what kind of wine was drunk, and the specific circumstances on the scene. Describe everything as thoroughly as possible." Zhou Anren took a deep breath, suppressing his temper as he recounted, "Around 9 p.m., my cousin Zhou Zi and I were entertaining guests. We had a few glasses of red wine when my cousin suddenly realized Zhou Yongqing was nowhere to be found. She grabbed me, and we went looking for him together." Lu Yuan turned his head, raising an eyebrow at Líng Xuěróu and Sun Jingxing before fixing his gaze back on Zhou Anren. Both looked puzzled, following his gaze. Their expressions immediately turned pale. There, hunched over the table, writing furiously as he took notes, was writing with his left hand. Was Zhou Anren also left-handed? So that's why Lu Yuan had asked him to write earlier to test this very point. Lu Yuan didn't elaborate, cutting Zhou Anren off. "You mentioned Zhou Yongqing earlier?" Zhou Anren looked puzzled. "Yes. His name should be in the case file." "What's the issue?" Lu Yuan lowered his crossed legs and leaned forward slightly. "Generally speaking, wouldn't you refer to your brother more naturally and smoothly than just calling him by name? Is there some conflict between you and your brother?" Zhou Anren's expression shifted slightly before he shook his head. "How could there be any conflict? It's just a matter of personal habit. Are you really going to suspect me over this?" Lu Yuan leaned back again, speaking slowly, just curious. "Continue." A wave of irritation suddenly welled up in Zhou Anren's heart as he proceeded to recount the events of that day.
Her account matched Wu Yang's version almost exactly.
Seeing Lu Yuan stroking his chin in thought, Yuan asked, "Any other questions? If not, please leave now. I still have work to do." Without looking up, Lu Yuan casually replied, "No problem. If you have guests to attend to, go ahead. We'll rest here for a while." Yuan's expression stiffened. "Guests? Since we entered, you've checked the time 3 times.
And the moment we first came in, your expression showed tension before shifting to impatience."
Lu Yuan looked up, puzzled. Wasn't it because other guests were coming? Yuan's lips twitched slightly, unsure how to respond. "Your father's car is still parked downstairs. He must be waiting for you. Don't worry, we're here to solve the case. We have no interest in what you do or who you meet." Lu Yuan replied calmly, "Any questions can wait until you return.
But if you don't mind spending another hour or 2 here, you're welcome to stay and let me ponder things at my own pace."
Then I'm afraid I must excuse myself. I'll be right back. Mr. Wu will have tea ready for you all." Yuan had no rebuttal.
Glancing back at the parked car below, he finally rose and departed.
"Lu Yuan, what are you?"
Líng Xuěróu was brimming with questions. Lu Yuan merely smiled mysteriously.
"Don't worry, I'll explain everything later." No sooner had Yuan departed than butler Wu Yang entered.
The room already contained tea sets, so Wu Yang walked over to the tea table and began brewing tea with practiced ease. Before long, a delicate tea fragrance began to waft through the air. Wu Yang served the tea, cup by cup, to each person present.
Lu Yuan lifted his cup, took a small sip, and said, "Butler Wu, you may step away for now. There's no need for you to stay here with us." A faint smile graced the steward's face.
"There is nowhere else requiring my presence at the moment. It is my duty to attend to you officers here."
Lu Yuan set down his cup and remarked coolly, "Serving, or monitoring? Wasn't Yuan's order to keep a close watch on us?"
Wu Yang paused mid-pour, shaking his head.
"How could that be?"
Lu Yuan pressed, "Mr. Wu, you heard clearly the authority Mr. Zhou granted us earlier. Logically speaking, even if I searched every corner of this room, there shouldn't be any issue, right?"
Wu Yang nodded slightly. "Officer Lu is correct, but..."
Lu Yuan chuckled softly.
"Then give us 5 minutes. I need to verify something. I won't touch anything else. Or perhaps you'd prefer me to conduct a thorough search right in front of you? If I happen to see something I shouldn't, well, that's not something I can decide on my own."
Wu Yang's wrinkles deepened into a furrow, his eyes filled with conflict. This was putting an elderly man in a real bind. These tea leaves probably aren't fit for the officer's consumption.
"I'll fetch some fresh tea, it should take about 5 minutes. Please wait a moment."
After wrestling with the decision for a while, Wu Yang finally made up his mind.
Chapter 29, Suspect Number 2. Hearing this, Lu Yuan stood up in agreement and nodded. "Take your time, Mr. Wu. There's no rush." "Lu Yuan? What exactly are you up to?"
Sun Jingxing couldn't help but ask, baffled by why Lu Yuan had specifically chosen to stay behind and send Wu Yang away. Lu Yuan rose and walked toward Yuan's desk, explaining, earlier, Yuan kept glancing at the time, but her eyes also kept darting toward the drawer under the desk.
"I suspect he might have hidden something important in there."
Reaching the desk, he pulled the drawer open.
Click. The drawer was locked. Lu Yuan tried the other drawers and found only this one had been deliberately locked.
Such caution, he must be hiding something valuable. Líng Xuěróu pulled out her phone and declared decisively, "I'll call a registered locksmith nearby to come unlock it."
"What call?"
Lu Yuan produced a thin piece of wire from somewhere and inserted it into the keyhole.
Click.
The next second, the drawer lock clicked open.
Líng Xuěróu's finger hovered mid-air over the dial button as she stared at the drawer in utter astonishment. She couldn't help but ask, "This skill of yours, is it on file?" Lu Yuan grinned. "What's there to register? Even if it's just a nominal position, I'm still part of the police force. Why be so formal with your own people?" "Fair point."
Líng Xuěróu had no reply.
Sun Jingxing couldn't wait. "Open it up already. Let's see what's inside." This was the drawer Yuan had specifically locked.
As an experienced detective, he too sensed something important might be inside.
Opening the drawer, a document envelope appeared before the three of them. For large characters were written on the paper bag. "Paternity test."
Sun Jingxing stared blankly.
He hid this for so long, and this is it? Does Yuan have a child? Lu Yuan pulled the documents from the envelope and countered, "Who says the paternity test has to be between Yuan and his son?"
Sun Jingxing's attention shifted to the documents in Lu Yuan's hand. At the top of the document, the names of the individuals tested were clearly listed.
Yuan and Zhou Yongqing? Líng Xuěróu blinked in surprise. Zhou Chenxi's 2 sons aren't biological brothers? This news was absolutely explosive. Sun Jingxing frowned. Does anyone within their family know about this? Lu Yuan pondered, probably only Zhou Chenxi and Yuan know.
If it were common knowledge, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to get a paternity test.
Sun Jingxing's furrowed brow slowly smoothed out as realization dawned. "Oh, I see. The killer is Zhou Anren.
And this is his motive for murder. Lu Yuan turned his head to look at him.
Sun Zhengxing declared triumphantly. After Zhou Anren and her brother completed the paternity test, she discovered she wasn't biologically related.
She felt her position threatened. So, driven by anger and shame, he planned this murder. By killing his brother, no one would challenge his claim to the inheritance. No wonder he refused to call Zhou Yongqing brother in his earlier description. It all makes sense now. Although Lu Yuan had uncovered all these clues, Sun Zhengxing's summary suddenly filled him with an indescribable confidence. The case was solved. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. If we think about it that way, it's not impossible. The earlier deduction about the killer being left-handed also fits.
With Líng Xuěróu's agreement, Sun Zhengxing grew even more smug.
So, we just need to conduct a thorough search of Zhou Anren's room.
We're bound to find relevant clues. Search his room? Let's not bother. Lu Yuan shook his head.
The authority Zhou Chenxi granted us doesn't extend that far. Honestly, if Zhou Chenxi's word carried any real weight, Wu Yang wouldn't even give us these 5 minutes. A family that had grown to this scale couldn't possibly have only what was visible to everyone.
As the second son of the Zhou family, Zhou Anren's bedroom inevitably held secrets best kept hidden or other things best left undiscovered. There's no way he'd just let outsiders in.
Sun Zhengxing sneered. How would we know without trying?
You're not afraid I'll beat you to solving the case and taking the credit, are you? Lu Yuan shrugged. Then go ahead and try. Sun Zhengxing scoffed. Fine.
But let's be clear, if I succeed, I take credit for leading this investigation. Don't go muttering under your breath about me once I crack the case.
He shoved the documents back into the folder, slid it into the drawer, and clicked the lock shut.
Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened.
She'd never seen such brazen audacity.
Exactly 5 minutes later, Wu Yang pushed open the door. His voice carried an apology. Officers, my apologies. The tea leaves were rather difficult to locate, which took quite some time.
Lu Yuan chuckled lightly. No need to apologize, Mr. Wu. To savor fine tea, one must be willing to wait.
Wu Yang smiled as he produced fresh tea leaves, skillfully pouring water to brew the tea. Sun Zhengxing had no patience for pleasantries.
He cut straight to the point.
Mr. Wu, save yourself the trouble of brewing tea.
I'm going to search Zhou Anren's bedroom now.
Please lead us there. Wu Yang's smile remained unchanged as he looked at Sun Zhengxing.
Officer Sun, do you have a search warrant? Sun Zhengxing retorted impatiently. What warrant? Didn't Zhou Chenxi say there's nowhere in the winery we can't go?
No, the master didn't mean there's nowhere in the winery you can't go. Wu Yang shook his head and pointed at Lu Yuan.
He meant there's nowhere in the winery he can't go.
He deliberately emphasized the word he.
Sun Zhengxing froze.
If you were to nitpick, Zhou Chenxi's original words did seem to imply exactly that. He hadn't caught it earlier, but now that he thought about it,
this was blatant favoritism.
They were both here to solve a case, and he was at least from the Beijing Police Department.
What gives?
A surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside him.
He nodded. Fine. Getting a search warrant is no big deal. I'll go apply for one right now.
Don't blame me if I start searching other places. With that, he stormed out of the room without another word.
Lu Yuan looked at Wu Yang and sighed helplessly. If I wanted to conduct a search myself, I doubt Butler Wu would agree either, right? Officer Lu is a smart man.
Butler Wu grinned, his wrinkles bunching together.
All right, then we won't bother you further. It's getting late, so we'll be on our way. Lu Yuan wasn't surprised by this response and didn't press further.
Wu Yang bowed slightly.
Take care, Officer Lu. They exited the main building. As Líng Xuěróu stepped out of the elevator and reached for her phone, Lu Yuan couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?"
Líng Xuěróu replied matter-of-factly, "Get a search warrant from my dad."
We can't let Sun Zhengxing get ahead of us, can we? Lu Yuan shook his head. No need to call. We don't need a search warrant. Chapter 30, just like that? No search warrant?
Líng Xuěróu set her phone down in confusion.
Zhou Anren has so many red flags we're not searching him? Lu Yuan countered, is he really that suspicious? Sun Zhengxing's main reason for suspecting Zhou Anren as the killer is that paternity test, right? But the paternity test only stated that the two Zhou brothers aren't biologically related. It didn't specify whether Zhou Yongqing or Zhou Anren isn't Zhou Chenxi's biological son. What if Zhou Yongqing is the one with no biological connection to Zhou Chenxi?
Líng Xuěróu furrowed her delicate brows.
While this theory had some merit, wasn't it stretching things a bit? Lu Yuan sensed her thoughts and explained, Zhou Anren must have had a motive for requesting that paternity test.
If I'm not mistaken, there's a strong possibility Zhou Chenxi was preparing to announce something related to inheritance rights recently.
Do you recall how I deduced Zhou Yongqing's emotional turmoil from the shattered cup in the room earlier?
Líng Xuěróu froze, her eyes widening.
You mean? Lu Yuan shook his head.
If he truly flew into a rage over inheritance matters, it means he's already spoken with Zhou Yongqing and learned he isn't Zhou Chenxi's biological son.
Líng Xuěróu pondered, thinking that way, Zhou Anren's suspicion does seem less likely. Lu Yuan nodded. Besides, so much time has passed. Even if Yuan was involved, it's unlikely evidence related to the case would still be in the room.
Instead of fixating on this, we should look elsewhere. Líng Xuěróu rubbed her temples and sighed, this case is such a mess. She couldn't help imagining what would have happened if Yuan hadn't intervened and she'd been left to investigate alone.
Probably nothing at all. Yuan grinned. Don't worry. Gathering clues in a case isn't linear, it's like weaving a web. Once you connect each node, the truth will reveal itself. Besides what we've already had the police investigate, have them look into Yuan and Zhou Zi's recent whereabouts. That's enough for today. We'll continue the investigation tomorrow. You drive.
I'll review the case files again to see if anything was overlooked. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly, her mind elsewhere as she took the car keys.
1 hour later. The police car pulled up steadily beneath the apartment building.
Yuan stepped out, his face pale, his gait slightly unsteady. Careless mistake. He had harbored a sliver of hope in Líng Xuěróu's driving skills, thinking she might only be reckless in city traffic and should handle long-distance driving just fine.
Little did he know that this highway trip would shatter that hope completely. Almost drifting on a straight highway, could a normal person even do that? As a result, Yuan hadn't had a single chance to look at the case files during the entire trip.
Líng Xuěróu stepped out of the car feeling refreshed.
Seeing his pale face, she exclaimed in surprise, "You get motion sickness?"
I usually don't get carsick, but today was a bit unusual.
Yuan took a deep breath. This is fine. Drive carefully back. Don't worry, I'm a steady driver.
Líng Xuěróu waved dismissively, opened the door, and climbed inside.
Thud.
The door slammed shut. With a burst of acceleration, the car swerved away with a carefree flourish. Yuan stood rooted to the spot, his expression shifting several times before he finally managed to hold back the words. His lips twitched slightly.
He'd narrowly escaped death. He was lucky to be alive.
He bought a cup of coffee downstairs, downed it in one gulp, and then dragged himself up the stairs, exhausted.
Back home. Yuan spread the case files across the table and flipped through them one by one.
When he reached the page with the crime scene photos, he paused. Facing the horribly mutilated corpse in the photo, his face drew closer and closer.
Like a complete freak. This is...
Yuan's gaze settled on the collar of the corpse, where 2 faint black marks were visible. Without a closer look, one might mistake them for dust on the photograph. Then his gaze drifted downward to the deceased's fingers, murmuring, "And this is..." Several seconds later, Yuan picked up the phone nearby and dialed Líng Xuěróu's number.
The call connected quickly. Líng Xuěróu's light breathing came through first, followed by her voice, "Hello? What's wrong?" Hearing her breath, Yuan's voice carried a hint of hesitation. What are you doing? Did I interrupt you?" I'm running."
Líng Xuěróu's tone carried a hint of complaint. "After eating all that delicious food with you today, I'm about to gain 3 pounds.
Gotta go for a run to burn it off." "Oh." Yuan regained his composure.
Líng Xuěróu turned off the treadmill, her voice filled with confusion.
"What's wrong? Why did you say I was interrupting?" Yuan.
Mid-sentence, she suddenly realized something. Her bright eyes widened, and a deep blush spread from her cheeks to her ears.
"What on earth is going on in your head?" Yuan looked innocent. I didn't say anything. Don't accuse an innocent man."
"Oomph." Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes.
"No news is bad news. Spit it out, what's going on?" Yuan got back to the point. "Do you have the high-resolution original photos from the crime scene? The images in the case file are too blurry to make out the details." "Original files? Hold on, I happen to have them saved on my phone. Let me find them and send them over." As Líng Xuěróu scrolled through her album, she asked in confusion, "Aren't there close-ups of the key areas? How could the details be unclear?"
Yuan replied lazily, "Because I want to see the parts that aren't the key areas, of course."
"All right."
The two had already connected on WeChat. Once she located the photos, Líng Xuěróu sent them immediately. She wiped her face with a towel and sighed, "Honestly, I still can't figure out the method used in that locked room murder case."
"The method?
That's pretty straightforward."
Yuan opened the image, zoomed in on the hand, and stared intently.
On the other end of the call, Líng Xuěróu froze, utterly stunned.
"Simple? You already know the method behind the locked room murder?"
Yuan stared at the ring thoughtfully, replying casually, "Yeah, I figured it out on the way here." A ring adorned the ring finger of Zhou Yongqing's left hand.
Unmarried yet wearing a ring? Wait. That finger, something's off.
Líng Xuěróu couldn't help but blurt out, "Hurry up and tell us what's going on."
Yuan's gaze shifted away from Zhou Yongqing's finger.
Thoughtfully, he said, "No rush.
You'll find out tomorrow. Get some rest now." With that, he hung up. Beep beep beep.
Listening to the busy signal on the phone, Líng Xuěróu froze in place.
Hang up? They hung up? Just hang up after getting the photos? Treating me like a tool. She couldn't help but kick the nearby punching bag.
Then her fists pounded the bag like raindrops.
How infuriating. Extra training today. I'll beat this punching bag into submission first. Chapter 31. This isn't illegal, right? Early morning. Yuan was still asleep when he heard a knock on the door. He rose groggily. Who is it? Opening the door, he saw Líng Xuěróu standing there in her crisp police uniform, arms crossed, her expression stern. Oh, Xuěróu. Come on in, come on in. Yuan quickly washed up and brewed 2 cups of coffee, setting them on the table. By the way, you look a bit pale. Didn't sleep well last night? Didn't sleep well? And it's all because of you. Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened. After Yuan said that yesterday, she couldn't help but feel defiant. Yuan thought it was a simple technique, she should have figured it out herself. But after tossing and turning all night, she still hadn't figured it out. Líng Xuěróu let out a soft snort and tossed a document onto the table. The information you wanted investigated yesterday, I have the results. Results? Let me see. Yuan's eyes lit up as he took the folder from her hand. You guys work pretty fast, huh? Líng Xuěróu puffed out her cheeks indignantly. Is that a compliment or an insult? This little bit of info didn't take long to dig up. Yuan chuckled and flipped open the folder. Whoa! So this is what got disposed of in the kitchen. The moment he opened the first page, Yuan couldn't help but utter a surprised What? Líng Xuěróu had been pondering the murder method in the locked room case the entire way and hadn't looked at the materials. Hearing this, her curiosity was instantly piqued. Yuan kept clicking his tongue in astonishment as he explained, the residue on the kitchen utensils contained THC. And the THC content in the raw materials was far higher than 0.3%. Líng Xuěróu's expression changed. THC content above 0.3%? The raw materials used to extract this substance are actually permitted for cultivation in certain specific regions of the north. But even in permitted areas, specific THC content limits are enforced. If it exceeds 0.3%, it falls under the category of contraband. The eldest son of Morning Light Winery is actually using this? Yuan shook his head. Seems this Mr. Joe picked up some things he shouldn't have while studying abroad. Líng Xuěróu inquired, if that's the case, could it broaden the range of potential suspects? Zhou Yongqing might have been murdered by someone sent by a drug lord. The perpetrator feared exposure, which is why they cleaned up the crime scene. Yuan shook his head. Unlikely. Look at the latter part of the report. The refrigerator contained only frozen junk food, chicken nugget scraps and such. Well, I see. Líng Xuěróu blinked, silently retracting her earlier words. If it were drug dealers, there'd be no need to take the junk food from the fridge. That would only increase their own suspicions. Yuan turned the page. We also investigated who they'd been in contact with recently yesterday. Maybe we can find some clues there. Unfortunately, the investigative files didn't yield much information. Since this was an impromptu police investigation, they could only trace Zhou Yongqing's movements to more conspicuous locations. Large swaths of his whereabouts remained unaccounted for. KTV, bars, bathhouses, KTV. Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Was there nowhere else he could go? When he wasn't at KTV, he was at bars. Looking at it this way, it made perfect sense that THC could be detected in his utensils. This kid sure knows how to party. Yuan flipped to the last photo captured by the surveillance camera, a thoughtful expression crossing his eyes. Líng Xuěróu quickly leaned in. What did you find? Yuan pointed at the photo, specifically at Zhou Yongqing's fingers. This photo was taken the day before the incident. There were no rings on his fingers at all. But in the photo you sent me yesterday, he's wearing a wedding ring on his left ring finger. She opened her phone and zoomed in on the photo she'd received yesterday. Líng Xuěróu, unaware of Yuan's memories, immediately leaned in closer upon hearing this. A faint fragrance wafted toward her nose. Hey, that's too close. Yuan silently muttered to himself, his attention instantly distracted. Líng Xuěróu turned back and asked, have you found any clues? The moment she finished speaking, she realized her face was practically pressed against his. She sat up straight. Yuan grinned. I have a lead, but it's not confirmed yet. We'll need to get inside the winery for more clues. He grabbed the car keys from the table with lightning speed. Let's go. I'll drive. The car pulled up to the gates of Dawnbreak Winery. As soon as Yuan approached, the security guard warmly opened the gate. Clearly, arrangements had been made inside the estate. Upon seeing Yuan, they were to let him through. It seemed yesterday's deductions had left a profound impression on Zhou Chenxi. Yuan's case priority had been elevated to the highest level. Hey, where are you headed? The police car reached the vicinity of the welcome pavilion but didn't slow down, instead continuing straight through. Yuan pointed toward a cluster of low-rise buildings in the distance, up ahead. Only upon reaching the complex did Líng Xuěróu understand. This was the wine production line. Workers bustled about, performing tasks like distemming and fermentation on the grapes brought into the factory. Yuan walked straight toward a corner inside the factory building. Several transport workers were gathered together taking a break. Spotting Lu Yuan and his companion, their eyes immediately turned toward them. Líng Xuěróu was wearing her police uniform at the time. It was impossible not to notice her. Without even reaching for his wallet, Lu Yuan stated directly, "We're police officers. We have some questions to ask you." The workers exchanged nervous glances, their hearts sinking involuntarily. Lu Yuan offered a faint smile. "No need to be nervous. Just a few simple questions. You can come out one at a time and return afterward." After giving his instructions, he stepped outside the factory, leading one worker with him. The worker's lips trembled slightly. "Officer, I haven't done anything wrong." Lu Yuan shook his head. "It's fine. I'm not asking about your trip to the foot massage parlor yesterday, and I won't tell your wife either." The worker's eyes widened. Visited a foot massage parlor, has a wife. He could tell all that? Something's off about this cop. I'll have to answer honestly later, or else trouble will come. Standing nearby, Líng Xuěróu suddenly realized she had grown accustomed to Lu Yuan's uncanny, almost instinctive deductions. The expression on the worker's face confirmed his deduction was spot on. At that thought, she couldn't help but smile, her eyes crinkling. Thank goodness she'd recognized his talent back then and brought such a capable person to the police station. Even if they'd arrested the wrong person, the outcome was ultimately positive. Once the workers had calmed down somewhat, Lu Yuan asked, "Tell me, how well do you know Zhou Yongqing?" The worker thought hard, then replied with a helpless sigh, "I only interacted with him during the few days after the young master returned." "Officer, that shouldn't be illegal, right?" "It's not illegal." Lu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly before he asked with confusion, "You had contact during those first few days after he returned?" The worker nodded. "Yes. During that time, the young master imported a batch of grapes and selected a plot for planting, so we occasionally crossed paths." Lu Yuan's eyes lit up instantly. "Imported grapes? Tell me more." Chapter 32, Full Disclosure. The worker nodded. "That's right. We planted those imported grapes." Lu Yuan blinked. After several seconds, he asked in confusion, "And then?" The worker looked blankly at him. "Huh? That's it?" Lu Yuan slapped his forehead. "So all you know is he went to plant grapes?" He sighed. "Do you know the exact location?" The worker looked troubled. "Well, we workers only handle transportation around the perimeter. We never go deep into the vineyards. When young Master Zhou came before, the team leader always took him there." "The team leader?" Lu Yuan's eyes flickered. As long as someone was involved, it would be manageable. He nodded. "All right, you can go back now. Send someone else over. Remember, don't tell them what I asked you. The essence of this interrogation lies in its element of surprise. If they knew the questions in advance, it would be impossible to gauge the authenticity of their reactions." But the worker didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood there awkwardly. Lu Yuan asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" The worker cautiously asked, "Officer, about that thing, you won't tell anyone, will you?" "That thing? Oh." Lu Yuan grinned. "We're detectives. That's not our jurisdiction. As long as you keep what I just said under wraps." The worker finally relaxed, repeatedly assuring him, "Officer, rest assured. I'm tight-lipped. I haven't even let a third person know about Wang Er's affair. I'll go get them right now." Watching his retreating figure, Lu Yuan was utterly dumbfounded. This guy. Thankfully, what this worker kept hidden from others wasn't anything major. Otherwise, by the next day, the whole world would probably know. Next, the warehouse transport workers came forward one by one to be questioned. Half of them knew about Zhou Yongqing growing grapes. But like the previous worker, they only knew Zhou Yongqing had come to grow grapes. The other half only vaguely remembered such a person existing. Leaving the factory, Lu Yuan started the car. "So, now there's only one person left we haven't questioned." Líng Xuěróu nodded, understanding exactly who he meant. "That foreman the workers mentioned. If he really is involved, you might even earn yourself an extra commendation." Lu Yuan shrugged indifferently. "Forget it. I'm only interested in the case itself. If I were chasing commendations, you'd all be out of jobs." Líng Xuěróu couldn't help but roll her eyes. The two drove to the vineyard's picking area. A small house stood here as well. An air conditioner unit hung outside the house, humming softly. No need to guess, the team leader was definitely here. Even if he was just a team leader, he was still considered a supervisor. On such a scorching day, he'd surely be hiding indoors with the AC on. Lu Yuan pushed open the door to find a middle-aged, overweight man reclining on the sofa, leisurely eating grapes. Hearing the noise, his expression immediately darkened as he glared at Lu Yuan with displeasure. "Who are you?" Líng Xuěróu followed him inside. The sight of her police uniform made the man's expression shift. He scrambled to his feet, plastering on a smile. "Officer, how can I help you?" Lu Yuan found a chair and sat down, sighing helplessly. "Xuěróu, get me a uniform too later. Otherwise, how am I supposed to investigate cases?" The man stood awkwardly, unsure how to respond. Lu Yuan crossed his legs and asked, "Are you familiar with Zhou Yongqing?" The fat man swallowed hard. We were fairly close, I suppose? Lu Yuan pressed further. How well? The fat man shifted his eyes. After the young master returned to the country, he often came here for inspections. We'd chat a bit when he reported on work matters. Lu Yuan grinned. I see. The fat man probably hadn't realized yet that he just sold himself out the moment he opened his mouth. The workers had already mentioned that their team leader had visited the imported grape vineyards with Zhou Yongqing. If this fat guy openly admitted they were researching grapes, it would prove the two men themselves weren't problematic. But instead, he was being evasive. This was essentially an indirect admission that he knew everything that was going on. Bang! Lu Yuan's smile vanished as he slammed his hand on the table. The fat man flinched, staring blankly at him. Officer, what's wrong? Lu Yuan coldly replied, I suggest you tell us everything you know, honestly. Don't try to pull any tricks later, like claiming you don't understand the law or the relevant regulations. The state hasn't been promoting these things for just a day or two. Even if I randomly brought in a child, they'd know what to do and what not to do. Got it? Hearing this, the fat man's eyes widened. Without hesitation, he dropped to his knees with a thud. Officer, I was wrong. I'll confess. I'll confess everything. I really didn't participate at all. It was all Zhou Yongqing forcing me. I haven't set foot in that garden since. As a team leader trying to keep my job, I had no choice but to follow Zhou Yongqing's orders. He spilled everything like beans from a bamboo tube, detailing exactly how Zhou Yongqing had transported contraband from other locations. Lu Yuan sat expressionless on the sofa, listening to his confession before coldly asking, where did Zhou Yongqing intend to sell these things he was growing? The fat man stammered, Zhou Yongqing only grew a small amount, probably just enough for his own use. Most of it hasn't even been harvested yet. Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Small quantities, personal use. This ruled out the possibility that Zhou Yongqing had been killed by a drug lord. Then why were the items in the refrigerator and the traces at the scene so thoroughly cleaned up? What was the killer's motive? Seeing Lu Yuan silent, the fat man assumed he was skeptical. With a pained expression, he explained, Zhou Yongqing might have grown this purely to vent his emotions. He never intended to sell it. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. To vent his emotions? Fatso nodded. Earlier, I passed by his room and heard him smashing things inside while shouting about inheritance rights or something. After that, he started planting those things in the vineyard. Miss Zhou Zi can vouch for this. Lu Yuan's attention immediately sharpened. Inheritance rights? Líng Xuěróu covered her mouth lightly, her eyes brimming with astonishment. In that case, Lu Yuan's earlier guess was correct? Zhou Yongqing is the one who isn't biologically related to Zhou Chenxi. Fatso shook his head. I don't know the exact details. Someone handed him a document back then, and I only caught a few keywords. Lu Yuan exclaimed in surprise, was Zhou Zi there too? Fatso nodded repeatedly. Yes, Miss Zhou was gathering some fragments. She looked a bit pale. Lu Yuan pondered, from what you know, what kind of person is Zhou Zi? Chapter 33, The Killer's Been Caught. The fat man thought for a moment, scratching his head. Miss Zhou hasn't visited the winery often, but she's always been quite considerate toward us workers. But everyone finds her a bit strange. At this point, his expression seemed hesitant. A bit strange? Lu Yuan, who had been squinting in thought, slowly raised his head. The chubby guy hesitated, yeah. I don't know if I should say this, but it feels like Miss Zhou has more than just cousinly affection for Zhou Yongqing. Líng Xuěróu leaned in from the side, love that goes beyond cousins? Why do you say that? What specific signs are there? Has anyone seen them do anything? Lu Yuan shot her a sidelong glance. Hey, that gossip-hungry look is practically visible. The fat man explained, Miss Zhou doesn't usually come to the winery, but whenever young Master Zhou is here, she always shows up. This visit was also because of young Master Zhou. I heard she was vacationing on an island but cancelled her trip just to come here. Once before, a suitor of Miss Zhou showed up at the winery, only for Miss Zhou to declare she had a boyfriend, then hug Mr. Zhou and kiss him right there. And that kiss didn't look staged at all, it was practically, ahem. The animated fat man realized he'd gotten carried away and cleared his throat to cut off the topic. Líng Xuěróu glanced back at Lu Yuan. If that's the case, their relationship might actually be quite close. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, then turned to the chubby guy, let's go. Take us to see that imported vineyard. Sure. The chubby guy's face paled slightly. After all, this was illegal business. Who knew how things would turn out? He could only silently pray that his cooperation would be considered a mitigating factor. The three left the room and walked along a path into the depths of the vineyard under the scorching sun. Before long, the fat man stopped in front of a small clearing. This is the spot. After the incident, I cleaned it up completely, not a trace left. After all, I'd never use that stuff, nor would I ever seek any illegal income. As he explained, the fat man couldn't resist clearing his name. Líng Xuěróu eyed him suspiciously. Considering the drugs in the refrigerator had been taken by the killer earlier. Could this fat guy be the murderer? Unable to endure Zhou Yongqing's oppression, he resolved to turn over a new leaf and become a good person. Then, murder? It can't be that bad. It shouldn't be that bad.
Líng Xuěróu turned her gaze back to Lu Yuan.
Lu Yuan frowned slightly, pointing his finger toward the empty plot on the right. That piece of land, was it also used for growing marijuana? Why does it look so much more leveled?
The fat man froze, hesitation flitting across his face.
Lu Yuan said calmly, tell the truth and get leniency. Resist and face harsher consequences.
The fat man sighed and finally spoke up, that plot belongs to Miss Zhou Ziyi. She used to grow grapes there, but she wasn't satisfied with how they turned out, so she had them all cleared out. She also requested that the land be leveled for future use. He muttered under his breath, honestly, the grapes were growing quite well.
But Miss Zhou only wanted the absolute best quality, so she had them all uprooted.
She's usually quite kind to most employees, but anyone who fails to meet her standards gets replaced. Even if someone kindly gives her vegetables or fruit, the slightest hint of being less than fresh will earn them a scolding.
Lu Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is that so?
He picked up a soil digging tool nearby and walked toward Zhou Yongqing's plot. Footprints were visible in the soil. Though the marks had faded somewhat, they still offered clues.
Studying the overlapping old and new prints was pointless, only the clearest ones mattered.
As he pondered, Lu Yuan had already reached the center of the field. His mind rapidly analyzed the shape of each clump of soil, conjuring images of someone walking across it. This observation and subsequent mental simulation had become almost instinctive for him. Reaching the center, he raised his tool without hesitation and began digging. Líng Xuěróu stood silently nearby, afraid to interrupt Lu Yuan's train of thought. From beneath the soil, he unearthed several roots.
Did you guys clean this up so poorly?
Lu Yuan held them up and waved them in front of the fat man. Without a hint of disgust, he stuffed them straight into his pocket.
The fat man gave an awkward smile, unable to speak. Lu Yuan didn't stop there, however, and continued digging deeper.
After 2 rake strokes, he narrowed his eyes and picked up a small clump of red soil. Líng Xuěróu leaned closer, hesitating.
Is this?
A mixture of wax, oil, and pigment, probably crushed lipstick.
Lu Yuan explained, adding curiously, you're a girl, aren't you familiar with this stuff?
Líng Xuěróu shot him a look.
You should know what my job is. When would I have time to wear lipstick?
Lu Yuan dug deeper with the rake for a while, but this time came up empty-handed.
Let's go.
Lu Yuan tossed aside his tools and waved at Líng Xuěróu. Líng Xuěróu looked puzzled.
Where? Lu Yuan grinned. To expose the real culprit. Expose the real culprit?
Líng Xuěróu looked stunned.
Weren't they supposed to be investigating step by step? Why was he suddenly fast-forwarding to exposing the real culprit? Before Lu Yuan could answer, a figure came running down the path. Puff, puff.
A worker in overalls panted heavily as he looked at the fat man.
The fat man's expression darkened instantly. What is it? What is it? What's happened that's so urgent?
The worker caught his breath and said nervously, the police are here to arrest,
Mid-sentence, he finally noticed Líng Xuěróu in her police uniform. The rest of his sentence stuck in his throat. The fat man shook his head. No sense at all.
The officers just want to ask us a few questions. The worker swallowed hard, nodded, and started to leave.
Wait. Lu Yuan frowned and pressed the worker, go on. What about the police? No one else from the station had come along.
If there were other officers at the winery, it must mean Sun Jingxing's side had stirred up trouble.
The worker stammered, the police came to arrest someone. He cursed silently to himself, was this like calling the cops to arrest the cops? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Arrest someone? Because they caught the killer?
Sun Jingxing had only gone back to apply for a search warrant. But now they were making such a big show of arresting people. There was only one possibility, he had caught the murderer.
The worker nodded.
Seeing that Lu Yuan and the others seemed unaware of the situation, he explained, yes, your people said the second young master is the murderer.
But Wu the butler is blocking them from taking him away. Now they're arguing. Xuěróu, come on. Let's go see what's happening. Lu Yuan nodded and strode toward the exit of the vineyard. All right.
Líng Xuěróu nodded and followed. The engine roared to life, its wheels kicking up gravel as it surged forward. A few minutes later, the police car pulled up at the entrance of the main building. A crowd of men and women had gathered around the area. Several officers stood with stern expressions, while Sun Jingxing positioned himself at the innermost edge. Before him, Wu Yang wore a stern expression, his gaze unfriendly. Surprisingly, Zhou Chenxi was also present, with Zhou Ziyi standing beside him. Zhou Anren, handcuffed and held by the police, showed no signs of struggling. Spotting Lu Yuan and Líng Xuěróu approaching, Sun Jingxing's eyes lit up. He immediately called out, Officer Líng. Your father is the chief. I need to arrest this suspect, could you please issue an arrest warrant? Chapter 34, this doesn't seem right? This statement was meant for the onlookers. It was meant to inform everyone that he had the authority to enforce the law. As a member of the Capital City Criminal Investigation Brigade, obtaining an arrest warrant for cross-city enforcement wasn't straightforward, so he had to rely on Líng Xuěróu's assistance.
However, upon hearing his words, Líng Xuěróu immediately flared up. What do you mean? My dad's the chief. Issue an arrest warrant. Do you think arrest warrants are handed out based on connections? Sun Jingxing sneered. I know. You need evidence proving criminal activity to get an arrest warrant, right? But I'm holding Yuǎn's incriminating evidence right now. Isn't that enough? Your father being the chief is an objective fact. Surely you wouldn't fear me solving the case first and deliberately obstruct me? That would be contempt of the law's authority.
At this remark, Líng Xuěróu's expression darkened. If this arrest warrant were issued, critics would later accuse her of using connections to influence the case. Any mishaps would be pinned on her. Refusing to issue it would brand her as a glory seeker bullying her colleagues.
No matter what she did, she'd be wrong. You've said it all. If you could actually crack the case, fine. But what if you're fabricating evidence and making malicious arrests?
Yuan spoke slowly, his gaze steady as he looked at Sun Jingxing. First, produce your evidence.
Since everyone is here anyway, treat this place like a police station and just confess to the crime.
Unexpectedly, Sun Jingxing immediately grinned.
Everyone heard that. Yuan made me say it in front of everyone.
If any secrets about your family come up later, don't blame me for spilling the beans. Líng Xuěróu lowered her voice, her concern evident. Yuan, if he's right, not only will the Zhou family hold a grudge against you, but you'll also be branded as someone who envies their colleagues. Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile.
It's fine. The last things I fear are grudges and slander. A reputation for gossip?
Little did they know, Sun Jingxing held a double-edged sword in his hands.
If it slipped and cut the wrong way, who would get hurt was anyone's guess. Líng Xuěróu sighed, yet a wave of deep emotion welled up within her.
She understood clearly that Yuan stepping forward to confront Sun Jingxing at this moment was entirely to draw fire away from her.
With just a few words, Yuan had pulled her out of a dilemma.
But it had plunged him into the conflict.
Sun Jingxing nodded with satisfaction before continuing. In that case, I'll explain to everyone why Yuǎn has been identified as the murderer. All eyes turned to him.
Zhou Chenxi seemed unconcerned about what Sun Jingxing might reveal, leaning silently on her crutch. It was the butler, Wu Yang, who looked as if he wanted to rush forward and knock Sun Jingxing unconscious. Sun Jingxing scanned the room, fixing his gaze on the silent Yuǎn. Young Master Zhou, you should recall that I visited your office yesterday. You left in such a hurry that we didn't get to ask all the questions. Out of boredom, I started exploring your room. Imagine my surprise when I discovered an intriguing document in your drawer. At this point, he paused, his gaze challenging as he fixed it on Yuǎn.
A vein throbbed on Yuǎn's forehead. I warn you, don't speak recklessly. What are you so nervous about?
Sun Jingxing's tone seemed genuinely surprised, yet a cold smile played at the corners of his mouth.
Yuǎn retorted coldly, this has nothing to do with the case. It's a private matter of the Zhou family.
Sun Jingxing shook his head. No, this is crucial evidence.
He suddenly raised his voice. What I found in Yuǎn's drawer was a paternity test certificate. It clearly states that Yuǎn and Zhou Yongqing are not biologically related. The words sent shockwaves through the room. Many looked at Zhou Chenxi in disbelief. The head of Chenxi Winery had been cheated on? But they soon noticed.
Zhou Chenxi stood there with a calm expression, her face showing not the slightest change. He seemed utterly unconcerned about the revelation. Sun Jingxing spoke slowly, this alone doesn't prove anything, but
I've received information from other sources.
Master Zhou has recently been considering having his son inherit the family business and has already begun drafting the relevant details. He pulled a sheet of paper from his pocket, unfolded it, and held it high in his hand. This is the first piece of evidence I found in Yuǎn's room, a document he stole from Zhou Chenxi. The details written on this document match exactly what I just described. The crowd fell into deep contemplation. Zhou Chenxi intended to pass the family inheritance to his son, yet Yuǎn discovered at this very moment that he was not biologically related. Thus, the idea of killing his brother, who was competing for the inheritance, emerged and he acted on it.
Was this truly the origin and progression of this case? Yuǎn shouted angrily, stop spouting nonsense. I was only. Sun Jingxing cut him off, enough.
More words won't help.
There's other evidence.
A nearby police officer handed him a short knife stained with blood.
This dagger was found under your bed in your bedroom. How do you explain this? Seeing the dagger, Yuǎn's mouth fell slightly open, pain evident in his eyes. Sun Jingxing smirked triumphantly, this is your murder weapon, isn't it? Denial is pointless. Admit it sooner, and we'll wrap this up faster. He turned to Líng Xuěróu, his gaze challenging, Officer Líng, shall we apply for an arrest warrant now? Líng Xuěróu's expression was complex. She never imagined Sun Jingxing could actually find evidence of Yuǎn's murder. Could it be that she and Yuan were the ones who had strayed down the wrong path? She pulled out her phone, biting her lip. There was no other way.
She would have to apply for Sun Jingxing first.
Wait, don't rush. Just then, Yuan's lazy voice sounded beside Líng Xuěróu's ear.
Lu Yuan then took a few steps forward, stared at the plastic evidence bag for several seconds, and drawled, "Officer Sun, this doesn't seem right, does it?"
Sun Jingxing frowned. He was caught red-handed. What's wrong with that? Lu Yuan lifted the plastic evidence bag with 2 fingers and gave it a shake.
Let's not even get into why the killer kept the murder weapon for a month after the crime, whether that makes logical sense or not.
Don't you find the bloodstains on it peculiar?
The victim's wounds were stab wounds, but the distribution of blood on this knife.
Does that seem reasonable to you? Everyone's gaze fell on the short knife.
Since it had been designated the murder weapon, they hadn't examined it closely.
Upon closer inspection, something was indeed off. The bloodstains were primarily concentrated along the blade's edge. The traces of blood on the blade itself had spread outward from the blood on the edge. Blood from a stab wound wouldn't look like this. So what about this knife? Everyone turned back to Lu Yuan, waiting for him to provide the answer. Chapter 35. I found the killer.
Judging by the blood distribution, this knife was used for cutting, not stabbing, which means these bloodstains may not be related to the case.
Lu Yuan delivered the answer. He suddenly turned to Zhou Anren. Young Master Zhou, you've been under tremendous pressure lately, haven't you? Zhou Anren realized something, sighed silently, then nodded slightly.
Confusion spread across the others' faces, puzzled by why Lu Yuan had suddenly brought this up. Lu Yuan continued, "Since young Master Zhou hasn't stopped me, I'll proceed. I've seen photos of young Master Zhou in the case files. His clothes were spotless, his trousers without a single wrinkle, and he looked sharp and energetic. Now, though he's neatly dressed, you can tell it's not as meticulously put together as before, and there's a faint weariness on his face. Moreover, he used to wear short sleeves, but now, under the scorching sun, he's switched to long sleeves. So I suspect."
He paused for a few seconds, seeing no reaction from Zhou Anren before continuing.
"Young Master Zhou's emotional state has likely been unstable lately, and he's venting his anxiety through some peculiar method.
The tool for that venting is this knife in the evidence bag." He looked at Zhou Anren. "Mr. Zhou, could you roll up your sleeve?" The other man nodded slightly and slowly rolled up his sleeve. The sight of his arm caused surprise to flicker in everyone's eyes. Even Zhou Chenxi's expression shifted slightly. Zhou Anren's arm was covered in a dense network of fine scars.
Though much had healed, combined with the bloodstains on the dagger, one could still imagine the horrific state his hands must have been in back then.
So that's it.
Only then did everyone grasp Lu Yuan's meaning.
This knife wasn't a murder weapon, it was Zhou Anren's personal outlet for venting.
What astonished them now wasn't Zhou Anren's peculiar habit, but a sudden realization.
This young officer, who clearly wasn't part of Sun Jingxing's group, seemed to be the more capable one.
Having just arrived at the scene to observe, he had already unearthed the secret hidden deep within Zhou Anren's heart.
All with just a knife.
As if there were no secrets at all in his presence.
"Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Sun Jingxing's expression darkened instantly as he snapped at Zhou Anren. Lu Yuan answered him, "Why didn't you see this earlier? Must you rub salt in the wound?" Sun Jingxing snapped back, "Then what about that paternity test? And the inheritance documents hidden in the bedroom? Zhou Anren has the strongest motive for murder, that's undeniable."
Líng Xuěróu, standing nearby, recalled Lu Yuan's earlier words and retorted coldly, "The paternity test only proves they aren't brothers.
It never said Zhou Anren isn't Zhou Chenxi's biological son." Sun Jingxing froze. Then it dawned on him, it seemed she was right? Impossible.
Without a paternity test, there's no way to prove such a thing.
But only if Zhou Anren was the illegitimate son could there be a motive for Zhou Yongqing's murder. Besides fighting over the family fortune, who else had a motive for murder? Lu Yuan shook his head and turned to Zhou Chenxi beside him. "Mr. Zhou, you should be able to shed some light on this matter, shouldn't you?" Zhou Chenxi shot Sun Jingxing a cold glance.
He stepped forward, his cane thudding heavily against the floor with a deep, hollow sound.
"In that case, I'll give you an explanation.
Yongqing and Anren are indeed not biological brothers, but they are closer than any blood brothers. Yongqing is the child I adopted from the orphanage. At the time, I felt unwell and feared I might be unable to have children of my own, which is why I did it. But later, I gave birth to Anren. So the blood test results are accurate. Yongqing and Anren share no biological connection.
Zhou Anren is my biological son."
After speaking, Zhou Chenxi stared coldly at Sun Jingxing. As the head of Chenxi Winery and a figure of some standing in society, he had no desire to air such matters publicly. Sun Jingxing swallowed hard.
"How could that be possible?" Zhou Chenxi replied in a deep voice, "Do you want me to provide you with another personal verification?" "Forget it."
Sun Jingxing suddenly realized something and whipped his head toward Lu Yuan.
"Are you deliberately obstructing my investigation? You haven't uncovered anything yourself, so you're colluding with them to block me? Regardless, I've at least identified a suspect. All this time has passed, what have you accomplished?" He could have eaten Lu Yuan alive. He could have used Líng Xuěróu to secure an arrest warrant, but this kid ruined it. If he could just get Zhou Anren into the police station, he could squeeze some information out of him. Obstruction of justice, pure and simple obstruction of justice. "What have I done?" Lu Yuan grinned. "I found the killer." Found the killer? Sun Jingxing stiffened, then demanded, "You're not suggesting Zhou Anren is the killer and plan to produce some new evidence to prove it?"
In truth, that was precisely what he himself was doing. Stealing Lu Yuan's hard work, hunting for evidence that Zhou Anren was the killer, and then solving the case. After all, whoever identifies the killer gets to solve the case.
But I can do it, you can't.
Sun Zhengxing's expression shifted constantly as he contemplated how he would look down on Lu Yuan once the latter produced more compelling evidence.
Lu Yuan merely gave him a puzzled look. "Who said Zhou Anren is the murderer? After all that discussion earlier, didn't you hear a single word? Must we insist Zhou Anren is the killer? What grudge, what enmity?"
The expressions on everyone's faces turned slightly peculiar as they looked at Sun Zhengxing.
It seemed he was right. Everyone else had cleared Zhou Anren of suspicion, yet he kept relentlessly pursuing it. If there were other evidence, that'd be one thing. But without proof. It's just personal grudges, isn't it?
Sun Zhengxing realized his words were off base and gritted his teeth.
Then tell us who is the murderer. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, offering no answer. Instead, he turned to Zhou Anren. "Before I reveal the real culprit, Mr. Zhou, I'd appreciate it if you could provide a detailed account of the events that day." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, offering no answer. Instead, he turned to Zhou Anren. "Mr. Zhou, I'd appreciate it if you could provide a detailed account of the events that day." He paused briefly before adding, "beginning with the moment you discovered Zhou Yongqing's disappearance." Zhou Anren nodded, cooperating readily.
"That day, my cousin and I noticed Zhou Yongqing hadn't attended the banquet.
We went to the welcome pavilion to find him. When we reached his room, we discovered the door wouldn't open." "Hold on." Lu Yuan interrupted him. "Who went to open the door and discovered it was locked?" Zhou Anren frowned in thought before continuing. "It was me." Lu Yuan nodded slightly. "Please continue."
Zhou Anren continued, "Then my cousin and I went to get the spare key.
After we returned and opened the door." Lu Yuan interrupted again. "Who opened the door this time?" Zhou Anren paused, then replied, "My cousin used the key she had.
She was the one who opened the door."
Lu Yuan's gaze shifted to Zhou Zi beside her. "Miss Shou, is that correct?" Chapter 36, The Method of the Locked Room Murder.
Zhou Zi still wore her gothic attire, her face adorned with smoky eye makeup.
Hearing Lu Yuan's question, she replied calmly, "I opened the door.
I was worried about my brother's safety, so I was a bit impatient."
Lu Yuan grinned. "Very well.
Now, let me explain the murderer's method."
Everyone's attention immediately focused.
They were all somewhat familiar with the case details, especially the locked room murder part. Compared to the identity of the killer, they were far more curious about how the crime had been committed.
The incident occurred at 7 o'clock that evening. Miss Zhou discovered her brother hadn't attended the banquet.
So she took Zhou Anren with her to the welcome pavilion, hoping to find Zhou Yongqing. Upon reaching the room's door, they found it locked. They used a spare key to open it, only to discover the window inside was also locked.
Thus, the seemingly impossible locked room murder appeared. Lu Yuan shook his head.
But while this appears to be an impossible locked room murder, the actual method is quite simple.
All it required was changing the door number.
After Lu Yuan spoke these words, everyone wore thoughtful expressions. Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened.
"So back then?"
Lu Yuan nodded slightly. The specific method was this: before arriving at the welcome inn, the killer had already swapped the door numbers, swapping it with another locked room. This created the illusion that Zhou Yongqing's door was locked. Then both left together. When the killer returned with the key, they simply inserted it into the lock and opened the door that was already unlocked.
"We're all intelligent people, no need for me to spell out the specifics, right?" Following his line of reasoning,
everyone instantly recalled the question Lu Yuan had asked earlier.
In the earlier account, who attempted to unlock the door, and who ultimately opened it? The one capable of doing this seemed to be Zhou Zi. Zhou Zi deliberately let Zhou Anren go first to open the door, confirming it was locked. Then, she pretended to unlock it with the key. And just like that, the locked room murder was set.
And Zhou Anren, unknowingly, had provided false testimony without even realizing it.
Zhou Zi said coldly, "Officer Lu, what do you mean by this? Are you suspecting me? I came back with my cousin. When would I have had time to change the door number?" Líng Xuěróu glanced at Lu Yuan. "Right. How could they have changed the door number upon returning?" Lu Yuan replied calmly, "It's simple. You wouldn't need to change the door number at all. Mr. Zhou, when you returned, did you even glance up at the door number?" Zhou Anren thought for a moment, his expression shifting. "My cousin was in a hurry. She jogged over to open the door. I followed her and didn't have a chance to look up."
Lu Yuan remarked indifferently, a very simple diversion tactic. When someone leads the way, the person following naturally won't pay attention to their surroundings in such a rushed situation. So you just need to open the door naturally. They won't even notice if the room number has changed.
Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened. "That worked too."
Lu Yuan continued calmly, "Yesterday, when I first arrived at the scene, the door number happened to fall off right before my eyes.
I heard you, Miss Shou, live next door to Zhou Yongqing? Zhou Ziyi didn't answer the question. It counted as tacit acknowledgement. Lu Yuan sighed. All I need to do is check if your door plate is loose, and everything will become clear. Perhaps you wiped away your fingerprints from your door handle, but if the door plate wasn't replaced, Zhou Yongqing's door handle should still have Zhou Anrun's fingerprints, right? If his fingerprints aren't there, but only yours are, that would be highly unusual. A simple forensic test would make the outcome crystal clear. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. Could it be that simple? A seemingly unsolvable locked room murder, cracked so easily? Unbelievable. Líng Xuěróu snorted softly. That jerk knew the whole thing and still played coy, keeping everything from me. Sun Zhengxing was even more stunned. He had been present at the time and had even seen the door number fall. But at the time, he hadn't even considered that possibility. Is this kid some kind of genius? He deduced the entire modus operandi from just this one detail. Zhou Chenxi's expressionless gaze fixed on Lu Yuan, her thoughts hidden. You want to pin this on me based on just that? This is nothing more than your conjecture. You have no proof I switched the door numbers. I opened the door because I was in such a hurry, it was all just coincidence. Zhou Ziyi retorted coldly. No matter how Lu Yuan speculated, it was utterly impossible to pin her as the culprit based solely on this. Don't worry, there are plenty more questions. Lu Yuan said with interest, yesterday you told me you hadn't seen Zhou Yongqing during this period. But why were you not only staying next door to him, but also went to a KTV with him the day before the incident? As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and flicked through to a photo. This was one of the clues Líng Xuěróu had uncovered earlier. Zhou Ziyi glanced at the photo and shook her head. I just got nervous and misremembered. Going out to have fun with my cousin, isn't that perfectly normal? A momentary lapse of memory? Lu Yuan nodded slightly. I suppose that could be plausible. Líng Xuěróu silently rolled her eyes inwardly. How could that possibly make sense? According to my investigation, the killer is left-handed. Could you explain, Miss Shou, why you're left-handed yet deliberately used your right hand when dining with us earlier? Lu Yuan posed another question. Zhou Ziyi's voice remained icy. Getting tired and switching hands as grounds for suspicion? Aren't you being a bit too sensitive? If such things count as evidence, I suggest you quit investigating cases. Hearing this retort, Lu Yuan merely chuckled. Sorry, I just ask questions when I have doubts. But you're right, these certainly don't count as evidence. Zhou Ziyi's expression darkened. If Lu Yuan had flown into a rage or pressed relentlessly on the previous points, she might have felt more at ease. But his nonchalant attitude stirred a surge of panicked anger within her. What could he possibly uncover in just 2 days of investigation? Lu Yuan cleared his throat and continued. During yesterday's on-site investigation, we detected tetrahydrocannabinol residues on Zhou Yongqing's tableware. Today, I located this cannabis cultivation area within the vineyard. Although the area had been cleared, footprints in the soil led me to discover something buried beneath a patch of earth. He pulled the red clump of soil from his pocket and explained, it's a small piece of lipstick. Miss Shou, does this lipstick ring any bells for you? After several shifts in expression, Zhou Ziyi nodded. This lipstick is mine. This time, she did not deny it. The onlookers nearby watched with deep confusion in their eyes. Zhou Ziyi seemed to have admitted something crucial? But, what good is this clue? Chapter 37, what's the reason? Humph. So it really was yours. Zhou Ziyi's response didn't surprise Lu Yuan. Some DNA residue could always be detected from this clump of dirt. Denying it wouldn't accomplish much. Lu Yuan pulled out his phone and zoomed in on the photos from his earlier investigation. The photo in the case file isn't clear, but when enlarged from the high-definition camera used by the police, you can see faint red stains on the victim's shirt. I suspect it's a lipstick mark. It must have been left when. Before he could finish, Zhou Ziyi cut him off impatiently. What does a lipstick mark prove? It's just evidence of contact. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Are you admitting the lipstick mark was yours? Zhou Ziyi replied without hesitation, I admit it. I held him that day. It could have been left then. What's the problem? What difference does it make to admit leaving a lipstick mark? Are you seriously suggesting that whoever leaves a lipstick mark must be the murderer? That's ridiculous. Lu Yuan replied meaningfully, Miss Shou, how could it not be a problem? Perhaps your memory is a bit hazy, but this lipstick mark was found on the victim's abdomen. You're over 5 feet 5 inches, right? How did you kiss him then? Even if you knelt down, that wouldn't make sense, would it? Zhou Ziyi staggered slightly, taking a step back. A flash of recollection seemed to strike her, draining some color from her face. Lu Yuan shook his head. Remembering now? It wasn't an accidental mark from hugging him. You knelt down and kissed him after Zhou Yongqing was dead, right? Sun Zhengxing immediately challenged, but what reason would Miss Zhou have to do that? Even if she wanted to kiss him, she should have kissed. He meant to say, she should have kissed his face. But then he remembered the deceased's photograph. Zhou Yongqing's face had been slashed beyond recognition. That look really did make it hard to take a bite. Zhou Ziyi regained her composure. Even if there was a lipstick mark on the shirt's stomach, what difference would it make? That alone wouldn't prove anything. Lu Yuan still wore that composure that was enough to drive Zhou Ziyi mad. Zhou Ziyi knew full well there was more to come. Lu Yuan produced the same photograph again, zooming in on the deceased's finger. This is a couple's ring.
This ring wasn't purchased by Zhou Yongqing himself, and surveillance footage from the days leading up to his death shows no evidence of him wearing it.
Lu Yuan glanced at Zhou Ziyi. Moreover, if you look closely, you'll notice a bluish mark on his finger.
These marks were caused by constriction after the blood had coagulated.
In other words, this ring was placed on his finger after he was already dead.
The police initially overlooked this detail because they couldn't fathom why the killer would do such a thing. But if the killer held deep feelings for Zhou Yongqing, there would be a reason to do this.
The perpetrator must have cared deeply about Zhou Yongqing.
Even after his death, they wanted to perform some ritualistic act to satisfy a certain desire within themselves. Hearing this, Zhou Ziyi's mouth fell slightly open, her gaze gradually losing its focus. Lu Yuan remarked calmly, "Miss Shou, you're a smart person. You should be well aware of the police's capabilities. Perhaps if they were simply searching the entire world for something, they'd struggle to find it. But if they've already identified you as the suspect, locating that knife and the other ring would be a breeze."
Zhou Ziyi lowered her head, murmuring, "No, I didn't kill my brother. I never killed him. He chose to leave me." Lu Yuan sighed softly. "From your perspective, that statement is indeed true. But objectively speaking, you are the murderer. Can you truly deceive yourself?" Zhou Ziyi collapsed to her knees on the road with a thud, the fine gravel instantly scraping her knees raw. Her voice cracked with tears. "I didn't kill him, I killed the bad guy. He left me. Why did my brother leave me?" The onlookers around her stared in stunned silence. Wasn't this an admission of guilt? But why? The case was solved, but no one understood what had happened. Could it be because their IQs were too low? Only a few people present wore thoughtful expressions. They had formed some guesses about the full picture. Lu Yuan looked down at Zhou Ziyi with a condescending glance before turning to Sun Jingxing. "Officer Sun, my apologies, but the killer has been found. Might I borrow your officers to escort him back to the station?" Sun Jingxing was seething with frustration. This kid. Using his own tactics against him, huh? Just moments ago, he'd used this very leverage to pressure Líng Xuěróu, and now Lu Yuan had turned the tables on him. Fine. Even so, Sun Jingxing had no choice but to accept it. The case had been solved. Playing petty games now would be pointless. Soon, Zhou Ziyi was escorted into the police car. The crowd dispersed quickly. Only a few remained behind. Lu Yuan, Líng Xuěróu, Butler Wu Yang, Sun Jingxing, and Zhou Chenxi leaning on her crutch. After all, Zhou Chenxi's status still held weight. There were still loose ends to tie up. Zhou Chenxi's voice was hoarse. "Officer Lu, thank you for finding the killer. But may I ask why?" He was asking why Zhou Ziyi had done this. Lu Yuan's deduction process had been brilliant, yet the entire case remained utterly absurd. Why would Zhou Ziyi do such a thing? Lu Yuan sighed. Love turned to hate. Líng Xuěróu couldn't help but interject, "But that doesn't justify murder. And what kind of love breeds that kind of hatred?" Lu Yuan explained. Zhou Ziyi harbored an extraordinary adoration and affection for her brother, Zhou Yongqing. Their relationship even bordered on ambiguous. But that was only before he went abroad. After returning to China, Zhou Yongqing developed all sorts of bad habits and lost his former perfect image. Zhou Ziyi happened to be a woman who couldn't tolerate even the slightest imperfection. If a single grape didn't meet her standards, she'd clear the entire vineyard. Yet Zhou Yongqing was her brother, whom she had loved for over 20 years, so she still tried to accept him. But one incident shook her resolve once more. Zhou Chenxi lowered her gaze slightly, guessing what Lu Yuan was about to say. That was the paternity test. Lu Yuan said calmly. When Zhou Ziyi learned Zhou Yongqing wasn't a pure-blooded member of the Zhou family, her perception of him changed again. They had a huge argument. After suffering such a blow, Zhou Ziyi's state of mind shifted dramatically, leading her to plot this murder. In her eyes, she wasn't killing Zhou Yongqing, she was killing the person who had taken everything from her. The real Zhou Yongqing had chosen to leave her. Only then could she find balance between her hatred and her love. After Lu Yuan finished his explanation, the group fell silent. Chapter 38. Hey, landlord. If that was the case, everything made sense. Zhou Chenxi's face seemed to age a decade in an instant. "So, that's how it is?" Lu Yuan mused. "Mr. Zhou, don't blame yourself. This incident didn't happen because you brought up the inheritance. Zhou Ziyi's twisted love had already planted the seeds of madness. Even if it hadn't been triggered this time, it would have happened sooner or later." Zhou Chenxi stared deeply at Lu Yuan before declaring solemnly, "Officer Lu, if there's ever anything you need from Chenxi Winery or from this old body of mine, just ask." Wu Yang's expression shifted slightly. As the butler who had served Zhou Chenxi for decades, he understood what this promise from the master truly meant. He also understood how highly the master regarded Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan seemed unconcerned by the offer, replying with a light chuckle, "Rest assured. If I ever need assistance, I won't hesitate to ask." After hearing this, Sun Zhengxing turned and walked away without hesitation. Fine. This loss was well deserved. Recalling every detail of the investigation process, this kid hadn't stumbled upon the killer by luck. He'd had a hunch all along and meticulously gathered every clue bit by bit. In contrast, he had been so eager to show off the few scraps of evidence he'd gathered. No use complaining. I was operating on a different level. After Lu Yuan bid farewell to Zhou Chenxi, Líng Xuěróu couldn't contain her excitement. My dad is going to be over the moon. We had exactly the same clues. How did you figure all this out? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Isn't that just a matter of having a brain? Líng Xuěróu shot him a look, then realized something. So does that mean the marijuana in the room was also disposed of by Zhou Zi? Lu Yuan nodded. Exactly. Even though she killed Zhou Yongqing, she didn't want others to know what kind of person her idolized brother really was. So she still instinctively wanted to protect him. Even after killing him, she couldn't resist kissing him and putting the wedding ring on his finger. Líng Xuěróu exhaled slowly. The most complex thing, after all, is the human heart. Driving back to the police station, Lu Yuan relished the feeling of being the center of attention. Líng Xuěróu's father, Líng Boyun, walked ahead and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. Lu Yuan, you truly live up to your reputation as our Criminal Investigation Division's forensic consultant. Your case-solving skills are top-notch. He gave him a thumbs up. The other detectives who followed also looked at Lu Yuan with renewed respect. On the way back, Líng Xuěróu had already briefed everyone on the case's detailed progression. Upon hearing how Lu Yuan had solved the case, they couldn't help but express their admiration. After all, from the moment he took over the case until now, it had been barely 2 days. In just 2 days, he had solved a case that had stumped veteran detectives for an entire month. It was exactly as Líng Boyun had said. His investigative skills were top-notch. Moreover, upon learning of this, the higher-ups were delighted and publicly commended the entire squad. This is what happens when one person cracks a case, and the whole team reaps the benefits. Kid, forget about being a consultant, just join our homicide squad. With your skills, moving up won't be a problem at all. Hey, little Lu, wanna grab dinner after work? See if Uncle can pick up some detective tricks from you? This case is insane. Forget finding clues. Even if they were right in front of you, you'd never figure it out. How did you come up with it, kid? Got some special experience or something? Everyone chattered away, each adding their own comments. Even those who had previously doubted Lu Yuan, thinking he was too young to qualify as a criminal investigation consultant. Now they all acknowledged his worth. Lu Yuan chuckled modestly. It was nothing special. You're all overpraising me. The group fell silent. If it were such a trifling matter, wouldn't we have solved the case long ago? Can't you speak properly? Even if you're being humble, this isn't the way to do it. After a flurry of praise, Líng Boyun pulled Lu Yuan into the conference room. Lu Yuan looked at him, utterly confused. Líng Boyun cleared his throat and asked, "Little Lu, would you be interested in taking a desk job? Work here?" Lu Yuan froze, then shook his head repeatedly. No. Working a desk job would just mean being an employee. That won't do. Líng Boyun explained, it comes with a salary 5,000 a month plus 5 insurances and 1 housing fund. Lu Yuan declined with a smile, Director Líng, it's not about the money. I'm just too lazy for that kind of work. Líng Boyun didn't press him. All right. It's just that we have some backlog cases we'd like your help with. You wouldn't need to stay long each day, just come in for an hour or two in the afternoon. For this case, higher-ups are very satisfied with your work. If you want a raise, we can discuss it. 6,000 is possible. But if you're not interested, then forget it. 2 hours of work, tackling complex cold cases. A monthly salary of 6,000 plus 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? Lu Yuan suddenly changed his expression, adopting a solemn tone. Director Lu, I've given it more thought. Life is fleeting. I believe I should dedicate my limited time to the infinite service of the people. Since this offers more opportunities to handle complex cases, there's no reason to refuse. Desk duty it is. Is 6,000 the take-home pay? Never bow for a few bushels of grain. For 6 bushels of rice. Is worth considering. Líng Boyun's mouth twitched slightly. Such a righteous demeanor. If he hadn't mentioned the money at the end, he might have actually believed it. But Líng Boyun knew full well that the police department was getting the better end of the deal. Those backlogged, complex cases weren't something you could just hire someone for 6,000 a month to handle. Lu Yuan exited the conference room. Líng Xuěróu was already waiting at the door, asking curiously, "What did my dad say to you?" Lu Yuan grinned. "I'm officially a civil servant now. 5 insurances and 1 housing fund, 6,000 yuan a month." Líng Xuěróu was speechless for a moment. "Is that all you aspire to?" Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Only 1 hour of work per day." Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened. 1 hour a day? That's 200 yuan an hour? You. That's a bit much. Lu Yuan looked innocent. What's wrong with that? When I helped you investigate cases, I did it for free.
Líng Xuěróu thought for a moment, then said earnestly, from now on, I won't leave a single crime scene without bringing you along.
We can't let that money go to waste. Lu Yuan chuckled. Alright, dinner's on me. At least you have a conscience.
Líng Xuěróu accepted without hesitation. After eating their fill at the same restaurant as before, Lu Yuan drove the police car back to the apartment. After tossing the keys back to Líng Xuěróu, his gaze froze. A familiar figure. Pacing back and forth below the apartment building, eyes filled with hesitation and worry.
Hey, landlady. Lu Yuan stepped forward to greet her.
The landlord stiffened at the sound, slowly turning around. What met his eyes? Was Lu Yuan, sunny and cheerful, radiating warmth, and the police car slowly fading into the distance?
Chapter 39, see you later. Cold sweat had formed on the landlord's forehead. Little Lu? You're back? Yeah, just finished up and came back. Lu Yuan nodded slightly, then asked curiously, why haven't I seen you around lately? In the past, the landlord would have come running over eagerly at the beginning of the month to collect rent.
This time, it had been ages since he'd seen him. The landlord mumbled awkwardly, I've just been so busy, never had a moment to spare.
He couldn't help but curse inwardly.
You got hauled off by a bunch of detectives on murder charges.
What the hell am I doing here? Lu Yuan pulled out his phone. Oh, right. Since I'm here anyway, and the rent's been overdue, I'll transfer it to you now. The bonus had already been deposited. This small amount of rent was nothing to Lu Yuan now. The landlord sounded genuinely flattered. Rent? But, that's too much trouble. Lu Yuan looked utterly baffled. Not okay. What's not okay about it? After staring at the transfer notification on his phone for a few seconds, the landlord hesitated before nodding. Alright then, I'll take it. He immediately turned to look at Lu Yuan.
Seeing no unusual expression on his face, he breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing else, I'll be on my way then. He turned and strode away in a hurry. Watching the landlord's retreating figure, Lu Yuan was utterly baffled. Then, suddenly realizing something, he called out, wait. The landlord's stride faltered, and he stiffly turned back. What is it? Lu Yuan smiled. Don't get so worked up. It's no big deal, just had a few drinks at the bar before picking up my daughter and picked up smoking from someone. No harm done. Just take a shower to get rid of the smoke smell, spray some breath freshener, wash your face, and don't drive on the way. You won't get caught. The landlord instinctively sniffed his clothes. Really? He snapped his head up, incredulous. How did you know? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. You reek of smoke, and your breath smells of alcohol. You must have just come back from hanging out with friends at a bar, right? The smoke smell isn't strong, and you don't have a lighter or cigarette pack in your pocket. Your fingers look pretty clean, you probably don't smoke much, right? Most likely. A friend offered you a cigarette while smoking nearby. You have a faint smell of alcohol on your breath, but it's not strong. Your face isn't flushed, and you look pretty alert. Either you drank very little, or it's been a while since you had a drink. Judging by the strength of the smoke smell on you, it's probably the latter. In that case, if you go home, wash your clothes and rinse your mouth, you'll likely avoid detection. Deduction? This young man. His guesses are spot on. What a sharp mind he has. The landlord snapped to attention, chuckling dryly, thanks for the heads up. I'll be careful on my way back. You're welcome. Lu Yuan waved cheerfully and turned to enter the apartment building. The landlord stood rooted to the spot, fanning his clothes with his hand before sniffing them. Man, if that kid hadn't reminded me, I really would've. Ha! Mid-sentence, his eyes suddenly widened in horror as he stared at Lu Yuan's retreating back. Wait a minute. How did he know I was going to pick up my daughter? An image instantly flashed through the landlord's mind, Lu Yuan holding his daughter's photo, a cold smile on his face. Damn it! Staring at the transfer record on his phone, his fingers trembled uncontrollably. Tears nearly welled up in his eyes. Damn it, this money was collected too hastily. This wasn't rent, it was money paid for his life. He had to call the police immediately. That guy. Just got out of a police car? Lu Yuan was unaware of the landlord's roller coaster of emotions. He strolled back to his room. His phone rang. Glancing at the number, he answered, Old Tang, what's up? Tang Jiangliu's voice came through the line. Detective Lu, there's a new escape room theme tomorrow afternoon. Want to give it a try? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. You're hooked on treating people, aren't you? We just did one a few days ago. Tang Jiangliu chuckled, we'll see who ends up paying. This theme will definitely satisfy you. Lu Yuan thought for a moment. Alright, I'm free after work tomorrow. I'll swing by and check it out. Great. Just don't. Mid-sentence, Tang Jiangliu sensed something was off. Wait, what did you just say? Work? Damn it, if I post on my social feed that you're working, I could get 10,000 people to show up. You believe me? Lu Yuan, have you been possessed? What do you do? Lu Yuan explained, criminal investigation consultant. Just an hour a day, handling tricky cases.
Tang Jianglu let out an "oh" and relaxed. A criminal investigation consultant. That makes sense. Besides this kind of thing, I can't think of any other job that suits you.
He knew exactly what Lu Yuan was capable of, so it didn't surprise him at all that he'd become a criminal investigation consultant.
Lu Yuan retorted indignantly, "What kind of talk is that? As if I hate working? Didn't I even drive for a ride-hailing service half a year ago?" Tang Jianglu's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Huh? You mean that time you tracked a woman for a week in a ride-hailing car just to get photos of her cheating?" Lu Yuan retorted, "I took a few rides along the way. Doesn't that count as working?" Tang Jianglu sighed helplessly, "You took 4 passengers and got 3 bad reviews. I still can't figure out why you drove people out of the city after picking them up." Lu Yuan looked utterly innocent. "The target I was tracking just happened to be heading out of town. I asked the passenger if they wanted to get off, but they refused. What was I supposed to do?" Tang Jianglu desperately wanted to add, "That's because it was pouring rain outside." But he thought better of it. This guy's thought process just can't be figured out with normal logic. "Anyway, remember to show up tomorrow to support us. Old Duan will be there too." Tang Jianglu chuckled, "If I solve the mystery before you, how will you ever hold your head high in front of him again?" Lu Yuan grinned. "Old Duan's coming too? Looks like you'll be treating us to 2 meals tomorrow. Don't get ahead of yourself. We'll see when he shows up. You better be there." Tang Jianglu slammed the phone down without giving Lu Yuan a chance to refuse. Before Lu Yuan could put his phone away, a message from Líng Xuěróu popped up. "Remember to be on time for work tomorrow, Consultant Lu." Lu Yuan thought for a moment before tapping out a reply. "Your dad only asked me to work for an hour, he didn't specify when to show up. Guess he doesn't know what on time means. See you this afternoon." Immediately after, a large emoji popped up on the screen. A little rabbit, looking furious, waved a sign that read "Go to hell." Lu Yuan chuckled to himself. He wondered if those detectives even knew their captain had this side to him. Tang Jiangliu's opened a new theme. "I'll take you out to eat after work tomorrow." After a moment's thought, Lu Yuan replied. Líng Xuěróu instantly replied, "That's more like it. I forgive you." Lu Yuan tucked his phone away and gazed thoughtfully out the window. It hadn't been that long. Life had already undergone significant changes. Work? Giving it a shot wasn't so bad. Chapter 40, he is our criminal investigation consultant. That afternoon, Lu Yuan arrived at the police station. He found the atmosphere there was unusually somber. Líng Xuěróu stood at the lectern in the conference room, her expression grave as she faced the assembled detectives. The detectives watched intently at the screen behind her. After half a year, the serial killer in this case has struck again, and right here in our jurisdiction. Superiors have immediately elevated the priority level of this case. Just because other jurisdictions failed to apprehend him doesn't mean we will too. This time, we will bring this killer to justice. Líng Xuěróu declared with unwavering resolve. A serial murder case? Lu Yuan, who had just pushed open the door, fixed his gaze on the screen behind Líng Xuěróu and murmured to himself. He had heard rumors about this case. Half a year ago, a vicious criminal had murdered 10 female college students. Each victim met a gruesome end, leaving the crime scenes horrifying to behold. The police had poured significant resources into the investigation. However, despite coordinated efforts across multiple precincts and countless hours of investigation, not a single lead had surfaced. DNA evidence was clearly left at the scenes, yet no matching information was found in the database. The killer vanished a year ago without committing another crime, leaving this serial murder case at a dead end. And now, a full year later, the killer has resurfaced? Líng Xuěróu spotted Lu Yuan outside the glass door. "Lu Yuan, you're here? Come in and listen with us." The detectives in the conference room turned their heads, their somber expressions brightening. This kid. Could he bring some surprises? Then, they shook their heads inwardly. The likelihood he could provide any crucial clues was too slim. If this killer were that easy to catch, he wouldn't have killed 10 people without the case being solved. This case was entirely different in complexity from the Dawn Winery case. In fact, after fully understanding the Dawn Winery case, even thought to themselves, I could have solved that case too. Maybe that guy just got lucky. After all, only a handful of people were involved in that case. Most people had no idea how difficult it truly was to solve. After Lu Yuan entered the conference room, Líng Xuěróu cleared her throat. Now then, I'll proceed to explain the details of this case. Before Lu Yuan arrived, she had been reviewing the previous serial murder case, and only now was she beginning to discuss this one. Many present weren't fully familiar with the specifics of this case, so their attention immediately focused on the screen. Líng Xuěróu pulled up the PowerPoint presentation. The image showed a corpse. The location was a dormitory room furnished with 2 single bunk beds. The body belonged to a woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Her clothes were disheveled, and her abdomen was covered in dense, overlapping knife wounds, a gruesome sight too horrific to look at directly. Additionally, there were peculiar marks on her body, suggesting she had been violated. A pool of congealed dark red blood spread across the floor.
Beside her on the floor lay a white rose, on the verge of wilting.
Líng Xuěróu took a deep breath and stated, "The deceased is Chun Qian, a sophomore at the University of Technology.
Her body was discovered by her roommate at 8 o'clock this morning.
Due to dormitory arrangements, only 2 people lived in their room.
Her roommate happened to be out all night last night, so the body wasn't discovered until this morning.
We've uncovered some clues from the victim's phone.
There was a male online acquaintance she'd been chatting with frequently recently, and they exchanged phone numbers.
Last night, there was a call log between the two.
After investigation, the original owner of the phone number was an 80-year-old man from another province. The individual who fraudulently used the elderly man's identity to obtain the SIM card is highly likely to be the perpetrator in this case. Judging by the struggle marks on the body, the assault occurred before the murder. Similar to previous murder scenes, a white rose was left beside the body. The murders all occurred in the middle of the night.
Everyone, let's discuss this first and see if we can identify any breakthroughs. After Líng Xuěróu finished speaking, the detectives fell into discussion. She approached Lu Yuan and inquired, "What do you think? Any ideas?" Lu Yuan pondered for a moment.
"Bring me the case files from the previous serial killings."
Líng Xuěróu nodded and promptly placed the complete file on his desk.
Lu Yuan picked up the files and flipped through them page by page. As he read, his brow suddenly furrowed, and a thoughtful gleam flashed in his eyes. After a moment, Líng Xuěróu interrupted the group's discussion.
"Go ahead, share your thoughts."
Several detectives slowly spoke up.
"Captain Líng, the killer's crime scenes have spanned considerable distances each time. He's likely already fleeing outside the city.
I suggest we first request authorization from higher-ups to seal off the urban area."
"Exactly.
If he escapes to another province, this case will be as good as unsolved.
We can't find any records on him in the database. He's definitely an undocumented immigrant. We should search every vehicle. Anyone unable to produce identification is highly likely to be the killer."
"Exactly.
If headquarters doesn't grant us the authority, once the killer leaves the city, solving this case will become even more difficult."
Líng Xuěróu frowned and thought. They were right. Though it would require significant manpower, it was indeed one of the viable options available now. She'd discuss it with her father later to see how much authority he could grant. A murder this heinous. The higher-ups must have been monitoring it for some time already.
The application process might not be too difficult. Lu Yuan, what do you think?
She turned to Lu Yuan.
Everyone else's attention shifted as well.
Lu Yuan set down the case file in his hands and rose slowly.
Sealing off the urban area would require an enormous police presence. The suspect might have already left the province by then, making all our efforts futile.
He walked to the podium, cleared his throat, and said, "This case has some other points of suspicion. I'd like to share my perspective first." Just as he was about to continue, the conference room door swung open. Líng Xuěróu entered, leading a middle-aged man. Once everyone's gaze turned to them, he introduced, "This is Director Yang from the municipal headquarters, the highest-ranking official overseeing this case. He's visited us before, so many of you should recognize him."
"Hello, everyone. I'm Yang Liang." Yang Liang stepped into the conference room and introduced himself.
A wave of welcoming applause immediately filled the room. Noticing Lu Yuan standing at the podium without clapping, Yang Liang furrowed his brow slightly and turned to Líng Xuěróu. "And who might this be?"
"I don't recall seeing him last time." Líng Xuěróu promptly replied, "Director, this is our newly hired criminal investigation consultant." Yang Liang looked surprised. "Criminal investigation consultant? When did your bureau create such a position?"
Líng Xuěróu hastily explained, "He's not on the official roster.
It's just a nominal title, essentially a ceremonial position."
Yang Liang's displeasure was evident.
"Old Líng, what were you thinking, giving such a wet behind-the-ears youngster a nominal position as a criminal investigation consultant? What will outsiders think of our criminal investigation division if they hear about this? Wasting taxpayers' money to keep unimportant connections on the payroll?"
Chapter 41, A Satisfactory Answer.
Líng Xuěróu looked utterly bewildered. "Connections? Now they're slapping a label on us."
No, Team Leader Yang, I believe this should be considered a necessary expense for the Bureau. The reason we selected him as our criminal investigation consultant is purely based on his personal capabilities.
If he were to be formally hired, this young man would certainly qualify for the position.
It's just that he himself isn't willing. You might not be aware, but he was involved in the Morning Light Winery case and assisted the police in solving it.
Líng Xuěróu sensed trouble brewing and immediately began explaining earnestly.
"Oh?"
Hearing the words Dawn Winery, Yang Liang showed a hint of surprise.
But he shook his head almost immediately.
"Old Líng, solving cases is never the work of one person.
You can't pull strings like this for someone based on just 1 or 2 cases.
Do you really think that's appropriate?"
Lu Yuan, standing nearby, raised an eyebrow and looked at Yang Liang in surprise.
Good grief, what had he done to offend this leader? Surely he wouldn't be singling me out like this. Could it be that just because he was too handsome, he was being envied? Before Ling Boyun could offer an explanation, Yang Liang turned to Lu Yuan and asked, "Young man, which school did you graduate from? What was your major?" Lu Yuan replied calmly, "I dropped out after junior high." Young man, don't underestimate criminal investigators. Even if we share the same major. Mid-sentence, Yang Liang, who'd been preparing to nitpick, froze in disbelief. What did you say? Dropped out of middle school? His gaze immediately shifted to Ling Boyun, filled with anger. His expression clearly conveyed, "Look at the mess you've created." Ling Boyun slapped his forehead. Damn it, it was true. But why did you have to answer so bluntly? He was well aware of Lu Yuan's deductive skills, so he didn't think much of it. After all, genuine talent matters more than academic credentials. But convincing the higher-ups that someone with only an elementary school education could serve as a criminal investigation consultant? That's going to be a bit tricky. Lu Yuan shrugged indifferently. Is academic background the only measure of ability? Yang Liang's expression darkened further. Ability? That's a bold claim. Then tell me, what's your take on this serial murder case? Ling Boyun sighed. This leader really wasn't giving him any leeway. He knew full well how difficult it was to crack a serial murder case. How could there possibly be any progress in such a short time? But judging by the situation, if Lu Yuan didn't provide a satisfactory answer, he'd never get off the hook. By posing this question, the superior was essentially trying to push Lu Yuan out and establish authority before the investigation even began. Lu Yuan smiled faintly. What do I think? I think this case isn't difficult. The moment the words left his mouth, stunned expressions spread across the room. Bro! Can't you pick a better time to show off? A nationwide serial murder case that's consumed so many police resources without a single lead, and now you claim it's not difficult? If you hadn't bragged like that, you might have gotten away with it. But you had to act like a know-it-all. How could Yang Liang not deliberately pick a fight? Sure enough, Yang Liang's face darkened instantly. Very well. Explain why you think it's not difficult. Lu Yuan ignored his attitude, pointing at the photo on the screen. The reason I say this case is simple is because it's not a serial murder case at all, it's a clumsy imitation. Lu Yuan, what do you mean by that? Líng Xuěróu spoke up, her expression tinged with tension. If she blurted out something unfounded now, it could spell big trouble. Lu Yuan remained calm and composed. If you don't believe me, take a look at this evidence. He picked up the short stick from the table and pointed it at the screen. First, this white rose found beside the victim. The primary reason everyone has linked this case to the previous serial killings, attributing them to the same perpetrator, is largely due to this white rose, correct? The killer leaves a white rose at every crime scene, a declaration of identity, a deliberate provocation to the police. But the white rose left this time was entirely different from the ones left before. The roses left before were all freshly picked, vibrant blooms. Only this one is withered. Lu Yuan moved the mouse and pulled up the crime scene photos. Everyone scrutinized the images on the screen. They discovered it was indeed as he had described. The previous white roses were clearly in full bloom, at the peak of their flowering season. This particular white rose, however, showed signs of decline and might even rot within a short time. Yang Liang frowned slightly. That's a stretch. What does the degree of wilting prove? Perhaps this white rose came from the same batch as the previous one, only it was in full bloom then and has since withered. Facing Yang Liang's skepticism, Lu Yuan remained as composed as before. Of course, there could be other reasons. The second unusual aspect of the killer is the communication method he used. In the previous 10 murders, no trace of the killer was left on any communication device. How they even connected with the victims remains a mystery. But this time, the killer took an enormous risk by using an elderly person from another province to obtain a SIM card. The stark contrast is hard not to find suspicious. Yang Liang looked thoughtful. There was some truth to that. Given how cautious the killer had been before, leaving no trace for anyone to catch. Why would they choose this method to contact the victim now? Using this method to find targets might not reveal their identity, but it would certainly give the police a major lead. Perhaps this old man could be the key to finally catching him. It certainly stands in stark contrast to the killer's previous caution. But Yang Liang paused mid-question, his thoughts halting abruptly. He realized the young man's demonstrated powers of observation were not quite what he had expected. Could it be that he had spotted other discrepancies? Yang Liang cleared his throat and asked in a solemn tone, "Anything else you'd like to add?" Lu Yuan pondered. In my view, there's one more crucial point. Rather than important, this is actually the real reason I suspect the killer isn't the same person. He displayed all the victims' photos simultaneously on the large screen. Everyone's attention focused on the screen. Then they turned to Lu Yuan, waiting for him to explain. They were now equally curious. What exactly was the crucial point Lu Yuan had mentioned? Though they were reluctant to admit it. After staring intently for a long while, they genuinely couldn't spot anything amiss. Upon carefully reviewing the case files and examining the photographs, you should notice that all 11 victims suffered some degree of humiliation. Only the last victim suffered humiliation while still alive. Lu Yuan said in a low voice. Only the last one was humiliated while still alive?
Including Yang Liang, everyone's faces betrayed utter disbelief.
A sickening thought began to form in their minds. Lu Yuan voiced that thought aloud. Exactly. The serial killer clearly has necrophilia. But this latest killer is a relatively normal person. That's why we see a distinction between pre-mortem and post-mortem desecration. Chapter 42, Investigation Direction. The conference room fell into a deathly silence.
A person's instincts and preferences are difficult to change, especially for such a vicious and depraved serial killer. If the first 10 cases already proved he had necrophilia, then there's no reason for him to suddenly change his habits in this case.
So why, this time, was the victim subjected to abuse before death?
Therefore, it was highly probable that the killer was not the same person.
The detectives exchanged peculiar glances at Lu Yuan. What on earth is going on inside this kid's head? How could he possibly notice such an imperceptible detail? Yang Liang also fell silent. He had to admit. Lu Yuan's response was enough to make him utter a single word, satisfied.
He had reviewed the case details, but never once considered this angle. This young man with only an elementary school education had some real talent.
A faint smile involuntarily flashed in Líng Xuěróu's eyes.
Indeed, he had spoken with confidence.
He hadn't disappointed. Ling Boyun blinked, suddenly realizing something. Lu Yuan, what's your take on the investigative direction for this case? This left Yang Liang speechless. What a golden opportunity to shine.
Lu Yuan braced his hands on the table, his gaze sharp.
The discrepancies I mentioned earlier, those are precisely our investigative focus. Even if the killer used the elderly man's identity to get the card, they would have left some trace.
We should start by mapping out a lead area based on the elderly man's location, people who appeared nearby, and those he's recently interacted with, then conduct a detailed investigation.
Simultaneously, we should re-examine bodily fluids from the victim, upload them to the database, and see if any new clues emerge.
Conduct DNA comparisons on undocumented residents without registered identities in internet cafes, construction sites, underpasses, and urban villages near the university.
This might also uncover relevant leads.
If roadblocks are necessary, prioritize deploying police to seal off highways leading to the city where the elderly man was found, inspecting all passenger vehicles.
This way, the killer will have nowhere to hide. After speaking, he looked around the room and asked, anything to add?
The detectives exchanged glances. Then they shook their heads helplessly.
You've laid out such a detailed plan, what else could we possibly add? Lu Yuan's investigative approach was logically structured and clearly defined. It was ready to be implemented immediately.
Ling Boyun suddenly furrowed his brow and turned to Yang Liang beside him. This leader who'd arrived and immediately displayed an overwhelming desire for control, seeking to establish his authority.
And now, remained utterly silent? He seemed to accept Lu Yuan's explanation without a shred of doubt,
as if tacitly approving his actions. But only a seasoned veteran like Ling Boyun understood the difference. Silence and explicit authorization to issue orders are worlds apart.
If Yang Liang remains silent now, every subsequent action taken by the Criminal Investigation Division would be considered unauthorized. At present, Ling Boyun had only two choices.
Either observe Yang Liang's intentions and let him make the final decision, making the Criminal Investigation Division subordinate to the case-solving process.
Or go all in, placing unconditional trust in Lu Yuan and throwing full support behind the investigation. Did everyone hear that? Lu Yuan has already laid out the investigative approach clearly. Now, we move with maximum speed.
Ling Boyun's gaze swept over the two men, and without hesitation, he chose the latter path.
As a leader, how could he handle matters without pressure? Since he believed Lu Yuan's reasoning was sound, he would follow his lead. As long as it moved the case forward, Ling Boyun never hesitated to disregard the consequences.
Lu Yuan was slightly taken aback, not expecting Ling Boyun to act on his suggestion so directly. He stroked his chin thoughtfully.
Since that's the case, I'll live up to his trust. Pay extra attention to this case.
The detectives rose from their seats one by one, soon plunging into a flurry of activity. Not only in District G, but all available detectives across the entire city of H were mobilized simultaneously. A serial murder case in peacetime isn't something you'd easily abandon just because of insufficient manpower.
Ling Boyun didn't hesitate to call upon every detective in the city for assistance.
Even if this killer wasn't the same as the previous one, there would likely be some connection. To achieve a breakthrough in the earlier cases, they must first resolve the current one. Every single detail could be the key to future success. In the empty conference room, Yang Liang felt momentarily lost.
Wait. Wasn't he here to provide guidance? Not only had he let this kid speak his mind, but the detectives were actually following his lead. Where does that leave his authority as a leader? Yang Liang shot Ling Boyun a displeased look. Is this how you handle cases? Just because some youngster says a few things, you mobilize this many officers?
Ling Boyun shrugged it off, his tone sincere.
Sir, if anything goes wrong, I'm willing to accept the consequences. The warning fell flat. He's as stubborn as a mule. Oomph. Yang Liang snorted coldly. Fine. I'll see just what kind of mess you can stir up. Everything that happens here, I'll report it exactly as it is. Without hesitation, he turned and left the conference room. Ling Boyan pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke before turning to Lu Yuan. Young Lu, how confident are you in catching the killer? Líng Xuěróu looked at her father in astonishment. What kind of question was that? Even during routine investigations, no superior would ask their subordinates how confident they were in catching the killer, right? Had her father's trust in Lu Yuan truly reached such a level? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before replying, 30%. Ling Boyun paused, taking another drag on his cigarette. 30%? 40% would be decent. Lu Yuan continued, there's a 30% chance we can catch the killer today, and an 80% chance we can catch him within 3 days. Cough cough cough. Ling Boyun choked on his smoke, incredulous. Are you sure? A 30% chance of catching the killer tonight, and 80% chance within 3 days? Why was he so confident? It actually made him feel uneasy. Young Lu, don't be too hasty. We young people need to act with composure. Ling Boyun said solemnly, regardless, this is an opportunity to make a name for yourself. It's all up to you now. All right. Lu Yuan agreed. He didn't really care much about what others thought of him. But a job that paid 6,000 yuan a month with 5 insurances and 1 housing fund for just 1 hour of work a day was definitely worth fighting to keep. After Ling Boyun left, Líng Xuěróu looked puzzled. Lu Yuan, have you already uncovered some crucial clue? Why are you so confident? Lu Yuan grinned. Not yet, but I will soon. Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes. Playing coy again, huh? Lu Yuan chuckled, give me the car keys. Everyone's busy, we should get moving too. Líng Xuěróu pulled the keys from her pocket and asked, what are we busy with? You'll see when we get there. Lu Yuan offered no explanation. He twirled the key ring on his finger and strolled leisurely toward the garage. Chapter 43, Seeking Outside Help. Half an hour later. Líng Xuěróu stared ahead expressionlessly. Lu Yuan waved his hand in front of her eyes. What's wrong? Líng Xuěróu gritted her teeth. Lu Yuan, is this what you call being busy? Lu Yuan nodded matter-of-factly. Yes. Líng Xuěróu demanded, busy playing escape room games? Before them lay. Was the escape room venue they had visited together before? Not far away. Tang Jianlu waved his rotund frame, welcoming the pair with a wave. Beside him, a man with a samurai-style haircut stood smiling. Lu Yuan chuckled softly before nodding. Yeah, I already made plans with someone. I told you yesterday. You did mention it. Líng Xuěróu retorted indignantly, but don't you know how important this case is? The escape room can wait. At such a tense moment. He's here to play an escape room game. This jerk, does he even realize what he's doing? What if they fail to solve the case? What if Yang Liang deliberately finds fault and kicks Lu Yuan out of the police force? Seeing her flustered state, Lu Yuan chuckled softly. Don't worry. I didn't come here just for fun. Líng Xuěróu retorted, her cheeks puffed out with indignation, then what else could we be here for? Lu Yuan explained, see the guy next to Fat Tang? He's a top-tier hacker. This case doesn't actually require much technical expertise, it's mainly about sifting through massive amounts of data. If this guy's willing to help, he could save your department a ton of time. Líng Xuěróu blinked, still skeptical. Really? A top-tier hacker? Tang Jianlu was already a top-tier prop maker. Now a top-tier hacker appears out of nowhere? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What would I gain by lying? He strolled toward the 2 figures in the distance, his tone lazy. Some learn earlier, others later. Everyone has their own strengths. Take you, for instance, your brain might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but when it comes to fighting? I couldn't hold a candle to you, even if there were 10 of me. True. Hearing this, Líng Xuěróu nodded thoughtfully. Then she snapped out of it, her eyes widening in indignation. Who are you implying has a weak brain? Lu Yuan pretended not to hear. They entered the shop. Tang Jianlu nudged the young man beside him with his elbow. Old Duan, you've never seen this guy interact with women before, have you? I always thought he was going to be a monk for life. The young man nodded in agreement. You're right, he hasn't. Líng Xuěróu shot Lu Yuan a surprised glance. But deep down, she couldn't help feeling a little pleased. Lu Yuan had never been around women? Could it be that she was the unusual one? Fatso Tang, I distinctly remember you couldn't even bring yourself to look at the opposite sex back then. In your state back then, how could you even notice whether I'd interacted with women? Lu Yuan stared blankly at Tang Jianlu. Facing Lu Yuan's teasing, Tang Jianlu chuckled, old Duan wouldn't have misremembered, would he? Lu Yuan ignored the remark, patted the young man beside him on the shoulder, and addressed Líng Xuěróu. Let me introduce you, this is world-class hacker, Duan Bai. Old Duan, this is Líng Xuěróu, captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade in District G, H City.
Lu Yuan had already introduced Duan Bai earlier, so Líng Xuěróu merely nodded slightly, showing little surprise. Duan Bai, however, suddenly bristled, his eyes locked on Líng Xuěróu.
She's a cop? Lu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. Old Duan, calm down. She's one of us.
Líng Xuěróu looked skeptical.
What's wrong?
Duan Bai snapped out of it and immediately plastered on a warm smile. I never imagined Lu Yuan would know someone as important as you.
I'm a bit surprised, to be honest. Honestly, it's nothing special, just an ordinary police officer.
Líng Xuěróu blushed slightly at the compliment. Lu Yuan pressed his hand to his forehead, a look of exasperation crossing his face.
This guy really? Where'd all that online bravado go?
The moment he heard police, he even started using the honorific you.
After exchanging introductions, they finally got down to business.
Put on the hoods on the table, line up, and follow me.
Tang Jianglu clearly had confidence in the escape room he'd created.
Expectation practically radiated from his face.
The three complied, donning the hoods and lining up in a row.
Duan Bai grabbed Tang Jiangliu's clothes, Lu Yuan followed behind him, and Líng Xuěróu brought up the rear. The echoes of their footsteps reverberated through the dark passageway.
Tang Jianglu entered NPC mode, leading the way without uttering a word.
After walking several dozen meters,
Tang Jiangliu's voice grew solemn. 10 seconds.
After that, you may remove your hoods and officially begin this escape room challenge.
Then, silence fell once more. 10 seconds later, the trio removed their hoods.
Simultaneously, clusters of candlelight flickered to life throughout the room.
The gloomy room was instantly filled with an orange-yellow glow. Glancing around, Lu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Fatso Tang really went all out this time.
Before them lay a room of roughly 40 square meters. The walls and floor were crafted from oak and pine wood.
At the far end of the room stood a large, luxurious leather armchair.
Before it, a massive solid wood table held a nautical chart that nearly covered its entire surface.
The walls were adorned with wallpaper featuring wave patterns.
Various exquisitely crafted swords and weapons hung on the walls.
The opulent decor gave the room an imposing, commanding presence.
Lu Yuan, no stranger to such settings, immediately got into character. He mused, there's a nautical chart on the table, along with the captain's log. This room is clearly designed to be the captain's cabin of a medieval sea vessel.
Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. No wonder it's been swaying beneath our feet, we're at sea, aren't we?
Lu Yuan sighed, exactly. That's why they say Tang the Fat really spared no expense. This room must have been built atop some large machinery to achieve such an immersive effect.
Lu Yuan mused thoughtfully, but typically, a captain's cabin wouldn't be decorated this lavishly. So it's probably a pirate ship.
No sooner had the words left his mouth than a thunderous crash erupted from beneath the ship's hold, followed by violent shaking.
Candlelight swayed in sync, flickering dimly as if ready to extinguish at any moment. Simultaneously, a deep voice echoed, "Travelers adrift in this realm, have you forgotten your purpose? Resume your voyage, you journeyed to the deep sea to seek the lost ship of the dead. Do not hesitate.
If you halt here, the boundless sea shall swallow you whole." Though the tone had been deliberately altered,
it was unmistakably Tang Jiangliu's voice.
After he finished speaking, the cabin swaying slowed considerably. Alright, then our primary objective is find the lost ghost ship.
Lu Yuan turned the door handle. As expected, it was locked.
The chamber Tang Jianglu had created was too immersive.
Even Líng Xuěróu, who rarely interacted with the lost, felt a surge of anticipation. So what do we do now? Chapter 44, The Great Captain. Duan Bai fixed his gaze on Lu Yuan.
He was a computer genius with no shortage of intelligence.
But in this kind of entertainment activity that emphasized deductive reasoning, he considered himself inferior to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan pondered, the captain's cabin definitely isn't the final puzzle location. We need to figure out how to get out first. There are no obvious mechanisms on this door for now. The clues must be in the props. Then let's gather all clues related to text first, then examine some of the surrounding props. Old Duan, if we encounter any number-related puzzles, they're yours.
Xuěróu, you're in charge of inspecting the surrounding props.
I'll handle the remaining textual clues.
Duan Bai agreed with his plan. Líng Xuěróu had no objections either. Thus, the trio set to work.
Besides the nautical chart on the table, Lu Yuan only found a metal box under the armchair.
Alright, the numerical code is now in your hands. He plopped down into the armchair, crossed his legs, and settled in for a leisurely wait. The division of labor was clear: finish your task, then rest.
A 6-digit numeric code? Just trying every combination would take 1,000,000 attempts. Duan Bai glanced at the box and grumbled, the hint for the code is a numerical puzzle, but you'd at least have to find me the puzzle clue first, right?
Found it. Just then, Líng Xuěróu spoke up, a hint of excitement on her pretty face. Lu Yuan and Duan Bai immediately turned their attention to her. Líng Xuěróu pulled a parchment blueprint from a large sword hanging on the wall.
Duan Bai nodded in admiration.
You're a cop for a reason, your observational skills are sharp. The blade appeared perfectly seamless, most people would have overlooked it at first glance.
Yet Líng Xuěróu had spotted the anomaly at a glance. Impressive.
Líng Xuěróu shook her head modestly.
It's not really about observation. I just weighed it in my hand and knew something was off. Yuan grinned. So that's the clue, huh?
Yuan shook his head helplessly.
You planned this job well, didn't you? You knew full well this room wouldn't hold many written puzzles, right?
Despite his words, he couldn't help but glance at the parchment with keen interest.
Líng Xuěróu unfolded the parchment and laid it flat on the table. The top section was written in English letters. But all three could understand it. Translated, it read:
In the vast sea, battles aren't just fought between pirate ships, they're also waged between warships. A wise captain always finds clever ways to win naval battles. My 6 warships, each capable of carrying up to 9 men, are more than sufficient to dominate the seas. The first 2 ships alone can secure victories in 9-person battles. The second and third ships can secure victory in a 10-person battle. And if I choose to win, I need only deploy 2 ships in succession, as before even a 13-person battle is no challenge.
What? Why not send out more men at once?
You fool! This captain wouldn't dream of wasting manpower. Those combatants are all fed with precious food supplies.
We are elite. Just 1 man. 1 extra man is all it takes to leave them utterly defenseless. Yuan curled his lip. Old Tang really is something. He writes such a simple math problem in English, always trying to show off.
The cabin shook as Tang Jianliu's deliberately hushed voice echoed from the overhead speakers. Do not underestimate the great captain.
Yuan picked up the code box and fiddled with it, raising an eyebrow. Then let's crack the code, shall we?
Líng Xuěróu blinked, then turned to look at Yuan.
With Yuan taking the lead, she had no intention of meddling in puzzles that weren't hers to solve. The feeling of not having to think was rather nice.
Yuan explained slowly. Simply put, this passage means there are 6 integers from 1 to 9. The sum of the first and second digits is 10, the second and third digits is 11, and so on. The sum of the fifth and sixth digits is 14. Assuming the 5th boat has X people and the 6th boat has Y people, then the 4th boat has 13 X people, the 3rd boat has 13 X people, which is X1.
The rest is self-explanatory. Simplifying the formula for adding the 6 digits gives us Y equals 32X.
Next, we simply substitute values to find the corresponding X and Y.
He furrowed his brow as strings of numbers flashed through his mind, rapidly calculating.
Seconds later, his frown smoothed out.
So X equals 7, Y equals 6, the answer is 566. Click.
Before he could finish, the combination lock clicked open.
Yuan's eyes widened.
Yuan innocently placed the case on the table. I just pressed a random combination, didn't expect it to open.
Like hell, I believe you. You didn't even try to figure it out. How could you possibly get lucky enough to pick the right one out of a million chances? Yuan rolled his eyes. Fine, let's see what's inside. These puzzles are pretty pointless anyway. The cabin shook again.
Still Tang Jianliu's deep voice. Do not underestimate the captain's wisdom.
The black mist will devour you.
Poof.
The 3 inside the cabin shared a cold laugh. What kind of idiot captain is this?
Yuan pulled an object from the box.
It was a red skull. Ha! Is this the Sea of the Dead or the Realm of Darkness? Who are you? Where is my great Captain Duncan?
The red skull's eyes flashed crimson, then it opened its mouth to speak.
Lowly pirates! How dare you enter the captain's quarters? Get out! As the words fell, the cabin door swung open. So, we passed the first test, right?
Líng Xuěróu hadn't played many games, but she could grasp the general situation.
Yuan scoffed. You don't know Fat Tang. That guy's crafty as hell. If he opened the door that easily, there's probably more clues inside. The ship shook again.
This time, however, Tang Jianliu remained silent.
Líng Xuěróu looked at Yuan. Yuan shrugged. Forget it. Fatso Tang probably just wants us to think there's something else in there. Since Xuěróu already checked and found nothing unusual, we should trust her judgment. Based on what we've heard, this seems to be a time-limited scenario. Let's minimize any delays. Líng Xuěróu's cheeks flushed slightly as she glanced at Yuan. He actually trusted her that much?
Yuan froze, then snapped his fingers after a moment's thought.
You're right. No wonder she didn't argue earlier. Come on, let's move to the next map. The trio immediately exited the room.
The only thing they took with them was that incessantly complaining red skull.
Upon entering the new room,
the door behind them slammed shut with a loud bang. The implication was clear, there was no turning back. This was a horseshoe-shaped fan-shaped space. A wall stood behind them, while a massive flexible screen curved around the front. The screen displayed a scene of a stormy sea and the hull of a pirate ship.
Could this be? Yuan gripped the ship's wheel in front of the screen and gave it a slight turn.
The ship's hull in the video swayed in response.
A rumbling sensation spreads beneath his feet. The captain's cabin. Yuan whistled in admiration. Fat Tang really spared no expense. This setup is incredibly immersive. If he tears this place down again after we leave, it'd be such a waste. Chapter 45, Estimating the Location. The secret chamber crafted by Tang Jianlu. The main selling point? It cost a fortune.
Only through such extravagance could one experience this level of immersion. Lu Yuan picked up the captain's log from the table and grinned.
"I found my text-based quest. You guys better get moving too." Duan Bai's lips twitched slightly as he lowered his head to gather clues.
But despite the extra work, he harbored no complaints.
If roles were reversed, Lu Yuan could handle his tasks, but he couldn't accomplish what Lu Yuan needed to do.
Solving number puzzles was one thing, but word traps, best leave those to Lu Yuan. This division of labor made perfect sense. First, he'd see if there were any tricky puzzles to salvage some pride. Líng Xuěróu, who had been tagging along with the two of them, suddenly found the whole thing quite intriguing.
She became even more focused at this moment.
Lu Yuan read the diary while the other two searched the scene.
Several minutes later, they gathered together once more. Lu Yuan looked up at them. "Any clues?"
Líng Xuěróu pulled out a book with an exquisitely ornate cover, her expression serious. "We found this book." The cover bore the English inscription, "The Book of Omniscience."
Translated, it meant the Book of Omniscience.
Tang Jianlu had clearly gone all out with the performance, having all the contents translated into English when commissioning the props.
Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What does it say inside?"
Líng Xuěróu opened the book. "Nothing at all.
It's completely blank."
I suspected it might be heat-activated or water-activated ink, but there's no source of fire or water here.
Lu Yuan took the book, rubbed the pages between his fingers, and shook his head.
The material feels perfectly normal.
Doesn't seem coated with invisible ink or any other hidden substance. Duan Bai frowned. Surely it can't be just useless props to fill out the secret room set? Lu Yuan pondered. Unlikely. The clue must lie in the book's cover.
Old Tang was wasteful, but not to this extent. The cover's even gilded.
But let's not rush.
We should start with the diary entries. I skimmed through it earlier.
Most of the clues are probably in here. Líng Xuěróu glanced at the hard-won clue with some reluctance before nodding. All right. Both pairs of eyes settled on the open sea journal Lu Yuan held. May 3rd, a persistent unease has settled over me lately. The sea remains eerily calm.
Since leaving the central waters, we've sailed for 3 days toward the Starry Sea, yet found nothing.
Perhaps the blood moon is our true destination?
May 6th, 3 more days have passed, and my unease grows heavier. We must alter course, head for the Sea of Starlight.
May 7th, should we try sailing into the void? But what good would returning to the Central Sea do?
Reading through the series of log entries, it was essentially the captain's endless internal struggles. After all, in these waters, seeing nothing was normal. Over time, judgment inevitably becomes clouded.
July 13th,
lately, I feel it drawing nearer.
Find that ship, and escape will be certain. July 15th, the moon's radiance cleansed my soul. I press on. The entries continued in a similar vein until the journal ended.
Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow at Duan Bai.
Anything stand out? Duan Bai frowned. The reference points mentioned in the diary, are they indicating the direction of travel? Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Anything else? Duan Bai pondered for a moment before suddenly snapping to attention. Wait, isn't deciphering the diary clues your job? Lu Yuan chuckled. You remembered that? Getting smarter lately, huh? Duan Bai rolled his eyes. That's not fair. Lu Yuan continued, but don't worry. Once the diary's puzzle is solved, the next task will still be yours. Duan Bai rolled his eyes. You crack it first, then we'll talk. Like I'd fall for your tricks again?
Lu Yuan gave no clear answer, clearing his throat before saying, first, we need to focus on the 5 locations mentioned in the diary.
Starlight, bright moon, blood moon, void, sea of stars and moon. If we use time as our navigational distance, starting from the Central Sea, we can determine our current position. Duan Bai looked utterly confused. So you want me to calculate based on these locations and time?
The problem is, I have no idea what these locations even mean.
Lu Yuan grinned. It's simple, just look up at the screen.
Duan Bai and Líng Xuěróu turned their gaze to the massive screen beside them.
Lu Yuan explained, see that distant sky over there? That brilliant expanse of starlight marks the direction we originally left the Central Sea. Duan Bai suddenly understood, so when we turn toward other places, there will be corresponding reference points too? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Why not give it a try? Duan Bai immediately turned the ship's wheel. The entire cabin swayed, tilting to the right. The image on the screen began to shift, slowly rotating to the right. Stop! Lu Yuan called out to Duan Bai.
Before their eyes, the large screen displayed a dazzling spectacle. The sky remained dotted with stars, just as before.
But upon the sea's surface, a brilliant full moon was reflected.
There's no moon in the sky, yet its reflection appears in the water.
Stars fill the heavens, yet no reflections appear in the sea. Líng Xuěróu also caught on. This must be the Sea of Stars and Moon, right?
Lu Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Yes, but it only rotated about 45 degrees earlier. If I'm not mistaken, another 45-degree turn should reveal the full moon. Duan Bai heard this and immediately got to work, turning the wheel while suddenly realizing something.
Come to think of it, why am I the one steering the ship? Lu Yuan waved his diary. I'm the one solving the puzzles right now. The physical labor is obviously your job. Fine. The scene shifted once more, unfolding exactly as Lu Yuan had predicted. A bright moon hung in the sky, its reflection mirrored on the sea surface. Not a single star was visible. The trio quickly pinpointed the remaining cardinal directions. Assuming the star sea lay to the north, the star moon sea would be northeast, the bright moon east, the void south, and the blood moon west. Lu Yuan looked at Duan Bai. If the coordinates of the central sea area are 00, then where was the ship located on the final page of the diary? Duan Bai blinked, then answered without hesitation, 23:16. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, silently pondering. Seeing his expression, Duan Bai couldn't help asking, did I miss some information? What are you basing your directional guess on?
There was a nautical chart in the captain's cabin earlier, marked with the central sea area's location.
That's what I based it on. Lu Yuan replied simply. Duan Bai's mouth opened slightly. He was about to ask how Lu Yuan could recall information from so long ago. But he shook his head. If it were him, it would make perfect sense.
Líng Xuěróu watched from the side, feeling a mix of awe and confusion.
After a moment, Lu Yuan slowly lifted his head. No.
If you keep going straight from that area, you'll encounter a cluster of islands, separated by mountain ranges formed by interconnected islets. We can't yet estimate how long this ship sailed into the Star Sea, but since the captain's log didn't mention it and we haven't encountered, then the position you calculated is most likely incorrect.
Chapter 46, Oceanic Storm. Wrong? Duan Bai shook his head. Impossible. As long as the log entries are accurate, my calculations can't be wrong.
Lu Yuan's gaze fixed on the screen, where a small island had appeared out of nowhere in the distance.
He mused, it's not that you miscalculated. We overlooked other information, leading to an incomplete conclusion. Come to think of it, I think I understand what happened.
Duan Bai followed his gaze to the island on the screen.
You think you understand? You wouldn't be suggesting the key to solving this case lies on that island, would you?
Even if old Tang was willing to spend money, he wouldn't go to such lengths. In some adventure novel, sailing the ship onto an island might be an option. But this was, after all, a reality-built locked room. Cabins and such could be constructed, but an entire island was impossible.
Such a massive structure simply couldn't be replicated. Lu Yuan shook his head. Haven't you noticed?
The ship's speed changed.
Duan Bai froze in confusion. Honestly, I hadn't noticed.
There wasn't a single device on board capable of measuring speed.
Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow.
I didn't notice it either at first, but with that island as a reference point, I see it now. You don't need to observe it specifically. Sailing toward the Star Sea will be twice as fast as heading toward the Blood Moon. Anyway, we're getting closer to the island now. Once we reach its vicinity, we'll be able to gauge the speed difference in other directions. Let's go take a look first. With that, he turned the ship's wheel, steering the pirate vessel straight toward the island.
Duan Bai stroked his chin and murmured, you know what?
Now that you mention it, the speed does seem to have changed a bit since we turned.
Líng Xuěróu nodded in agreement. Yeah. Such details wouldn't be included without purpose.
The pirate ship soon reached the vicinity of the island.
After just one circuit, Lu Yuan calculated the speed for each direction.
He set the speed toward the Star Sea as 1, Blood Moon as 2, Bright Moon as 3.5, and Void matched the Star Sea's speed. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow at Duan Bai. This way we can obtain new coordinates.
Shall we calculate again? Duan Bai blurted out, 0-12.
The moment the answer left his lips, his expression shifted.
The horizontal axis is meaningless. On this vertical axis, besides the central sea area, are there any other landmark structures?
Lu Yuan shook his head, a look of resignation in his eyes. The route through the central sea area has almost no islands at all.
Forget the puzzle. Just based on Fat Tang's personality, I guess that following our current course, we'll reach the central sea area soon enough. So the question is, should we follow the plan to the central sea area, or treat it as a trap and actively avoid it? Duan Bai hesitated. We have no choice but to go, right? We don't have any other clues now.
Líng Xuěróu waved the Book of Omniscience in her hand.
Does this count as a clue?
The only unused item left was this very book.
Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before suddenly turning to the red skull beside him. This book, do you know anything about it?
He recalled that this red skull could speak. But now, the red skull's teeth were chattering, its expression one of sheer panic.
Líng Xuěróu pressed her hand to her forehead. It's not broken, is it? Duan Bai shook his head. No way.
If this thing broken was actually useful, Fat Tang would have ended the game ages ago. Lu Yuan chuckled and added, then he'd storm off to find the prop makers and try every trick in the book to rip them off. He suddenly narrowed his eyes, then seized the moment the red skull opened its mouth to forcefully shove the book inside. Duan Bai and Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened in surprise at his sudden move.
Snap! Snap! Snap!
As if triggering some mechanism, the skull's jaws snapped shut a few times before stopping.
Then, a crimson glow flared in its eyes. "You wretched sailors, what knowledge do you seek from the great me?" Though its mouth was stuffed full of books, the red skull spoke with remarkable fluency. Lu Yuan leaned closer. "What lies in the Central Sea?" The red skull paused briefly before explaining. "In the Central Sea lies the ghost ship the captain has been searching for." Lu Yuan pressed further. "Why would the captain seek a ghost ship?" The red skull answered. "Only by finding the ghost ship and boarding it can one survive forever in these seas." Líng Xuěróu couldn't contain her excitement. "So if we find the ghost ship, does that mean we win?" Yuan pondered. "That doesn't make sense. If that were the case, wouldn't we naturally solve the riddle just by approaching the Central Sea? Why set up all those earlier puzzles then? It can't be that simple." He turned to look at Lu Yuan. The latter snapped his fingers and praised. "Finally, something useful." Yuan Bai's face darkened again. "Then what do you suggest we do next?" "Next, we need to confirm one crucial thing first." Lu Yuan smiled warmly at the red skull. "May I ask, what determines survival at sea? If we don't board the ghost ship, what dangers will we face?" The red skull paused for a few seconds before replying. "Storms at sea. They'll tear everyone to shreds." Lu Yuan's gaze grew pensive. Yuan Bai inquired. "I recall the escape room timer is set for 2 hours. How much time has passed?" 15 minutes left. Lu Yuan replied, adding an explanation. "This isn't a guess. Xuěróu was wearing a watch, and I happened to glance at it earlier." Yuan Bai exhaled. "If you hadn't explained, I'd have imagined you could calculate time based on pulse or heartbeat." Lu Yuan hesitated. "Well, I suppose I could, but it would require conscious effort to focus on it." Yuan Bai scoffed. "If that's the case, I could estimate the time too." He shook his head. "But that would simplify the goal. We'd only need to confirm when we changed course earlier and return to the original route. Or use another method to determine our bearing." Lu Yuan pondered. "No need to measure. Just head toward the boundary between the void and the blood moon for 3 minutes, then change course and continue into the void." Yuan Bai? Líng Xuěróu? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What's wrong? This is exactly the kind of thing you'd pay special attention to. I just happened to note the time earlier." Yuan Bai sucked in a sharp breath. "What the hell is your brain made of? Seriously, how did you even notice the ship speed changing just now?" Lu Yuan grinned. "Isn't that standard procedure for Tang Fatso's escape rooms? He loves setting traps in these little details." Yuan Bai's mouth twitched slightly. "Then this escape room shouldn't have invited me in the first place." Chapter 47, Ghost Ship. Yuan Bai and Líng Xuěróu hadn't paid much attention to their direction of travel before, so they could only turn the helm in the direction Lu Yuan had indicated. The ship rocked as it headed toward the sea of stars and moon. Gazing at the scattered starlight in the sky, Lu Yuan sighed. "While the immersion of this scene is well crafted, Tang Fatso's puzzle design feels a bit rough around the edges." Yuan Bai rolled his eyes. "Really? To me, it feels like he's already being pretty tough on us." Líng Xuěróu silently nodded in agreement. There were many parts she hadn't quite grasped. Minutes later, the ship reached its correct course. Or rather, headed in the direction Lu Yuan believed to be correct. Time ticked by, bit by bit. Yuan Bai looked at the sky displayed on the large screen and asked doubtfully, "Is it just me? Why does it feel like the sky is getting darker?" Líng Xuěróu speculated, "Could this be, the Central Sea area?" It was a bit awkward for her to utter such a cheesy term with such seriousness. Lu Yuan nodded. "Correct. At this speed, if we haven't reached the Central Sea area yet, we won't make it in time." Yuan Bai looked skeptical. "But we haven't seen anything. Did we take a wrong turn?" Lu Yuan shrugged. "Don't doubt it. This is the Central Sea area. I wouldn't miscalculate, and Fat Tang wouldn't be so bored as to make us miss our destination." Líng Xuěróu beside them suddenly widened her eyes slightly. "Come to think of it, did you guys hear that strange sound behind us?" Lu Yuan frowned, turning to the speakers in the corner. He crouched down to listen intently. Yuan Bai followed suit, then frowned in confusion. "I don't hear anything strange. Isn't that just the normal sound of waves?" Lu Yuan and Líng Xuěróu exchanged a glance before Lu Yuan slowly replied, "Something definitely sounds off." Yuan Bai, unconvinced, listened again. "What's wrong with it? It's always been like this, hasn't it?" Líng Xuěróu explained, "The waves on the left are much louder than those on the right. It doesn't sound like the noise our boat makes." Yuan Bai listened carefully again, comparing the sounds, then nodded. "Yeah, you're right." Lu Yuan immediately commanded, "Turn the ship around 180 degrees. Whatever it was, turning would reveal it." Yuan Bai swiftly turned the wheel. As the hull turned, the stereo sound from the rear speakers gradually became more distinct. If anything was truly following us, it couldn't possibly handle such a sudden change of direction. In mere moments, the vessel completed a full rotation. A shadow gradually came into focus. Yuan Bai's eyes widened. A ghost ship? Before them appeared a pirate ship identical in hull to their own vessel. Except this one was packed with crew members. And a captain wielding a long sword. Standing on the deck, the other party looked just as bewildered. He hadn't expected the large ship, sailing smoothly, to suddenly turn around. Duan Bai turned to Lu Yuan. What do we do now? How are we supposed to climb aboard? Lu Yuan stroked his chin. Forget climbing up for now. Why do those pirates over there seem to be trying to board our ship? Líng Xuěróu looked expectantly at him. Mr. Tang, you wouldn't have prepared extras, would you? Are we going to have to fight our way through? That would be a real hassle. Difficult? Lu Yuan couldn't help but tease. With that eager look on your face, do you really think it's difficult? If Fat Tang really hired extras to fight, he'd be losing big time. Before old Duan and I even get a chance to fight, you'll have taken care of it all by yourself. This remark startled Duan Bai, and his expression toward Líng Xuěróu grew even more timid. He couldn't detect a hint of jest in Lu Yuan's tone. Suddenly, the wall shook. Several pieces of stone fell to the ground. Then, a door appeared in the wall. A lamp hung above it, now illuminated with a large red X. Duan Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like I guessed right. I figured as long as we got close to that ghost ship, this door would become accessible. Gripping the helm tightly, he steered the ship toward the other vessel with unwavering resolve. The answer was right before his eyes. A little recklessness was worth it. 2 minutes left. Líng Xuěróu glanced at the timer and offered a reminder. She then roughly estimated their speed, confirming they could reach the other vessel before letting out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Tang Jianglu wasn't twisted enough to orchestrate another chase scene at such a critical moment. Bang! Just as the two vessels were about to converge, a sudden gust of wind swept through. Then, after a dull, thunderous crash, the bows collided. The chamber shook violently. On the screen, countless fragments of hull flew everywhere. Hey! Our ship's pretty tough. Duan Bai snapped back to reality, realizing that due to the angle of impact, his own ship remained completely unscathed. The debris was almost entirely from the other ship. The door leading to the outside began flickering on and off. It seemed that as long as a certain distance was maintained, one could simply step through. And so, the secret chamber came to an end. Duan Bai steered the ship cautiously, fearing it might drift off course. Finally, the red X on the door transformed into a green circle. Signaling passage was now permitted. Hurry, hurry! The boat's still moving forward. We'll lose control any second. Duan Bai released the helm and immediately dashed toward the gate. Only 1 minute remained. Miss this minute and the two ships would pass each other, ending the chamber's allotted time. Wait! Just as Duan Bai's hand touched the doorknob, Lu Yuan suddenly called out. Ha! What is it? Duan Bai turned back, only to find Lu Yuan hadn't moved an inch. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Something feels off, doesn't it? Duan Bai paused, puzzled. What's off? Lu Yuan pointed at the screen. Why are there crew members on that ghost ship across from us? And look at their expressions, they seem really eager. Duan Bai let out an but couldn't come up with an explanation. Lu Yuan pressed further. Why are they following us constantly? If a sea storm hits soon, we'll all be reduced to splinters. What's the point of following us? And why did our hull remain undamaged during that collision, while their ghost ship shattered into pieces? Can such a flimsy vessel really withstand a sea storm? Duan Bai frowned, now sensing something was amiss. A look of hesitation crossed his face. Could it be, this isn't a ghost ship at all? Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Exactly. In fact, the vessel we're aboard is the genuine ghost ship. Duan Bai's eyes widened. This one is the ghost ship? If we were the ghost ship, why would we have spent so long solving the puzzle? Chapter 48, Confirming the True Culprit. Why spend so long solving the mystery? Good question. Because spending this much time solving the puzzle is the biggest riddle Tang Fatty set for us. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression brimming with confidence. Ha! Well said. Next time, keep it to yourself. Duan Bai wore a resigned expression. Anyway, there's no time left. Let it be. It's about time he won once. It could be seen on the screen before them. In the distance, a towering tidal wave swept toward them. Accompanying it was the howling wind echoing through the speakers. In mere moments, the storm bore down upon them. The small door beside him once again became impassable. With a thunderous crash, the room shook violently, the screen now showing only murky, gloomy black seawater. Then, everything returned to calm. What's going on now? Líng Xuěróu, experiencing her first escape room, asked in confusion. Click. A crack suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. Then it split apart. Tang Jianlu, holding a walkie-talkie, shot the trio a displeased look. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked, so, did we succeed or fail? Tang Jianglu scoffed, you already know the answer, so why ask? Duan Bai glanced from Tang Jianlu to Lu Yuan, his voice thick with disbelief. So, this ship we're on really is a ghost ship? Tang Jianlu sighed. Yep. Never thought Brother Lu would see through it so easily in the end. Líng Xuěróu asked in confusion, so you were trying to outsmart us with your cleverness? Tang Jianlu shrugged helplessly. Exactly. My brain can't compete with Brother Lu's. Setting up all those puzzles was just a waste of effort. Instead of making it a straightforward escape room, I figured I'd lead him into a dead end himself. But I never expected him to figure it out in the end. Yuan snapped back to reality inside. When their ship was wrecked and the crew tried to come over here, they noticed these details and I didn't even catch on to what was happening. His face still wore a look of lingering fear. You nearly turned the tables on me, kid. Skipping a meal won't cut it. Tang Jianlu looked dejected. I should have let you play alone. Yuan chuckled. I know you too well. If I'd been alone, you wouldn't have set this kind of puzzle. Though Tang Jianlu always wanted to win. His puzzles never lacked logic or became overly targeted. Like demanding Lu Yuan write a 100,000-word thesis in a short time. Alright, time to close up for lunch. Wait here while I lock up. Tang Jianlu waved his hand and went to tidy up. While he was closing up, Lu Yuan turned to Duan Bai. Oh, right. I came over today to ask you for a favor. Duan Bai, in a good mood, patted his chest. If there's anything I can do, just say the word. Lu Yuan said, help me look into someone. The sooner the better. He then recounted the details of the murder case to Duan Bai. Duan Bai listened with a frown, then shifted his gaze to Líng Xuěróu. Lu Yuan understood Duan Bai's hesitation and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. A life is at stake. Duan Bai took a deep breath and said earnestly, Lu Yuan, you know my real-world identity must never be revealed. I can handle this for you, but I absolutely cannot be the one seen taking care of it. Before Lu Yuan could offer assurances, Líng Xuěróu spoke up first. We have specialized technicians on the police force. Lu Yuan grinned. Is that acceptable now? Agreed. With Líng Xuěróu's assurance, Duan Bai nodded. Then give me 20 minutes. He rose and retrieved a laptop bag from the nearby counter. He pulled out the laptop inside, plugged it in, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard. Tang Jianlu emerged after finishing her tidying, startled by Duan Bai's actions. What's going on? Lu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Nothing serious. Just a small favor. Tang Jianlu breathed a sigh of relief. A favor? You scared me. Líng Xuěróu shot him a puzzled glance before turning to look at Lu Yuan. Why did it feel like these three are hiding some big secret? Still, she had no intention of pressing the matter for now. The priority was still finding the killer. Instead, she murmured doubtfully, Lu Yuan, can we really find the information we need just from this laptop? Lu Yuan fell silent for a few seconds before exclaiming in astonishment, all I can say is, this laptop is connected to a server so massive, you couldn't even imagine its scale. Forget the killer. If you wanted to find another country's president's phone number, we could get it for you. Líng Xuěróu suddenly understood. A look of conflict suddenly appeared on her face. Ha! She had just sworn not to look into Duan Bai, yet now she felt an urge stirring within her? Duan Bai, who had been rapidly tapping away at his keyboard, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Someone's trying to harm this emperor? Duan Bai looked up, glanced suspiciously left and right, then refocused his attention on the screen. 20 minutes later. Duan Bai turned his screen toward them. The man you're investigating is him. His name is Qiankua. 32 years old, a native of H City, orphaned. He just left the province yesterday and is currently in Sanyuan Village, N City, J Province. Their exit roads are covered by surveillance cameras. If he leaves, I'll be able to see it. However, I suggest you go arrest him immediately. Sanyuan Village is about to host a 100-family banquet event. With the crowd in commotion, Qiankua might slip away undetected. Staring at the face on the screen, Líng Xuěróu hesitated. How certain are you? Within 20 minutes, the killer's location was pinpointed. Even with all police systems mobilized, this couldn't be achieved. It was simply too fast. Before Duan Bai could answer, Lu Yuan grinned. Don't ask him what his chances are. If he finds it, it's a sure thing. Líng Xuěróu nodded earnestly. Alright, let's head back first. We need to get this news out to everyone as soon as possible. Tang Jianlu chuckled. Well, that means you're giving up this meal, then. Duan Bai closed his notebook and ran his fingers through his hair. Old Tang, I'm still hungry even if they're not eating. Tang Jianlu waved his hand dismissively. How much can you eat alone? Let's go. Duan Bai gave a shy smile. We don't have to eat here, right? I've always been curious about this sky restaurant in Dubai. Tang Jianliu's eyes widened. Wait, what? You can do that? Líng Xuěróu and Lu Yuan soon returned to the police station. The station was still bustling with activity. Clearly, during the hours they'd been gone, no one had taken a moment's break. Any leads? Spotting them enter, Ling Buiyun, who had been pacing back and forth while smoking, halted his steps. He certainly didn't think the two had gone out for a leisurely stroll or a date. Surely they wouldn't go out to play games during such a tense time? That would be utterly unthinkable. Chapter 49, Ordering the Arrest. Of course we have clues. Líng Xuěróu nodded. Lu Yuan and I have already identified the killer. Ling Buiyun gave a slight nod. Well, if you found the killer, then it wasn't a waste of time. At least.
Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized something was amiss, dropping the cigarette butt from his hand.
Cough cough cough. You found the killer? Líng Xuěróu choked on his smoke, staring at his daughter in disbelief. What? You found the killer?
The exclamation drew the attention of the other busy detectives nearby. Líng Xuěróu nodded matter-of-factly.
Yes, Yuan and I just identified the killer.
Seeing the disbelief on everyone's faces, she felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. Finally, she understood exactly what Yuan meant when he said those things.
Isn't it simple? Why were they all so shocked? Ah, it's lonely at the top.
Líng Xuěróu asked, his voice tinged with alarm. Sweetheart, don't joke about this.
What's your reliable source? Dad, just trust me on the source. As long as the final outcome is solid, that's all that matters.
Líng Xuěróu assured him firmly. Líng Xuěróu glanced at Líng Xuěróu, then at Yuan, and sighed softly, his voice tinged with sadness.
I see. My daughter has grown up and turned her back on us.
Líng Xuěróu flushed with embarrassment and annoyance.
Dad, what are you saying?
Líng Xuěróu turned to Yuan with a serious expression.
So, you really found the killer? Yuan nodded. Yes. Líng Xuěróu took a deep breath. Speak. Who is the murderer? Where are they now? Yuan recounted Duan Bai's investigation findings.
After listening, Líng Xuěróu frowned.
Cross-provincial arrest? It's a bit complicated.
I need to inform Yang Liang first.
He didn't dwell on what might happen if Yuan's information was wrong.
Instead, he focused on how to make it happen. Once he had a plan, Líng Xuěróu picked up his phone and dialed Yang Liang's number.
Upon hearing the details, Yang Liang hung up immediately.
Within 10 minutes, he appeared at the police station.
You're not kidding me, are you? It's only been a few hours, and you've already caught the killer? And outside the province? Are you guys messing with me because I'm too easygoing? Yang Liang stormed in, unleashing a torrent of curses. Líng Xuěróu stood his ground. Chief, we have absolute certainty about the accuracy of this information. Yang Liang demanded. You say absolute certainty means absolute certainty? Do you have any idea how much police manpower a cross-provincial manhunt will consume? Líng Xuěróu shook his head. I don't know. All I know is we must catch the killer immediately and deliver justice for the deceased. Yang Liang snapped. You just mentioned that Yuan village is holding a community feast right now. What if innocent bystanders get hurt? Líng Xuěróu stepped forward. On behalf of the Municipal Criminal Investigation Brigade, I implore you to grant us authority. Every minute we delay could mean another victim. We absolutely cannot allow such a criminal to evade justice. Yang Liang's head felt like it was about to explode, utterly speechless. He couldn't understand it. Were they really that confident? If something went wrong, it would leave a major stain on their professional records. If Yang Liang knew.
Líng Xuěróu had become so resolute merely after hearing assurances from his daughter and Yuan.
He'd probably spit blood. Fine. If you truly believe you can pull this off, then go ahead. But let me warn you. If anything goes wrong later, your Municipal Public Security Bureau will bear primary responsibility.
If you screw this up, we're all out of a job. After a moment's thought, Yang Liang finally made his decision. Even though he was dissatisfied with Yuan and the entire police bureau's protection of him. He understood this. Better to act and risk making mistakes than to do nothing at all.
Líng Xuěróu, fearing he might change his mind, pressed, Did you hear me? Get in touch with them immediately. Roger that.
A look of joy spread across Líng Xuěróu's face. Soon, the Public Security Bureau made contact with N City's Public Security Bureau. Just as the other party was about to brush off the request, Yang Liang's connections immediately came into play. Whether it was to save face or due to orders from higher-ups.
In any case, the entire police force mobilized and marched into Yuan village. At the H City Police Department, Yuan leisurely cracked sunflower seeds.
Seeing Yuan so relaxed, Líng Xuěróu felt considerably more at ease herself. Líng Xuěróu observed their relaxed demeanor. Though he harbored doubts, he forced himself not to dwell on them.
Only Yang Liang paced back and forth alone, his expression grave.
As he paced, he muttered under his breath, We've arrested the wrong person, I'm going to lose my job, you're dragging me down with you, none of us will get off easy. For him, this waiting period was truly agonizing.
Director, word is back. The suspect's been apprehended and is on the way here.
They should arrive within about 4 hours.
Soon, the outcome was clear. Normally, a police department in a neighboring province wouldn't hand over a murder suspect so readily.
After all, it could be considered a major achievement. But this time, they couldn't even confirm whether the man had actually committed the crime. He appeared to be nothing more than an honest, hard-working young man.
Perhaps they had made a mistake? So they immediately passed him off like a hot potato. As time passed, Yang Liang's footsteps grew increasingly anxious and erratic. Líng Xuěróu took Yuan and Líng Xuěróu out for dinner. Upon their return, Yang Liang was still walking along, sighing heavily. Líng Xuěróu hesitated. Boss, they'll be here in half an hour. Why don't we take a break first? Yang Liang saw how relaxed they looked. He wanted to snap at them but didn't know where to start. Fine, it's only half an hour. I'll be there on time. Yang Liang flicked his wrist and left the office.
Only then did Ling Boyun feel a slight chill in his heart.
Lu Yuan, honestly, is it possible we really arrested the wrong suspect? Lu Yuan hesitated. It's possible. Ling Boyun's eyes widened. Possible? If that were true, it wouldn't be a laughing matter. Lu Yuan nodded. Yes.
If there happened to be another person in the village named Qianqua, it would be easy to make a mistake.
Ling Boyun froze, then snapped angrily, that's the possibility you're talking about? Lu Yuan looked utterly innocent. Yes.
Ling Boyun grumbled, you rascal, being so unreliable, how could I ever trust you with my daughter?
Lu Yuan blinked. Ha?
Líng Xuěróu? Feeling the murderous intent in his daughter's gaze, Ling Boyun quickly changed the subject. Anyway, as long as you're confident enough, just don't drag his father and daughter down with you.
Lu Yuan rolled his eyes inwardly. What was with this whole entrusting my daughter to you vibe? Half an hour passed quickly. Yang Liang strode into the room. Then, a police car drove through the night and pulled up. Get out.
The detectives in the car unceremoniously pulled the suspect, Qianqua, out. Yang Liang's expression flickered as he studied Qianqua, who appeared simple and honest.
Ling Boyun said in a deep voice, I'll interrogate him myself later.
Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly, aware that this matter was of great importance and could not be taken lightly.
At that moment,
Qianqua, who had just stepped out of the police car in handcuffs,
suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud. Officer, I made a mistake. I did it. I'm turning myself in. Can you give me a chance to make amends? Chapter 50. One crisis follows another.
The moment those words left his mouth,
everyone present was stunned. He's turning himself in? His mental fortitude is pretty weak, huh?
The detectives escorting him in the vehicle were utterly speechless. We spent 4 hours on the road with you, and you didn't utter a word.
Then the moment we pull over, you pull this stunt? Guess we in-city bureau detectives aren't exactly intimidating, huh? Qianqua knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Officer, I acted on a moment of impulse.
I regretted it immediately after the killing and have lived in constant fear ever since.
I've shown remorse, it's not like I committed some heinous crime.
Hearing this, Líng Xuěróu, still reeling from shock, suddenly flashed intense fury in her eyes.
You have remorse, so it's not a heinous crime? Tell me, if this isn't heinous. What exactly counts as heinous?
Qianqua realized something and whined, Officer, please don't misunderstand.
I didn't commit those previous crimes. This is my first offense. Lu Yuan, who had remained largely silent, suddenly spoke up. What was your motive?
Qianqua hurriedly explained, I just saw the news reports. That killer had committed so many crimes and still hadn't been caught.
It made me think. Lu Yuan replied coldly, just because he wasn't caught, you thought you could get away with it too? Qianqua opened his mouth but couldn't speak.
He couldn't bring himself to admit it. But if pressed, that was indeed the case.
Lu Yuan sighed and patted his shoulder. Don't worry. We'll catch the killer. Qianqua was a bit bewildered, unsure of Lu Yuan's tone. He nodded blankly. I believe you will. Lu Yuan gave a slight nod. We'll catch them before your execution.
Qianqua's heart skipped a beat.
Execution? Lu Yuan shook his head. Yes. Since we apprehended you, it can't be considered a voluntary surrender. People who make mistakes must make amends in the appropriate way. Since you've confessed everything, interrogation is unnecessary. Prepare for sentencing. Qianqua's eyes widened.
He never expected this young man, who seemed so calm, to utter words more terrifying than those of the hot-tempered female officer. He cried out urgently, Officer, please show mercy.
Scum! Take him away.
Interrogate him for evidence and send him to the People's Procuratorate.
Líng Xuěróu issued her orders without a hint of mercy. Just because someone else got away with a crime, he thought he could too and then he killed? What kind of monster could commit such an act? Showing mercy to such a person, even delaying their execution by a single day, would be irresponsible to society as a whole.
She didn't even want to see Qianqua in her sight again. When Qianqua was led into the interrogation room, everyone was still reeling. The case was solved just like that? Lu Yuan mused, so, this is the very reason police and detectives exist, isn't it? Only by continuously apprehending murderers and solving cases. Only then can we make the wicked fear, dread, and restrain themselves. These words plunged the detectives into simultaneous contemplation. Yes. So often, we treat these murders as mere tasks to be checked off, forgetting what their original purpose truly was. Lu Yuan's words served as a wake-up call. What they had been doing all along was something so meaningful. To make evildoers fear, to make them wary, to make them restrain themselves. Isn't that precisely the purpose of the law? That's why law enforcement officers like them exist. Even Yang Liang's expression grew pensive. A glimmer of light flashed in Líng Xuěróu's eyes.
Inside the interrogation room, Xianqu quickly confessed everything he was supposed to admit. As for what caused his twisted psyche, no one cared. Everyone simply wanted him to face justice sooner rather than later. The remaining formalities were not Lu Yuan's concern. Let's go. I'll drive you back first. Líng Xuěróu waved her car keys at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan reached out his hand. I'll drive. After the red Mustang pulled up below the building, Lu Yuan got out of the car. You worked overtime quite a bit today. You should be able to take tomorrow off, right? Líng Xuěróu hesitated before saying, thanks. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What are you thanking me for? Líng Xuěróu said earnestly, thank you for what you said. Before Lu Yuan could ask more, she slid into the driver's seat and slammed her foot on the accelerator. The car lurched forward, swaying left and right. Lu Yuan rubbed his chin, murmuring to himself, what exactly was it I thanked her for? Knock knock knock. Amidst his slumber, a cacophony of knocking erupted. Lu Yuan groggily got up to open the door. Before him stood Líng Xuěróu, dressed in her police uniform. Ha! Lu Yuan was baffled. Did I miss my shift? Isn't today my day off? How could it feel like he'd just fallen asleep? No, it's only just past 4. It's still dark out. Something's happened. Another murder case has occurred. Líng Xuěróu replied, sounding somewhat anxious. Lu Yuan snapped awake, frowning as he asked, another murder case? Líng Xuěróu shook her head. Let's head to the station first. Everyone's already there. My dad will explain when we get there. Lu Yuan nodded, grabbed his phone, changed clothes, and followed her out. They soon arrived at the police station. In the conference room, though roused in the dead of night, the detective showed no signs of fatigue. Even Yang Liang, who should have been back reporting results, stood nearby with a furrowed brow. From this alone, Lu Yuan realized this matter was likely no small affair. Ling Boyun, seeing everyone present, immediately took charge of the meeting. I apologize for summoning you all at this hour. But I have compelling reasons for doing so. Just moments ago, a homicide occurred in the Guanhai community of District G. The victim was a female college student visiting her parents. Her parents had been out all day and were returning home late tonight. Upon returning, they found the light on in their daughter's room but heard no movement. The door was locked from the inside. They forced entry and discovered their daughter had been killed. He opened the communication app and enlarged several photos. Our team is currently at the scene gathering evidence. When everyone saw the photos on the screen, they were immediately stunned. Beside the deceased girl lay a single, exquisitely crafted white rose. The exact same modus operandi. Had this serial murder case been reignited once more? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the white rose in the photograph. Ling Boyun braced his hands on the table. Any thoughts? Everyone shook their heads, saying nothing. This case had been dissected countless times. If it truly was the same killer, it was indeed difficult to come up with other theories. Their reactions were exactly what Ling Boyun had anticipated. He sighed, turning to Lu Yuan with a hint of hope in his eyes. Lu Yuan, do you have any thoughts? Chapter 51, you take the lead. Lu Yuan scanned the room and said solemnly, if I had to speculate on the killer's motive this time, I'd guess he acted out of rage. Confusion spread across the others' faces. Killing out of anger? The victim was just an innocent girl. What could possibly provoke such rage? Lu Yuan continued his explanation. I'm not referring to anger toward the victim, but anger over the insult to himself. The reason I think this way? Because this murder happened far too soon after the previous copycat killing. It's highly likely he learned about that case and grew furious at that clumsy copycat. So he refuses to accept the police attributing that crude method to him. So he killed again, wanting to make the police understand. To make them understand that this is his true modus operandi. That's why this white rose is so exquisitely crafted. Everyone looked closely. Only then did they notice the white rose on the screen was indeed far more vivid. Following this line of reasoning, it seemed perfectly logical? Lu Yuan pondered, then the question arises. Everyone refocused their attention on Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan sighed and asked. In the previous case, there was no media coverage whatsoever. How did the killer obtain the relevant information? The group froze, then jolted awake in realization. Indeed. Only internal police personnel knew about this case. If the motive truly stemmed from anger, how did the killer learn about this case? Could it be that? Could there be a mole among our own ranks? Lu Yuan knew what everyone was thinking. He tapped his fingers lightly on the table. It doesn't necessarily have to be an insider. He might have his own intelligence channels, or perhaps someone inadvertently leaked the information. Either way, it's a lead worth investigating. Everyone, first recall if you yourself have leaked any information? The group fell silent, each taking a moment to reflect. Then they began to think carefully. Many eyes betrayed a look of anguish. Could it really be that one of their family members had inadvertently let it slip? If so, this could be trouble. Lu Yuan took in everyone's reactions and turned to Líng Xuěróu. As for the other clues, we'll need to go to the scene for a thorough investigation.
Líng Xuěróu fixed his gaze on Yang Liang standing nearby and said in a solemn tone, "Sir, please give us your instructions for the next steps."
What had been discussed earlier in the meeting was meant to demonstrate capability.
Now, having him make the decision was meant to demonstrate his stance.
Yang Liang nodded and stood up. Lu Yuan, what you said earlier was spot on.
Your discovery was something none of us had noticed.
To be honest, I still harbor doubts about whether you can stay on at the police station. But I'll give you a chance.
Solve this case, catch the killer, and prove yourself.
You will lead the team and oversee the entire investigation. Lead the entire process? Yang Liang is actually delegating authority?
Líng Xuěróu and Líng Xuěróu exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. They both breathed a sigh of relief.
It was obvious to anyone that Lu Yuan was a rare talent within the police department. They had feared Yang Liang might deliberately obstruct the investigation. But thankfully,
he chose to prioritize the greater good. The other detectives exchanged glances.
Not the slightest objection to this.
In fact, his tense nerves relaxed a little. Lu Yuan's capabilities, demonstrated in the previous copycat murder case, had already earned everyone's recognition. With someone like him leading the team, solving the case would be much easier. Who led the team mattered little. What truly mattered was solving the case. We absolutely cannot allow this killer to continue committing crimes with such reckless abandon.
Alright, then I'll humbly accept the honor. But everyone should go back and rest first. Solving this case won't happen overnight.
Captain Líng and I will head to the crime scene first. You all just wait for further notice.
Lu Yuan didn't decline the authority Yang Liang offered him.
After all, he was deeply intrigued by this case. He was eager to solve it as soon as possible. After dismissing the detectives who weren't immediately needed to return for rest, Lu Yuan and Líng Xuěróu got into the car and sped toward the crime scene.
Hang in there. Líng Xuěróu encouraged him from the passenger seat. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. What?
Worried I'll fail to solve the case and get kicked off the force?
Líng Xuěróu nodded.
Of course.
After all, the higher-ups are watching us. How could I not be nervous?
What if I get fired? Lu Yuan chuckled helplessly.
I was doing just fine before, wasn't I?
Líng Xuěróu replied earnestly, but at the end of the day, you'd just be an unemployed bum.
Without a proper job, what would we do in the future? Lu Yuan didn't notice.
When Líng Xuěróu mentioned the future, her face had unconsciously turned to one side, flushing slightly.
Don't worry. I'll give this case my all. Lu Yuan offered reassurance, his eyes flickering. 11 murders?
A ticking time bomb like that. There's no way we'll let him slip away.
Arriving at the scene,
the first sounds to reach their ears were the wails of grieving family members. Neighbors drawn by the commotion gathered to watch, held back by police barriers.
Captain Líng.
A young detective spotted Líng Xuěróu and called out to her.
Líng Xuěróu inquired, has the medical examiner arrived?
The young detective hesitated. The coroner arrived long ago, but the family won't let us move the body.
Líng Xuěróu frowned. They won't let us move the body? If they keep refusing, are we supposed to just leave the person lying here? The young detective's face flushed with embarrassment. Lu Yuan pondered, it's fine. Let's go inside and see first. They've just lost their daughter. This reaction is perfectly normal. All right. Líng Xuěróu nodded, stepped over the police tape, and walked inside with Lu Yuan.
Although the photos had already been shown on the projector earlier, the thick, pungent smell of blood still made both of them wrinkle their noses. Lu Yuan saw the girl's parents crouched not far from the body, clinging to each other and weeping loudly. Uncle, Auntie, please calm down.
We're not here to take your daughter away. The most important thing now is to find the real killer.
So please allow me to observe the scene for a moment.
After explaining a few words to the deceased's parents, Lu Yuan cautiously approached the body.
The parents looked up and glared at him, but did not try to stop him. Seeing this, Líng Xuěróu followed suit.
Before even examining the scene, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and remarked, Xuěróu, didn't the killer move too quickly?
Líng Xuěróu's eyes clouded with confusion.
Too fast? Didn't you explain earlier? Something about an inside source.
Lu Yuan clarified, no, what I mean is the previous copycat case only appeared for a single day before the killer committed this crime.
And they didn't leave many traces either. It looks like this was planned and prepared well in advance. If he truly acted out of rage, wouldn't this be too swift an execution?
Líng Xuěróu fell deep in thought.
After only a dozen seconds, she snapped her head up. Are you saying the killer is simultaneously targeting multiple victims and could strike again at any moment? Chapter 52, you can deduce that? It must be said.
After spending extended time with Lu Yuan, Líng Xuěróu's reasoning skills had noticeably sharpened.
The killer gained trust by establishing online connections with their targets. In other words, online romance.
Ultimately, they exploited the identities of these online lovers to murder them. However, this time, the killer could immediately choose a target to kill after becoming enraged. This indicates he had already been in a relationship with this girl for some time. But how could a serial killer have only one target? Perhaps he was chatting with multiple women simultaneously. This time, he simply chose one of them to act upon. Líng Xuěróu's eyes flashed with worry. What should we do? If that's the case, more people are being targeted and could become victims at any moment. Who knows when the next murder might suddenly occur? Yuan shook his head. Those are concerns for later. First, let's examine the scene for any clues the killer might have left behind. Líng Xuěróu nodded and began searching the room with him. After a thorough search, Yuan paused and led Líng Xuěróu out of the room. The victim's parents were still emotionally unstable. At this point, it was best not to stay in the room and upset them further. Several detectives followed, eager to hear their analysis. After fiddling with his phone for a moment, Yuan inquired, "So, what have you discovered?" Líng Xuěróu paused to recall. The cause of death appears to be fatal cranial injury from a sharp object piercing the back of the neck, a single, lethal blow. There wasn't much blood on the floor, so the body probably wasn't moved. Similar to previous cases, the victim shows signs of sexual assault and it occurred post-mortem. The window was open, and there are friction marks on the wall, so it wasn't a locked room murder. The detective beside them nodded slightly. As expected of the captain, her observations are meticulous. Yuan, however, wore a pensive expression as he mused. "You're right, but there are still some details." Líng Xuěróu asked in confusion. "More details?" Yuan explained. "The victim's phone, the metal frame is severely damaged, indicating multiple drops, and the screen has been replaced." Líng Xuěróu looked perplexed. "What does that mean?" Yuan replied. "It indicates she was emotionally unstable. I found several indentations on the wooden floor. After comparison, they likely correspond to marks left when the phone was smashed. Additionally, there are fine cracks on the doorframe, and several small objects bear knife-cut marks. The deceased may have had certain personality flaws." Personality flaws? Líng Xuěróu blinked, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. She was no longer surprised that Yuan could discern so many details. She was now pondering how these clues might connect to the case. If the deceased had a rather reclusive personality, it could narrow down the potential pool of suspects. After all, such individuals have limited avenues for interaction with the outside world. Yuan shook his head. "But since we can't confirm anything further yet, this clue can be temporarily disregarded." This clue could be temporarily disregarded. Líng Xuěróu tentatively asked, "So, have you discovered anything else?" Yuan stroked his chin and clicked his tongue. The killer is likely around 30 years old and smokes. Great shape, works out regularly. Has a garden with white roses at home, swims every Saturday, and has run marathons." As he rattled off this string of guesses, Líng Xuěróu was utterly dumbfounded. Could someone actually guess all that? The detective beside him wore an expression like he'd seen a ghost. "Do you even know what you're saying? Running a marathon. The killer's right in front of you, and you can't even recognize him? You deduced all this?" After a long moment of stunned silence, Líng Xuěróu finally asked blankly, "If you claim you deduced all this just by observing the scene, then don't call yourself a detective anymore. Just admit you're the murderer's accomplice. Everything you just said. Not a single one of them. Doesn't seem like something you could deduce from clues at the scene." Yuan cleared his throat awkwardly. "What are you thinking? How could any of this possibly be deduced from the crime scene?" Líng Xuěróu froze again, hesitating. "Then how did you know?" Yuan waved the phone in his hand. "Didn't you notice? This is the victim's phone. I just unlocked it with her fingerprint. Those details were inferred from their chat history." Líng Xuěróu finally exhaled in relief. "Phew. I thought you'd lost your mind and started fortune-telling." Then, her curiosity piqued, she asked, "Wait, the killer didn't delete the chat history? In previous cases, they never left any chat records behind." Yuan handed the phone to Líng Xuěróu. "They were deleted, actually. But the victim, out of affection for the killer, had screenshotted and saved some of the records. Probably because she wanted to remember this man's daily life or something." Líng Xuěróu nodded, a hint of excitement in her voice. "That makes sense. Who would have thought we'd get such an unexpected breakthrough this time? With so much information at once, this investigation should go much smoother. We hadn't uncovered any details about him before." Yuan shook his head. "But we can't verify the authenticity of the information in those texts yet. They can only serve as one investigative lead. If we take everything at face value, it might actually hinder the investigation." Líng Xuěróu rolled her eyes. "Of course I know that, but what else can we do? We have no other avenues to pursue right now. With these characteristics, we can at least spot some clues in the surveillance footage. We'll flag everyone matching 2 or more characteristics. The chances of catching the killer would increase significantly." Yuan remained unsatisfied, narrowing his eyes. "It's still too passive. Relying solely on this investigation won't suffice. There must be other aspects we've overlooked." Líng Xuěróu sighed. "We could track the white roses the killer leaves at each scene, but it's a thankless task. The detectives nodded in agreement.
Not to mention, who would even notice if 1 or 2 roses were stolen from such a rose garden? Even if someone did notice, the owner probably wouldn't care much. And as Lu Yuan had just pointed out, the victim had white roses growing at home. Were they supposed to search every single residence in H city? Finding them would be one thing. The real concern was that the killer might have hidden the roses in a basement, warehouse, or similar location, deploying massive police resources for a search that yields nothing. No superior would approve of that. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he heard Líng Xuěróu's words, his fingers tapping lightly on his phone case. White roses left behind every time. Exactly, that's it. Beyond the criminal investigation, what we need to find is the common thread in each of the killer's crimes. Chapter 53, The Victim's Commonality. What could that be? Líng Xuěróu had just begun to piece things together when she froze again. White roses? A commonality? Lu Yuan explained, I'm talking about the commonality among the victims. Judging by the white roses left as taunts to the police, the killer must possess a certain confidence in their murder method. Such a person might also have a unique selection process when choosing victims. If we can identify a common thread among the victims, perhaps we can use these similarities to deduce the killer's identity. Líng Xuěróu suddenly understood, then sighed helplessly. We considered this before, but only noticed they were all female college students. Subsequent investigations didn't uncover any other usable clues. Pursuing this angle might not be feasible. The idea was promising, but reality was harsh. If it were truly that easy to uncover, the police would have already conducted an in-depth investigation in this area. Lu Yuan, however, remained confident. There must be other clues. You haven't found them because you haven't devoted enough effort to this angle. With cases like this, focusing solely on crime scene clues and the victim's personal relationships is nowhere near enough. Since we have no other avenues to pursue for now, there's no harm in revisiting the case files. Líng Xuěróu nodded slightly. All right. She had no objections. Perhaps there really was some crucial commonality hidden among the victims that she hadn't spotted. Better to make a mistake than to do nothing at all. Let's head out. There's nothing more to investigate here. Have the crime scene team and the detectives on duty follow up on what we discussed earlier. Lu Yuan turned and headed downstairs. On the way back to the police station, Líng Xuěróu assigned tasks to her team. The moment she stepped out of the car, she dove into the archives room and hauled out all the files related to the murder case. You go back and rest. I'll notify you if there's any news. Lu Yuan opened a file, skimmed through it casually, and gave a slight nod. Líng Xuěróu was about to refuse when she couldn't suppress a yawn, her expression turning slightly awkward. There's a fold-out bed in the office. I'll just lie down for a bit. Notify me if there's any news. With that, she turned and slipped into the office. Just as she was about to close the door, Líng Xuěróu glanced at the figure sitting in the chair, completely absorbed in the files on the desk. She stood frozen in place for a long moment. Only when another wave of drowsiness washed over her did she gently close the door. When the clamor outside reached her ears, Líng Xuěróu opened her eyes and rose to tidy herself up. Opening the door, she froze once more. Lu Yuan remained in the same position as before, a sheet of white paper beside him covered in writing. Líng Boyun had also arrived at the police station, pacing back and forth nearby. At this hour, he would usually be impatiently issuing orders one after another. Even the slightest progress would have kept him busy. But now, he waited patiently, hoping Lu Yuan would provide an answer. As if sensing Líng Xuěróu's gaze, Lu Yuan lifted his head and offered a faint smile. You're just in time. We've found what we were looking for. Let's all listen together. Found? Líng Xuěróu's expression turned surprised as she hurried over. Líng Boyun and the other detectives nearby gathered around as well. Expectation flickered in their eyes. Studying case files to uncover clues? That sounded pretty far-fetched. But for Lu Yuan, it seemed like a traditional supernatural ability? Lu Yuan cleared his throat. I carefully studied the first 10 victims. I found some commonalities among them. First, they were all female college students about to graduate, and they were all the same age. The others nodded slightly. They had already pointed this out earlier. Yet focusing solely on female college students left the scope far too broad. With so many female college students in the city, finding the victims among them was practically like searching for a needle in a haystack. Lu Yuan continued, none of these female students had particularly strong academic records. Several had failed courses, which had impacted their graduation and job prospects. The group frowned in thought, pondering the significance of this clue. Additionally, their weights all fall between 100 and 105 gene, with a total range of less than 5 gene. Lu Yuan's eyes flickered as he added, a mere 5-pound difference is unlikely to be coincidence. The killer clearly has specific criteria for his victims. This might indicate some peculiar preference. The others nodded in agreement. 1 or 2 such details could still be dismissed as coincidence. But the presence of so many commonalities clearly indicates that the killer is screening victims in some way.
If we could identify all the criteria he used for selection, we could draw a very small circle and pinpoint those who might become victims. Líng Xuěróu's eyes lit up as she looked at Lu Yuan, hoping he would reveal more clues. Lu Yuan did not disappoint her, continuing, the victims' birth dates also fall within a specific range. The first victim was born on March 21st, the second on April 19th, and all 9 other victims fall within this range. Moreover, none of these birthdays overlap. Líng Xuěróu furrowed her brow, pondering slightly.
Isn't that a bit of a stretch? Lu Yuan nodded. True. There are many possible explanations for the victims' birthdays clustering within a single month. For instance, since they graduated around the same time and share the same age, it's highly probable they were born within the same 6-month period. However, he abruptly changed the subject. The first and second victims' deaths occurred precisely at the beginning and end of Aries season. Huh? Is that even possible?
Líng Xuěróu immediately pulled out her phone to check.
And sure enough, it was true. If the deaths had occurred within the same month, it wouldn't seem like a noteworthy commonality. But what if they all shared the same zodiac sign?
That would give reason to suspect the killer was conducting some kind of sinister ritual. Líng Xuěróu suddenly thought of something and asked nervously, you mentioned earlier that none of their birthdays overlapped.
Meaning the killer might be trying to kill every single Aries, all 29 of them? Lu Yuan nodded slightly. Exactly. Everyone sucked in a sharp breath. If the killer wasn't caught and allowed to kill all 29, what would become of us? In peacetime, the death of even one person is considered dereliction of duty. Noticing their anxiety, Lu Yuan tapped his knuckles on the table. But the killer waited a whole year before striking again. That gives us a huge advantage. The veteran detective beside him looked utterly bewildered. How could that be an advantage? Are you joking, Lu? Lu Yuan scanned the room, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. I don't know if you all remember what I mentioned earlier. The victims were all born in the same year. Not just the previous 10. But also includes the female college student from this morning. Chapter 54, Pressure Resistance. Líng Xuěróu immediately understood the advantage Lu Yuan was referring to. A year later, the killers still chose victims of the same age. The number of female college students who could still meet the above criteria would be drastically reduced. Thus, the search narrowed to female Aries university students who had either studied abroad for a year or delayed their studies by 1 year. After identifying these individuals, the next step was to refine the selection. Identify female students whose birthdays do not overlap with other victims and whose weight falls between 100 and 105 g, approximately 50-52 kilograms. Those who perfectly match these criteria are highly likely to be the killer's next target. Since this case occurred within the city, we'll start by investigating local universities. The workload isn't excessive, but the investigation must proceed swiftly. And it must be discreet. Under no circumstances should any relatives or friends be told about our investigation. Lu Yuan fixed his serious gaze on everyone present. Yes, sir. The detectives responded in unison. Are you kidding me? If this killer started murdering people in their jurisdiction, they might lose their jobs. Under these circumstances, who would dare leak information carelessly? After everyone had left to investigate, Lu Yuan slowly rose to his feet, hesitating as he said, Xuěróu, there's actually one more clue that could serve as a screening criterion. Líng Xuěróu froze, then asked, but it's not entirely certain? Lu Yuan nodded. Yes. You should recall that the victim we examined today had one peculiar trait: her emotional state was highly unstable. Líng Xuěróu froze, then shook her head. Emotional instability isn't a viable investigative lead. Why do you suspect that? There are far too many emotionally unstable people. In this society, who doesn't face some pressure? Lu Yuan pondered, because perhaps her emotional state is more unstable than we imagined. Someone so reclusive, with minimal daily contact, rarely encounters situations that would provoke her anger. But the details on her phone and in her home reveal a more irritable side. So it's highly likely she suffers from some kind of illness, depression, bipolar disorder, or something similar. We can check if she has any related medical conditions later. Finding hospital records would be ideal. We should also be able to find some clues from her parents. If she does have a related condition, and we find the same condition in at least 4 of the previous victims, then this could serve as one of our screening criteria. Líng Xuěróu blinked, quickly following Lu Yuan's train of thought. Not everyone would choose to seek hospital treatment for such conditions. Therefore, if 4 or more victims have medical records, it would be absolutely certain that the killer specifically targeted individuals with bipolar disorder. As long as this is included as a criterion, it will further narrow the scope and reduce the police workload. She said solemnly, all right, I'll go arrange for someone to verify the information on the previous victims. No, I'll personally lead them to investigate. In investigations, the greatest fear isn't wasting time, but ignoring obvious red flags when they arise. Líng Xuěróu, who had been listening nearby, murmured in admiration, little Lu, noticing even such minor details making you the lead investigator for this case was definitely the right choice. Lu Yuan grinned. Director Líng, you flatter me. These are still just speculations. We can't confirm anything yet. Ling Boyun shook his head. Not at all. Any clear-eyed person can see how crucial your insights are. If you crack this case, Yang Liang will be over the moon. Lu Yuan didn't argue. Taking a deep breath, he said, anyway, let's focus on getting everything thoroughly investigated first.
Under such intense pressure, the detective's efficiency was astonishing. Before long, a list and related materials appeared before Lu Yuan. After filtering through the long list of criteria, not many names remained. The list before Lu Yuan contained only 38 names. The detectives looked at Lu Yuan with a hint of anticipation. Facing their hopeful gazes, Lu Yuan sighed helplessly, everyone. I know you're counting on me to crack this case. But expecting me to come up with a crucial lead just from a list of 38 people? That's too much to ask. The group shared an awkward chuckle. Well, that's true. 38 people sounds like a small number. But in reality, it's anything but small. Even if you assigned people to watch them non-stop. To ensure full protection, at least 152 officers would be required daily. With reinforcements from other jurisdictions, we might barely meet that requirement. But this isn't a one-time operation. If the killer delays for just one day, the police would waste this enormous amount of manpower protecting them. In practical terms, it's utterly unrealistic. Thank you all for your hard work. Lu Yuan scanned the room thoughtfully. Next, I need you to gather as much information as possible on these 38 individuals. With this data, we might be able to narrow down the list further. The team sprang into action once more. Lu Yuan buried his head back into the documents before him. The empty office was now occupied only by Ling Boyun and Lu Yuan. Watching the young man's gaunt figure hunched over his desk, he sighed softly. As a chief who had climbed the ranks from a veteran detective, he understood all too well the immense pressure Lu Yuan was bearing at that moment. This pressure isn't the kind that comes from fear of getting fired for failing to complete tasks. It is the pressure born from the weight of human lives. Every minute the killer remains at large means another potential victim. As the case lead, Lu Yuan easily shoulders this pressure, believing that his own negligence is directly taking lives. To the point where he now relentlessly searches for any breakthrough. Even while playing video games, he couldn't help but glance at the case files. Ha! While gaming? Ling Boyun's expression stiffened as he noticed Lu Yuan had pulled out his phone to play a game at some point. Damn it, kid, where's your sense of urgency? Where is everyone? Where did they all go? Before he could speak, a familiar voice echoed as a figure strode into the police station. Yang Liang strode in, his brow furrowed. Before Ling Boyun could warn him, Yang Liang spotted Lu Yuan engrossed in his game. Yang Liang's eyes widened in disbelief as he demanded, at a time like this, you're sitting here playing games by yourself? What kind of scene hadn't he seen? This scene was truly unprecedented. A homicide at the police station, the nation watching. And Lu Yuan, appointed as the lead investigator, was playing video games? Hiding in your office to play would be one thing, but you're doing it right at the desk by the main entrance? It's as if he's afraid people won't notice his blatant dereliction of duty. Is this really the person you assigned to handle the case? We've found it. At that moment, Líng Xuěróu walked in from outside holding a document. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, she paused for a moment. Then, she spotted Lu Yuan engrossed in a game and Yang Liang with a face as pale as death. Líng Xuěróu instantly understood. Her lips twitching slightly. This can't be just a coincidence, right? Chapter 55, The Invitation. Lu Yuan looked at Yang Liang in confusion. Sir, is there a problem? Seeing his innocent expression, Yang Liang was furious. You ask me if there's a problem? Don't you know exactly what you're doing? Lu Yuan waved his phone. You mean, playing games is a problem? Do I even need to say it? Yang Liang took a deep breath. If you don't want this job, then get out of here. I gave you a chance, not so you could play games. You think it'll only drag me down? When the time comes, Director Ling won't be the only one affected, your little girlfriend will be implicated too. Girlfriend? Líng Xuěróu beside him widened her eyes, nearly dropping the documents in her hands. Was he referring to her as his girlfriend? Lu Yuan didn't dispute Yang Liang's use of girlfriend, only shaking his head helplessly. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. I wasn't playing games, I was reviewing the deceased's social circle. Yang Liang frowned. What does that mean? If you're playing a game, just say you're playing a game. Why bring up checking the deceased's social circle? Lu Yuan explained. This online game was the one the deceased played most frequently on their phone before passing away. The game's entire theme revolves around social interaction. I logged into her account to see if there were any undeleted chat records. He shrugged. The text messages have all been deleted. We'll have to look elsewhere for clues. Yang Liang snatched the phone from him. After examining it closely, he placed the phone on the table and snorted coldly. Anyway, in these special times, you need to be clear about what you're doing. Since the game account was legitimate, he couldn't find any fault with it. Lu Yuan smiled warmly at Líng Xuěróu.
What did you find in your investigation earlier?
Líng Xuěróu snapped out of her blush and hurriedly replied. I found that, besides the victim, 4 of the previous 10 victims had depression.
Yuan frowned and asked, did you find the corresponding diagnostic records?
Líng Xuěróu shook her head. I reviewed their social media posts. They all mentioned related keywords.
Yuan paused, then nodded. Yes, that was the right approach.
The first person to respond to them on social media can already be considered the primary suspect.
Good. Líng Xuěróu nodded, then hesitated before adding. I didn't notice earlier, but one of the victims with medical records actually knew Yuǎn. Knew Yuǎn? The second young master of Morning Light Winery? Oh. Yuan blinked, thought it over carefully, and nodded slightly. It made sense. Actually, Yuǎn had previously resorted to self-harm as an outlet, which undoubtedly stemmed from related psychological issues. Given that, it was possible he could have encountered the victim back then and gotten to know him. Yuan snapped his fingers. Excellent. Then we have work to do. Contact Yuǎn, arrange a meeting, and have a detailed discussion with him about this deceased individual. Turning to Yang Liang, he asked, any further instructions, sir? Earlier,
Ling Boyun had already relayed Lu Yuan's findings to Yang Liang.
Only then did he realize Lu Yuan hadn't been slacking off.
His voice grew heavy as he nodded. No further instructions.
You go ahead and handle it. After a moment's thought, he added, if you need more manpower, come to me. Director Ling has my contact information. With that, he turned and walked away. Ling Boyun exhaled in relief, shaking his head. You kid, the moment I turned my back, you started playing games. You really gave me a scare.
Líng Xuěróu also gave him a reproachful look.
Exactly. Thank goodness you weren't actually playing. How would we explain that? Yuan looked utterly innocent. But I was playing for real. Just like I explained earlier. Ling Boyun's expression froze. Líng Xuěróu's eyes widened?
So he really was playing a game earlier and just made up that excuse on the spot when Yang Liang approached.
Should she praise his reckless courage or his quick thinking? Yuan pondered for a moment, then chuckled. Oh, right, Yang Liang mentioned my little girlfriend earlier. Where is she?
Ling Boyun chuckled cheerfully upon hearing this. I have no idea.
Are you trying to get yourself killed? Líng Xuěróu's newly calmed emotions immediately boiled over again,
a crimson flush spreading from her neck to her ears.
I'm ignoring you. Go find the clues yourself.
She tossed the documents aside and turned back toward her office.
Yuan looked at Ling Boyun. Director Ling, I'll leave you to your work. I'll contact Yuǎn and see if we can find any leads. Go ahead. Ling Boyun replied with a sigh, casting a helpless glance at the tightly shut door of the adjacent office. That little minx. She finally found a man who could keep her in check. So why all the shyness? Didn't she see her old man standing right there, giving his tacit approval? She didn't even notice such a perfect assist.
But there was no need to rush things.
Once Yuan cracks this case, we can look for a better opportunity. If he can't crack it, we might all be packing our bags and heading out. Hey, I need to ask you something. Stepping outside, Yuan dialed Yuǎn's number. The banquet? Alright, I'll come find you tomorrow. Just have someone deliver the invitation to the police station. After hanging up, Yuan returned to the police station and knocked lightly on the office door. Xuěróu, wanna join me at the banquet tomorrow?
The door opened a crack immediately.
Líng Xuěróu looked surprised. You still have the heart to go to a banquet at a time like this? Yuan explained. Yuǎn invited me. He said he hasn't had time lately, but if there's anything I want to discuss, I can talk to him properly at the banquet tomorrow. But I guess it's probably just him wanting to express gratitude for what happened before. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so busy he can't spare any time. It's all the same gesture anyway, might as well go. Líng Xuěróu opened the door,
her voice tinged with exasperation.
What do you mean might as well go?
You're good for nothing but freeloading.
Aren't you? Yuan raised an eyebrow. So, are you coming or not? I'm going.
Líng Xuěróu answered without hesitation.
Then added, but I'm not going to freeload. I'm only going to help solve the case faster. Yuan chuckled. Whatever you say.
Líng Xuěróu gave a light snort,
offering no reply,
and slammed the door shut.
It's tomorrow anyway. I'll be reviewing the case files in here. You go do whatever you need to do. The voice came from inside the room.
Yuan felt a wave of confusion wash over him,
momentarily unable to process it. What was going on now? Was she still awkward about what happened earlier? That couldn't be right. Women are such a hassle. Yuan shook his head and turned to leave. Little did he know. Upon hearing those words, Líng Xuěróu, flushed with embarrassment in the room,
instantly shifted to a look of grinding teeth.
Oh, for heaven's sake. This lady was still considering. Forget it. Let this little cutie figure it out on her own. Chapter 56, Curtain Call, Conclusion. 2 days later, Líng Xuěróu still went. When she saw Lu Yuan appear in a white tank top and shorts while she wore a dark gown, she was utterly speechless. We agreed to attend a formal dinner. What on earth is this outfit? Lu Yuan looked puzzled. We're not attending a formal dinner. Why bother with all that fuss? Líng Xuěróu took a deep breath. That actually makes sense? How could she argue with that? The thing is, even if we're solving a case, you should at least have decent attire. What if someone stops us? The two entered the hotel using their invitation. Inside the banquet hall, soft, subdued music played. The air conditioning kept the room cool, so even in a suit, one wouldn't look too out of place. This left Lu Yuan feeling a bit awkward. This vest feels a bit chilly? I'll go grab something to eat first. We'll talk once Yuan arrives. Feel free to look around in the meantime, Lu Yuan said before turning to leave, completely oblivious to Líng Xuěróu's awkwardly suspended hand. You, watching Lu Yuan's retreating figure. Líng Xuěróu, who had been about to casually take his wrist, stomped her foot in frustration. What the heck? I was finally trying to get closer to you. Beautiful lady. Care to dance? Just then, a man in a suit with neatly combed hair took the opportunity to approach. Get lost. Líng Xuěróu snapped without hesitation, turning to search for food herself. If he's eating, so am I. The man in the suit behind her froze, his expression stiffening. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Dad was lying to me all along. Taking the initiative never pays off, it just makes you look like a fool. The man who had mustered the courage to try charming the one he liked for the first time had completely lost his confidence. When Líng Xuěróu rose to look for Lu Yuan, she discovered he was nowhere to be found. It wasn't until the banquet began that Lu Yuan strolled into the room, dragging his feet as he made his way to the hall. His gaze immediately locked onto Yuan, who was surrounded by a crowd. As the second son of Dawnbreak Winery, Yuan was naturally the undisputed center of attention at the banquet. Líng Xuěróu spotted Lu Yuan at the same moment and was about to confront him when a figure appeared even faster. Before Lu Yuan could reach Yuan, a man in sunglasses blocked his path. Sir, this is a private dinner. Regardless of how you gained entry, please leave immediately. Lu Yuan paused, then wore an amused expression. Sneaked in? Why? Líng Xuěróu sighed, pressing her hand to her forehead. What else could it be? Obviously because of your outfit. Just moments ago, she'd been wondering if Lu Yuan might get kicked out for dressing too plainly. Little did she expect it would become reality so soon. The security guard frowned. Sir, you live in Dong province? You own a building there? Lu Yuan shook his head. Not exactly. I'm a local, living in the suburbs. The security guard visibly relaxed. As long as he wasn't some big shot with connections. He cleared his throat. Then I'm afraid we simply can't accommodate you today. If he didn't own a building yet dared to dress so arrogantly, letting him through would likely end his career as a security guard. Lu Yuan pointed toward Yuan nearby. It's fine. I just want to say a few words to him and then leave. The guard glanced in the direction Lu Yuan indicated, his expression shifting slightly. Then you absolutely cannot stay here. Get out now. What's going on? Just then, a middle-aged man approached from the side. The security guard immediately adopted a deferential tone upon seeing the man, briefly explaining the situation. The middle-aged man suddenly understood, then sneered coldly. You actually think you can see young Master Zhou? Don't you know your own place? Produce your invitation immediately. I suspect it's forged. Líng Xuěróu's face lit up with a delighted smile. Seeing Lu Yuan being treated with such suspicion, she felt a bit of schadenfreude. Serves you right for being such a straight man all the time. I wouldn't have bothered explaining for you. She even hoped Lu Yuan would stubbornly refuse to show the invitation now, argue with the security guard, and then declare, what goes around comes around. Don't look down on a young man just because he's poor. Unfortunately, Lu Yuan promptly pulled the invitation from his baggy shorts pocket. This one can't be forged. Go ahead and check it. The middle-aged man took the invitation, frowned as he scanned the contents, then froze. The security guard instantly sensed trouble and instinctively lifted his leg to flee. The middle-aged man caught his movement and smacked him on the head. Are you stupid? What were you thinking about during work hours? Someone dressed like that got let in? He must have some kind of status, right? The security guard looked somewhat innocent and aggrieved. But I checked before. His family doesn't own any buildings, he's just a local living in the suburbs. The middle-aged man snapped. So he doesn't own a house? Does that mean he has no other assets? He simply couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a man in baggy shorts possibly have an invitation personally issued by Yuan? Lu Yuan thought for a moment before deciding to interject with an explanation. Well, my family doesn't own any property, and I don't have much money either. My entire savings don't even reach 4 digits. The middle-aged man turned his head, a sycophantic grin spreading across his face. Young man, you're joking, right? No need to play poor at a time like this. Come on. I'll take you to young Master Zhou. Líng Xuěróu, standing nearby, nearly dropped her cup. Her lips twitched slightly. Could it be this real? She'd been hoping to see Lu Yuan get bullied, but instead witnessed a textbook case of a pretentious showdown gone horribly wrong. It was all because his process was too normal. He didn't follow the script at all. But, if he had followed the script, wouldn't Lu Yuan have ended up looking even more impressive by making a bigger scene? Since that was the case, she wasn't going to stand by and watch the spectacle unfold. She stepped right in. Lu Yuan approached Zhou Anren with a smile and greeted him. Young Master Zhou, you're as elusive as a dragon. It's been ages since we last met. Zhou Anren froze. But you've never sought me out before. Líng Xuěróu also smiled as she approached. Would you mind chatting privately for a moment? Zhou Anren nodded slightly. Sure. He felt profound gratitude toward Lu Yuan. Had it not been for them back then, he might have been wrongfully accused, and the truth behind his brother's murder would never have come to light. They had also helped him realize something was off about his cousin. In fact, since his brother's death, their interactions had grown increasingly frequent. Of course, it remained strictly within the bounds of a brother-sister relationship. If things keep going the way they have been, I might just become the next victim. After all, no one can guarantee they're perfect. One careless move, and if the other person senses dislike, it could cost you your life. Who could stand that? The three of them moved to a corner of the hall. Lu Yuan pulled out a photo of a woman. You've seen her before, right? I thought you'd invite her to the dinner party. I couldn't find her earlier. Líng Xuěróu suddenly understood. No wonder Lu Yuan had been missing for so long. He'd been searching for this girl. Zhou Anren glanced at the photo, pondered for a moment, then nodded. I did plan to invite her, but she said she wasn't comfortable with this kind of setting, so I let it go. Lu Yuan inquired. Can you tell me how you two know each other? Zhou Anren hesitated. Why ask? Is it connected to a case? Lu Yuan gave a slight nod. You're right. This girl might be the next target of a serial killer. Hearing this, Zhou Anren's expression changed instantly. The target of a serial killer? How could that be? This girl hardly ever gets into conflicts with anyone. Lu Yuan shook his head. It's not about conflicts. The killer simply targets this type of person. After a moment of silence, Zhou Anren asked, can you protect her? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Don't doubt the police's capabilities. Alright. Zhou Anren took a deep breath and finally decided to explain the circumstances. In truth, Zhou Anren had met this girl because they'd both been to the same hospital. At the time, Zhou Anren was struggling with psychological issues and happened to meet a girl facing similar problems. They met by chance, but it wasn't some romantic story like in novels. They had simply become friends. They occasionally kept in touch afterward, but never engaged in deep conversations. Girls like her tend to be sensitive and perceptive. Knowing her status wasn't on par with Zhou Anren's, she never made any demands. Zhou Anren also felt he possessed nothing special, so he likewise refrained from pursuing anything further. Líng Xuěróu took a deep breath. So that's how it was. She looked at Lu Yuan. In that case, you were right. The killer truly selects targets based on this pattern. Lu Yuan nodded. Thank you for this information, Mr. Zhou. Rest assured, we'll protect her. With that, he turned and left. Líng Xuěróu followed him out. Since you're already here, aren't you planning to stay for the banquet before leaving? Líng Xuěróu asked in confusion. Lu Yuan countered. We've eaten our fill and obtained the information we needed. Why stay any longer? Líng Xuěróu sighed. Lu Yuan truly possessed an inexplicably unique way of thinking. It seemed that the trappings of the mundane world held no meaning for him whatsoever. That was why he could show up at such a formal banquet dressed like this. But this is actually quite nice. Líng Xuěróu couldn't help but remark. Lu Yuan looked puzzled. What? Líng Xuěróu shook her head. Nothing. This way, we can narrow down our suspects even further, right? Lu Yuan grinned. Absolutely. We might even narrow it down to 3 suspects or fewer. A flicker of excitement flickered in Líng Xuěróu's eyes. That way, we might catch the killer without paying any price at all. Lu Yuan nodded, then suddenly fell deep in thought. Líng Xuěróu noticed the change in his expression and asked, what's wrong? Did we overlook something? Instead of answering immediately, Lu Yuan gave her a look that was incredibly complex. Líng Xuěróu immediately sensed something was off and hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Lu Yuan sighed. If things go as expected, we'll catch the killer soon. But I don't want to be part of the second half. Líng Xuěróu looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean you don't want to be part of the second half? Lu Yuan shook his head. I have no interest in matters that are already a foregone conclusion. I've organized my notes on the table. Following them, you'll definitely catch the killer. But when I first joined the police force, I wanted to tackle challenging cases. Líng Xuěróu fell silent for a few seconds, unsure what to say. Lu Yuan explained. I just feel I need to experience more new things. You don't know my past life, nor the things I've encountered before. Líng Xuěróu hesitated, unable to speak. Upon reflection, it seemed she truly hadn't understood Lu Yuan at all. She didn't know what kind of life he had lived or what kind of people he had encountered. All she knew was that he possessed an extraordinary deductive ability beyond ordinary comprehension. Come to think of it, if only she hadn't been so reserved. She should have asked these questions long ago. Whether Lu Yuan would be willing to answer is one thing, whether I took the initiative is another. So, what do you want to say? Líng Xuěróu sensed something amiss and clenched her fingers unconsciously. Lu Yuan's gaze drifted toward the distant horizon. I need to move somewhere else. Truthfully, I've been here for 3 years now, handling numerous matters. I've grown weary of this place. Another world needs me, one far more chaotic and mad. The flight tickets to leave the country are already booked. Líng Xuěróu's face suddenly drained of color. How could this be so sudden? She hadn't prepared anything yet, and now he was suddenly leaving? Not even this case has been solved yet. Was such haste really necessary? Lu Yuan noticed her expression and his gaze softened. Something rare for him. He gently rubbed her head with his hand. Xuěróu, many people and things are merely passers-by in life. You think they'll always be there, but in an instant, they vanish. You assume peaceful days will remain unchanged, yet they too can unleash raging storms in an instant. Líng Xuěróu didn't know what to say. She only felt an overwhelming complexity in her heart. In that instant, she suddenly realized how much she had come to care for Lu Yuan during this time. Those feelings had been like sand and stones hidden deep in the ocean, buried deep due to work demands, her own reserve, and countless other factors. But now they erupted all at once. The pent-up emotions swept over her in an instant, her voice unconsciously breaking with a choked sob. You're just leaving like this? Lu Yuan flashed a carefree smile. Did you really think I was some kind of saint? What you saw was just one facet of my myriad personalities. Not everything I've done would sit well with you. I'm no pure-hearted straight guy. It's just that sometimes I'm not qualified to accept any kind of affection. You have your path, and I have mine. In this uniform, you're a law enforcer serving the people. But me, I might not always have that same mindset. Líng Xuěróu said nothing more. Lu Yuan's words had made everything clear. She understood what he meant, and even knew she should take action regarding this matter. But she simply stood there in silence. After tomorrow, you won't be able to reach me. There won't even be a chance to meet. Wishing you all the best. Lu Yuan waved his hand and turned to leave. Against the blinding glow of the setting sun, Líng Xuěróu could only watch as the dark figure gradually faded into the distance. It felt as though the world had split in two at that moment. Only then did Líng Xuěróu realize an irreparable chasm had formed between them. A massive rift tore their worlds apart completely. Líng Xuěróu felt it keenly. Lu Yuan had not favored her. From now on, their worlds would never intersect again. The setting sun sank into the city's steel forest, its light fading gradually. That receding figure was swallowed bit by the encroaching darkness, until it vanished. Unnoticed, a single tear slid down Líng Xuěróu's cheek. Does this even count as a proper goodbye? Is this even a perfect ending? The end?